Did my microphone finally come on? I think I wasn't getting enough of a charge rate because of the external hard drives. Yep. There we go. What's up, Bubba? What's up, Levi? Sorry, Levi. I was like, Levi, great to see you. Long time no see. Nothing's working. Just like no mic across the board. Like, what the hell? All right, there we go. Got my mouse up and working again. What a pain in the ass. So yeah, because I'm not on my normal stream, I had to switch over to like my main computer because we're going to be doing sausage tonight, which means we're going through all the files, everything else. And when I say there are a ton of files to figure out what's what, woo, we have a bunch. I am just going to bring up my file table here. So I will be picking out my Christmas files. I've got files that have been requested that for a while now that have to get cut down and everything else. And yeah, I spent the past 2 days just basically downloading people's entire inventories because I hit my 12-month, well, my 11th month on both of my main Patreons, and they give you all their backstock. The thing is, those guys, like the one was supposed to be 12 months, he gave it to me at 11. So that was awesome. Shout out to Berserk for that one. What's up, Rogue? Don't leak stuff. What am I going to leak? You're not keeping Sheree's chair warm anymore, Stranded. That's your permanent chair. Sheree, I've already determined, is probably never coming back. So that's you. That's all you, Stranded. Bob, what's going on, brother? Good to see you. Bob, if you want to come into Discord, you're more than welcome. Bubba, you're more than welcome. I will. ABL has put out a video for anybody who came here from ABL. So shout out to Don Benitez and Parasocial for one. He's sent over a whole rating party the other day. Hooked me up with a ton of new subscribers. Some really good people on there. Shout out to Firestarter, Biggie Cheeseburger, Lynn, a bunch of others that keep coming back and saying hi, checking out the stream, smashing a like on it, all that kind of stuff. I'm happy that he did that for me. Shout out to him first and foremost. But before I ever streamed, where we all met was in ABL live chat for the most part, a good chunk of my audience. Yeah, ABL has put out a video explaining his absence, explaining where he is, and I thought it would be fun to review it and give a reaction to it. What's up, Rar? Don't leak IP address and other stuff. Whose IP address? I don't leak any of that stuff. That's doxing somebody. You don't do that. As a matter of fact, the reason why I'm going through the file system, instead of going directly into, and maybe we will go into their files, but I have to be very careful with the way I do it because I got promo codes on most of my files. So I got to be careful because it'll just be basically giving it away. I kind of figured, but you're still trying to be in. You're on? Okay, cool. I'm going to bring you in, Bob. All hail the power of Bob, boys and girls. Here comes Bob. Bob!
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
What is going on, Bob?
How are you?
Oh, I was doing okay right up until I started the stream and everything started to fail right off the rip.
Yeah, it looks like your whole system went to shit.
Well, it did because I had to do a brand new setup. So, I have the video game stream is already set in stone. My painting streams are set in stone. For making the sausage where I'm going through the file system and everything else, I had to create all new windows, all new links, all new kinds of crap in the background.
Well, maybe when we're done, you can have me with my Microsoft Outlet. It shit the bed about 6 months ago. It hasn't worked since.
Outlook should be easy.
Yeah.
You should be able to go to the website, just enter your password and all that stuff. But we'll do that. That would be an offline thing. And yeah,
Don't worry about it. I'm just like on top of everything else that's gone on this last couple of days.
oh,
Help me with my outlook.
bro, I've been having one hell of a week myself. Matter of fact, I'm pissed off all over the place. Um, Good night, Levi. Awesome to see you. Keep dropping back, brother. We're always happy to see you, buddy. Um, yeah, and shout out to SE. I reached out to SE a little bit. He said he's probably going to drop by next Friday. Maybe we'll get him in chat, talk to him for a minute or whatever. I definitely got to play the "Haters Eat These Nuts" song for him. But he's been out in nature. He's enjoying life. He's doing all right. He's hanging in there. I already know what it is, and yeah. So shout out to SE. So, Mr. Bob, what's going on?
I was just texting back and forth with Devin earlier today about all the stuff that was going down with ABL, and I was like, see, because I was texting her earlier, and I might have told you the same thing. I have my opinion on as to what he did and why he did it.
Well, I'm going to say this because I already watched the video earlier. I previewed it. I will give
Has
him
everybody in the stream watched the video?
no. I'm going to play the video on the stream.
He won't
And
hit you with a.
I mean, what's he? I'm doing transformative content. So if he
Okay.
hits me, then he's a fucking hypocrite. It's as simple as
Well,
that, right?
I'll withhold my comments
Let's
until
tell
everybody
right.
has seen it.
The one thing I will say about it until we when I'm going to play it, maybe I'll even lead off with that. Um, the one thing I will say is at least he was honest in it, and I give him credit for that because he could have bullshitted like a lot of content creators, but he didn't. He was honest with a lot of things, so I give that to him.
Well, I unsubbed from him today.
Okay. Oh, you did?
Yes, I did.
Well, I didn't. I wouldn't tell you to unsub from anybody, but you know that's
Nobody
that.
tells me what to do. You know that.
Well, yeah, there you go. Okay. Yeah, and shout out to Devin. Shame she ain't in here, but you know. So let me load up AVL then. Right, we're gonna get past this bumper, make sure everybody can hear it, all that stuff. I think I have this all loaded out right where I should just be able to go into YouTube. And let me turn that on. This should be it right here.
How's everybody?
Make sure I'm looking good on here. Damn it. Discord always pisses me off because I always get confused. Okay. So we have AVL up. All right, guys, you ready? Bob, you ready, sir?
Yes, sir.
You might want to watch the stream or what have you. And yeah, if you say pause to me, like pause, I'll pause it.
No,
So
no, let him play.
if you got something to say, because I'm going to be
I'll,
pausing and talking throughout it.
go ahead. Go ahead.
But well, let me set this up proper for everybody. So Anthony Brian Logan, he was a conservative YouTuber, live streamer, video maker, all this stuff. Gives his opinions, everything else. And he did a show every Wednesday and Friday, or every Wednesday, Saturday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. And he would do call-ins. And again, this is where I met a good chunk of my audience at. A lot of the old school people, we were all in his live, moved to a Discord, all became friends, and basically that's what got me streaming because it was an alternative to ABL. I would give my own takes. ABL has been missing for about a month. He hasn't done any live streams, barely any videos, that kind of stuff. He's been doing a lot of shorts, what have you. But he finally put out a video addressing it and explaining what happened. So here we go.
Doing ABL here, and today I bring you an update on the channel. I've gotten your emails, your DMs, your ex Twitter comments, Instagram, Facebook, everywhere. ABL, where's the live stream? Where is the Wednesday and Saturday? Where are your longer form videos? Well, let me explain what's going on. First of all, I am not quitting. I would never quit. Hey, I could be 1,000 years old in a walker or whatever kind of device they got me in at that particular point.
And then you'd be 2 hours late instead of an hour late. But yeah, I mean, right off the rip, him saying he's not quitting. Okay, I'm happy about that. Like, I don't want to see his channel go under, and I don't want him to quit. I do think he does bring something, even if I don't agree with a lot of his opinions on stuff. And I feel he goes for just the lowest hanging fruit. But I digress, as he would say.
I'll still make videos as long as I got breath in my lungs, so I would never quit. However, I am going to change things up, and I think it's overdue. I've been doing ABO Live since, I don't even know. Some of y'all probably know better than me. At least 2015, 2016 on YouTube, but before that, I was streaming on Facebook. So I've been streaming for well over a decade, maybe even closer to 15 years. So I think it's time to change it up. And for now, I won't be doing the podcast on Wednesday and Saturday anymore. For now. Maybe I'll...
Okay, so that's an important point. He said, for now, I won't be doing the podcast on Wednesdays or Saturdays anymore. Well, that's just it. That because he's got a plan of the way he wants to go with things. And if I'm to be honest, I don't think it's going to work out the way he thinks this is going to work out for him.
Just to jump in here real quick, I'm not going to mention what's going on with ABL, but I am going to tell you I'm going to taper my colorful language for a while because I understand we have some young people in the audience right now.
Yes, thank you, Bob.
And I don't want to offend nobody.
Yep. Good. That's what I'm doing too, Bob. I appreciate you for it. Len, shout out to you. It's great to see you again. I shouted you out earlier. Hopefully your vacation was good.
Anyhow, go ahead.
I've got this on 1.5 speed, guys. It also makes it transformative so I don't get smacked by YouTube. Just
yeah, and it goes,
right. Yeah, like he actually is talking quick. But, he said he's quitting the live streams for now, but that could come back. And he's going to get into it a little bit. He repeats himself a lot in this, if I'm to be honest. But we're going to hit the prime points, basically.
I'll come back at a certain point with that podcast. But what I'm going to do in its place is a pre-recorded podcast in the studio with other people. I'll be doing an interview style podcast. And I think that's probably the best way forward because when I do stuff like that, that's what people really gravitate towards. My biggest view clips, most interactive content is that kind of content.
Okay. He said he's going to start doing interviews, right? Because that is what is drawing money into him. Those are my biggest things. That's the ones where I get people and all that. I don't think he's completely wrong, but I'm also going to get to the other part of it in a little bit because he's going to say it later on. And when he does, we'll address that. Just keep that in the back of your head, though, that he's saying this is his biggest stuff. What happened to my mouse? I lost my mouse. What is going on with my mouse? Damn, did I lose everything? Or just my mouse?
I can still hear you.
Well, that's good. I don't know what is up. It's got to be. The problem is I've got my big file system plugged in. So anytime that moves,
I went on Hot Twins, when I went on Tim Pool, when I did my own podcast with people, it did better than anything I ever done. Better than my short form, better than my ABO Live, better than anything. And I think.
Okay. So notice who he mentioned there. When I went on Hodge Twins, when I went on Tim Pool, and when I did my own podcast. When he says his own podcast, that's Brandon Tatum and Jericho Green.
You're correct. And I was going to bring that up, but go ahead.
Okay. Well, here you go. So he's saying those are his highest viewed clips. Do you notice something about that, though? Why are they his highest viewed clips? Because he's not the main commentator in them. The main commentator would be Tim Pool. The main commentator are the Hodge Twins. People that are fans of the Hodge Twins tune in for all their shows. People that are fans of Tim Pool tune in for all his shows. And people tune into Tatum way more than they do ABL. And Jericho Green way more than they do ABL. So ABL's the third wheel in all this. But I digress.
Well, I have a difference. I have a difference here, okay?
Okay.
Because you're going back, and for those that don't know this, these three primary guys, and they would always bring in like a guest speaker. They go back 5, 6, 7 years ago, okay, when all this stuff started kicking off. Now, in my opinion, uh, B. Tatum has gone mainstream. Okay,
He
so he's
has,
got it.
yes.
He's making bank. He's doing mainstream television and online stuff, and he's being covered by a lot of
Yeah, he
higher up
sold his
type
soul.
people. Jericho, on the other hand, tried to go full time for a while, but he had some things that come up that you may not know about there, Gam, and he actually had to go back and get a job again. So now he's back to doing smaller stuff in his car like when he started.
Okay. Well, you know what?
I
Hey, good on him for being smart with things, you know?
Right, so that leaves ABL stuck in the middle with okay, he's got these bi-weekly 3 hour, 3.5 hour podcasts that he feels stuck in, and he's not making any money on them.
That's correct. Yeah, I
Okay,
agree. But
great.
I don't think you're wrong at all in your assessment, Bob. All right, let's rock and roll this.
Think that will scratch the itch of those wanting the longer, like hour, 2 hour plus content, but it'll also generate more people to actually watch it. Because that's the actual problem. With my regular ABO Live, Wednesday and Saturday, it's not enough of you guys who are watching. And I appreciate everybody who does watch. I really, really do. But it's not enough and it's not growing. Actually, it's kind of shrinking.
Now, what he just said there. This is it right here. You want to get to the meat of the matter I was talking about. I've been talking about this for a minute now. About his viewership and how it's dropped and everything. The reason it has dropped is because he'll give a hot take on something, and when people correct the record on him, he doesn't look at it and say, okay, we're going to agree to disagree and move on. He doesn't say, look, that's just my opinion on it. He said, nah, see, like, and he doubles, triples down, and he says shit like, you know, for each one of you I lose, I replace you with 5 others. So, oh, you're going to unsubscribe? Tell me you're going to unsubscribe, then go unsubscribe. No, I don't care. I'm getting your viewership anyway. Well, people took that stuff to heart. And so now it's dying off, it's dying off, it's dying off. And like you to Bob's point, you're not making money. You're not growing your channel and everything else. So you figure the best way of growing your channel is by having other people on there where their followers aren't tuning in for you. They're tuning in for the guest, and they usually leave with the guest. That's part of the problem that I see with this business model that he's coming up with.
He's regressing.
Right.
He's going back to the way it was when he was streaming with B. Tatum because
Right.
he wants that same recognition. He wants that same cha-ching.
Right. But the
But
problem
that's my
is,
opinion.
no. I agree with you 1,000%, Bob. My thing is that he doesn't. The whole thing is, Stranded said this. She said this. Yeah, Bubba said that's his question. Bubba said this. I mean, Stranded said this. She's like, when did he ever interview people? Candace Owens sat down and interviewed people. Brandon Tatum's had people on his show, had conversations, you know. And the other part of it, what kind of questions is he going to lay out? Is he really going to hold somebody's feet to the fire?
Well,
You
I
know?
don't think I've never seen him interview anybody.
Right.
Plus, he was always talking about, okay, I'm going to get out in the country. I'm going to meet and greet more people. Remember that?
Oh, yeah, dude. He had it set up. He was going to go do a meetup in, I want to say, either California or Vegas, down in Atlanta, and then one somewhere on the Northeast.
In my knowledge, he's done one meetup, and it was very small, and it was just outside of Nashville.
Right,
And that was several
where he
years
lives.
ago. Well, no, he lives in Chattanooga.
It doesn't matter. Still Tennessee. You know what I mean?
You can be in Tennessee all day driving on 40.
Yeah, that's nothing. It's not like it's Texas where it takes you 3 days to get across it, you know? It's still close to home
Anyhow,
for him. So, but yeah, you're right, Bob. I mean, that's just it. The thing is that, look, I look at it this way, and I can appreciate this too, because we were saying it earlier. Like Sheree's gone, she's probably never coming back, right? Eugene's gone, never coming back. Duke Rowell's gone, never coming back. Steve Kerfuffle's gone. I pissed them off in one way or another, and they've left. Well, maybe not Sheree. Sheree had other stuff going on.
You piss me off all the time. I'm still here.
Right. Well, there's, that's the difference is, Bob. I may piss you off, but legitimately, I at least I respect you. You know what I mean? And I
It's
think that,
mutual.
yeah, I think you can. If I piss you off, you go, Gam, you're an asshole, and we move on, right?
Well, that's what adults do.
Yeah, but that's just it. When you have, and I'm not taking shots. I got to be careful how I word this because I don't want to make it sound like I'm taking a shot at anybody. But when you sink your feet in, and then it's like, look, you're entitled to your opinion and everything else, but what you're saying is scientifically just foolish. Like in one case where a plane disappeared, and it was like, yeah, this is clearly augmented video, and this isn't. You try to show me evidence, and it's bullshit. And then I researched the guy who brings the video forward. Turns out he got scammed out of like 15 grand for old drone like schematics, and I'm just like, bro, look, it's not real. And they dig in so hard, they get so upset because the conspiracy got crushed, and they really hardcore believe it, and then they bounce. Like, what do you want me to do? It's like, well, I'm sorry, I'm not going to change science for you. It's like if you come to me and you're transgender or whatever, or say like I think I'm a girl and trapped in a boy's body. Okay, well you need to explore the psychology behind that. You got to do for you or whatever. But I'm not going to start calling you ma'am instead of sir. Sorry, it's just not going to happen because to me it's like a scientific thing, and anybody who knows me would have that conversation with me and be like, look, it's okay, bro. Because again, like you said, adults can disagree and move on.
Yeah, but just to be clear with everybody in the stream, I believe there are only two genders. And if you dress up like a woman with blue hair, like the last video I saw, I'm not calling you ma'am, dude.
Right.
But anyhow,
Yeah, and I mean, I won't go out of my way to insult you, but well, I might teasing you if I really know you. You know what I
I might
mean?
go out of my way.
Like if I really know you and we're good friends and something happened like that, then that's one thing. But I'm not going to do it on purpose. If I misgender you, it's by accident. You know what I mean? Just because, sorry, you look like a dude. He's been
Okay, just off subject real quick. Stranded says that the Metcalf thing was the final nail. Now, I don't know about the Metcalf thing. If you do, Gim, you can fill me in later. But whatever, I just don't know what the Metcalf thing is.
Well, I'm trying to figure out what the Metcalf thing is. Because he mentioned somebody in here. Damn, this.
Maybe we can get back to it.
Yeah, we'll have to get back to it. I really should have done this on my stream setup.
Oh, she's
At
saying
one
the
point,
Metcalf thing might have been the dude with the blue hair that the cops took into custody. That might be it.
She
Nope.
video.
Yeah, the one I referenced.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, where the dude like just has a total meltdown.
They
Yeah,
put it in his psych
okay.
ward.
Austin Metcalf with Carmelo Anthony. I always forget what the victim's name was in that, But yeah, most people just call it. So Austin Metcalf and Carmelo Anthony was the final nail where he was like, nah, that kid's innocent and all this, even though the jury immediately came back after viewing the
yeah.
evidence. And then he
I
told
forgot.
everybody, nah, he'll get free on appeal and all this. It was bullshit because and that's just it. Like, I don't care about the race of the two kids involved. I just look at it from a perspective of if I'm Lady Justice and I'm supposed to be blind, so you take color and race out of it, unless there actually was racial motivation, which in that case there wasn't. But then when you turn it into a race thing, people disagree with you because they're like, no, by law, this is the way this works. And then ABL decided that was the hill he wanted to die on. Well, we're kind of seeing the result of it. So, yeah, you're
You
not
think
wrong.
he's
Trina.
that thin-skinned?
I think he is that thin-skinned. I think he's very ego-driven, but I'm also seeing a man whose pockets have been hurt deeply right now. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
That's what I'm seeing because, like you said, Bob, less and less viewers, and he's going to address it here. Let's play the video and let him address it real quick.
They'd be getting
Good.
1,500 to 2,000 people to watch.
Okay, so this is, yeah, a matter of fact, I'm going to slow him down to normal speed when he says this part, because this, to me, was the vital part, because it's something that I've been saying the entirety of the time. You have 1 million subscribers. 1.08 million. That used to be 1.1 million up until the Carmelo Anthony Austin Metcalf thing, right? But I'm gonna back it up a minute, and then let's listen to what he says here about his subscribers and people that are watching his live shows.
And actually, it's kind of shrinking. At one point, I might have been getting 1,500 to 2,000 people to watch whenever I was streaming. Now it's like 400, 500, 600, and I appreciate every one of you individual people who watch. I really do.
Okay, so you heard what his numbers are. So on elections and stuff like that, you might get 10,000 viewers. But on his average stream, he was doing anywhere from 1,000 to 2,000 people, and that's he said it, 4, 5, 600 people are watching now. And the whole thing is, what he's omitting here is, when did that start? Oh, it happened with Carmelo Anthony, where people on Twitter are still eating into him for it. They're still going at it. Right. Well, the other part of it is there's a reason why, and I'll play the song after this, but the song "I'll Be Late," Salmon Burnt Black. There's a reason why I wrote that song, right? There's a reason why we all came up with the lyrics for that song. That wasn't just me. That was people that were fans of ABL. We all came up with the lyrics to that song. I just compressed them together, and then we let Suno do its thing, right? Or Suno or whatever do its thing. But you don't show respect to your audience. You never show up on time. You treat people like your opinion is God, and you're not fallible. And you wonder why your viewership went from 1,000, 2,000 down to 4, 5, 600. There we go. Let's let them cook.
But
Hello, Beans.
it's not really sustainable.
What's up,
and
Beans?
it takes a lot of time. You may watch.
That's right,
for
Beans. You
a
got
brief
Bob
period of
on here
time.
tonight.
You may watch for a few minutes. You may watch the entire thing. But for me, it takes like 6 hours, 7 hours to do each show.
Okay. I call fucking bullshit on you, sir.
What's your language there, sir?
You were doing well. All right, I call BS on you. You're right, Bob. Starting off with this, right? You were very honest. Admitting what your viewer counts are, everything else, you were very honest with it. You could have said, I have a ton of people. You could have kept that vague, but you were very specific about it. Now you're saying it takes you 6, 7 hours to come up with your show format. If that's the case, and you do a 3-hour show, took you 3 hours to research it, you're only doing them twice a week.
None of his stories was new. They'd all been covered by other people.
Right. Everything's been covered by other channels, usually with a lot more depth, context, and actual, like, if you go watch the video, it's like a 20-minute video on the whole thing. He'd show the video clip, give 2 seconds of commentary, tell you about real estate prices, and look at this house out in California and stuff, because he'd run out of stuff to talk about. How do you run out of 3 hours? And then one of my favorites is coming up real soon here that, like, I just shook my head. But like I said, I give him credit for his honesty when it comes to his view counts, why he's doing what he's doing, because it's what I've said all along, that you can't sustain, if your business, this is your livelihood, to be on this platform, be a political commentator, talk smack. You better be on top of the game. There's a lot of people out there. There's a point in time where a lot of the right-wing commentators in particular got kicked off the platform for COVID information. They got deplatformed, and YouTube recently let them back all on. Those guys are mauling everybody else because you played it safe, you capitulated to low information people, and you went with just, red meat, rah, look at the white right wing, instead of giving nuanced takes on things or diving into the context of stuff. You left it wide open and just said simplistic takes that anybody could give you. Yeah, I'm pretty sure inflation's bad. You know, young children being trans is bad. Okay, that's great. Dive into, something really in depth and you're vapid. You don't know what you're talking about. Or somebody asking you something that's topical that isn't in racial division or political division and you have no idea what the hell you're talking about. To a point where it's the same thing with his movie reviews. I don't need to, this movie starred so and so and that and this and that. Like, bro, I watched your Odyssey review. Like, you've got the Homer book in the background because you think it looks neat and it's topical right now. If you look in the right hand side of the screen, I just circled it with the mouse. And it's like, yeah, that's like a brand new copy. You haven't even cracked the spine on that, my guy. You've got Art of War is over the corner of his one shoulder. I've got my mouse on it now. And then you got Orwell's 1984. Look at the spine.
In the background there, you got B. Tatum beaten black and blue. That's the one in the back.
Okay. Right.
Behind 1984.
So we now know who the first person he's doing an interview with is. Just letting you know. Right? But I'm looking at these books. You haven't read these books. You just have them displayed because it goes into a narrative. Matter of fact, you're over 1 million subs. How come you got a silver plaque for your 100,000 subs?
He went into that a while back.
Yeah, but it was BS what he went into.
I asked him about it. And
you did.
That was at least a year ago.
Over a year ago. And he said, oh, it was because of this and we got a strike and blah, blah, blah. No, it wasn't. There's something else going on because your YouTube rep, when you get over 1 million subs, pushes for that plaque because it's one of those achievements that you proudly display.
Most people, yes.
But yeah, let's let him cook.
And it's like, if I'm only finding people to watch, I think I could spend that time a lot more wisely and give you guys more elevated content, more evolved content. I started doing my show.
More elevated and evolved content. So you were handing us just dog shit before, sir? Like, what? How, you're handing us dog poop before? All the content you were making before was just slop that you were throwing out? Like, now it's elevated and evolved? Your brain hasn't evolved. It's devolved, if anything. Your channel's devolved. You've lost 20,000 subscribers, at least. And that's, the new monthly report's coming up soon. So we'll see if he loses another 10,000. But, all right. Go ahead.
Back when I was still in Virginia, when I'm broke, like, I'm just trying to figure something out. But now I have more resources. I know a lot more. I know a lot more people. I have better access to technology and studios, so I can give you guys much better content. So as of right now, I won't be doing the ABL live stream anymore.
Let's examine that for a minute. I was back in Virginia. I was broke. And I didn't have access to as good a technology, everything. Didn't he do streams where he was bragging about what PC and the type of camera he was using and the type of microphone and showing people this is what you need to be a famous streamer like me? At one point.
He actually used to build computers for people, remember?
Right. He said that. I don't know I believe him, but he said that.
Yes, he was working at Old Country Buffet and he was putting computers together. This is back, when everybody had the towers.
Yeah, well, I mean, everybody still does have towers now. They just cost like an arm and a leg. Trust me on that. Like, you're looking at.
All I got is my laptop.
Yeah, I've got 2 laptops too, so I'm portable. But I mean, I'm running off of Alienware. Like the one I'm using now is an Alienware Aurora, that's got like a GTX 5070 in it. I thought it was a 5080. It's only a 5070, 2 terabyte like SSD and Intel Ultra 9 Core 24 or no Ultra 9 i9 Ultra i9 24 core processor to it. I've got a tricked out computer, but the whole thing is you can do this shit from a smartphone. You don't need a
Pretty
whole
much.
computer rig. You can turn on a smartphone and talk because that's all you're doing is talking. You don't need a whole production team to put everything together for you. What I
I
really
watch
took,
people stream every weekend night. I watch people stream live walking up and down Fremont Street in Vegas, and there's two or three of them, and all they got is their little iPhone on a gimbal.
right. So, I mean, to me, this is just an excuse. What I really took from that is when he said I was still in Virginia and I was broke, this is what that tells me. I've gotten lazy. I've gotten complacent and I just took everything for granted. This is what comes out to me. And to be honest with you, that's kind of the message he probably should have delivered there. But that's how that comes out to me. Is I was broke. But when you're young and you're hungry, or younger and hungrier, and you're really, you need that money to live, you're going to put
You're
your
on a
ass
hustle.
into it. You're going to knuckle down on your politics if that's what your arena is. You're going to knuckle down on your pop culture if that's what your arena is. You're going to knuckle down on whatever it is so you are a good commentator. If you go back 5, 6 years and watch a live stream of him when he's doing the phone calls and he's debating somebody that is on the left side of politics, he's sharp, he's on point, he's making good points, and he's using logic to diffuse people. Nowadays, he just calls you a big back, a bull dagger. Yeah, whatever. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. You ain't going to talk over me on my show. Excuse me, sir, and just mutes your volume while he talks over you. That's lazy. You lost your edge. So if he's saying he's going back to find that edge, I'm all for it. If he's saying I'm just going to give you some, me talking to my buddies about, how terrible it is to, be a minority in America, I don't want to hear it. Like, or, argue court cases with somebody. So let's rock and roll.
On occasion, I'll do it. If there's an election or something really big going on, I'll do it. But I won't do it Wednesday and Saturday. It just took too much time. I couldn't really do much on those days. And
Bro, your entire job is telling us political takes for the week on Wednesdays and Saturdays. You eliminated Wednesday, went to Saturday. Are you telling me you couldn't find stuff to educate yourself and talk about during those shows? If a retard like me can hop on, and I was doing the Thursday show too, 3 times a week, and I don't stream for 3 hours. I usually go minimum 4.5, 4 hours on like a tired night. Like, oh, I'm tired, guys. Sorry, it's a short one. To
I'll
like,
take a nap and then get up, and you're still streaming or
right.
painting or whatever.
If a retard like me can do it, and this isn't my job. You're telling
I
me
just watched a girl today. No kidding. Just watched a girl today. Her entire she's got several jobs, but she drives the golf cart around the golf course and sells beer and drinks to people and streams the whole time. And she made over $1,200 in tips between what's the other streaming service?
Rumble, Kick, Twitch.
Twitch. Between Twitch and YouTube. Yesterday she made $2,000. Today she made $1,400. And all she did was her job driving the golf cart.
Right. So this is what I'm saying is you're complaining that this takes up too much of your time. It's your job, dude. You chose this as a career. It's your job. Look, you can never stream again. You can never post a video again, whatever. You do you. But I'm just saying, I'm taking what you're putting up. Where's my live show and all? That's too hard. Not enough people are watching. I said this before. Stranded tunes into this thing every time I hit start stream. Unless Stranded's moving, something's going on, and even then she'll drop into it. I said this, if I got one other person watching that I can talk to and we're bouncing stuff off each other, and even if one person's just watching for the painting or me making the model or whatever, I go live. I go live.
Well, you go live with nobody.
Right. I'm not making any money. Like I've made money because there are certain people that were gracious when I had that Venmo up. right? I took that thing down because I really don't want to take people's money like that. I would rather take YouTube's money and just get the subscribers, hours watched, and all that. Be entertaining, hang out with good people, have good conversation, build pretty looking models, and have fun. And talk smack with everybody, jaw jack with everybody, so to speak. And it's like,
But this isn't your job full time. It
right.
is his.
And it's not even my damn job. This tells
No.
me if I hired you at a job, sir, you would be fired because you would show up late for work. You'd be like, I don't feel like doing this, that, or the other thing. Well, that's your first write up. Here's your second. Here's your final. All right, sorry, see you. Cut. You're out of the workforce because you got online. You got lazy. But let's let him cook, Bob.
It's just it needed to evolve. Now, as far as the regular long form videos throughout the week, I'll still do those, but truthfully, as of right now, it's not a whole lot going on. What we got going on right now?
Okay. This retard just said, what do we got going on right now? I don't know, a whole ass war in Iran? like, what are you talking about, my guy? There is a war going on. You've got votes in the House that I'll talk about later where, like, honestly, there's a good case for Congress being accused of treason for the way they voted. You've got all kinds of stuff going on. Like, what are we talking about? There's nothing going on. He mentions one thing. And then I want you guys to be able to see how smart the people watching are. That one thing that he mentions, he's going to mention here, story-wise, I want you guys to point out the one thing about it and why he really wants to cover it.
You got Nolan Wells. Okay, I've already covered that. It ain't really much to see, or there's not much to talk about right there. Was it foul play or was it not? We don't know, and we still don't know.
So, the one thing he wants to cover is Nolan Wells. Can you guys all tell me who Nolan Wells was? Bob, do you know?
Was you asking me?
Mm-hmm. Do you know who Nolan Wells is?
Well, yeah, B. Tatum's down there in freaking Ocean Springs, Mississippi, covering the whole damn story live down there. That's what put him on the regular TV.
Right.
That's the black dude who went out to the sandbar with all of his friends, and 2 days later they found him dead. They don't know why.
So now here's my two questions. One, why is that the only story that matters to ABL when you've got a war going on? You've got all kinds of different things going on right now with our Congress, all this kind of stuff, including people dying like Lindsey Graham and stuff like this.
That's my first answer to your own question.
And two, what clout are you trying to chase here? Who's clout? Because you're clearly clout chasing. Because you just said it. And I mean, the answer to the second one's easy. That's Tatum's. You want to be Brandon Tatum. But you're not. You're not even close to him. You couldn't even carry his jock and a duffel bag behind you, sir. And I don't even like
Tatum's got a whole crew that he has hired. He has a warehouse where he sells his merchandise out of. I know because he walked through it one time during a live
And Mitch
stream.
McConnell. Good one.
Yep, and Mitch McConnell is another one.
Right. Black and white. That's why you want to talk about it. So what you basically just told me with that one sentence out of your chicken lips there is that the only thing you want to cover is anything involving race. I'll be honest with you. If I were ABL, and this is where you know he has learned nothing. After what happened with Carmelo Anthony, I would be avoiding race topics like they were a live wire on a high-powered outlet. sticking out of the wall. Like, I would not be putting my hands near them because it started to murder your channel. It killed off your live streaming viewership, and that's the only thing you want to cover is race because you think that's what's going to put eyes on you.
It'd be better if he went the path of like, have you ever heard of the modern Renaissance man?
I have, for some reason.
Okay. Well, he's a black streamer, okay, but he covers a lot more things other than race. Hey, Devin.
Hey, what's up, Devin? Good to see you. Yeah, but that's just it. The whole thing is, why is that the only thing going on? Again, Mitch McConnell. We got Lindsey Graham. I'm even going to talk about like Congress and what they voted for is kind of treason. And I'm happy you're here because you were an active serviceman, and I want your take on it, Bob. If I'm to be real.
Oh, you're going to have to explain that because I haven't been
I
following
will.
Congress.
I will break that down to you.
Go ahead.
Is it just me, or did I pause it where he looks kind of like half-eyed and retarded?
It looks like his left eye is about half closed.
Yeah, it looks like the weeds kicked in. Like, all right.
We didn't know from the beginning, and we don't know now. So what else is it to talk about? It's not a whole lot going on. And shout out to you guys giving me tips in the emails, but I don't get a lot of those either. So what I've been focusing on for the past, I say, month or so is the short form content, different kind of content, you know, more travel stuff. I get into that. That's kind of what I'm focusing on. And I'm attempting to reach all platforms because YouTube.
All right. So good on him for wanting to spread platforms. I can't take him anymore. I'm sorry, Bob. I'm going to turn him off in a minute here. But yeah, I just wanted to get into it. Like I made it to 4 minutes out of a 8-minute video, and he's probably going to go for another 4 minutes, and he just pretty much repeats what he's already told you guys. So this is what's going on with Mr. ABLs. Since Devin's in the house too, I might as well cover the politics, huh? Although,
well, Devin talks about other things, you know.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I just don't tell you what she whispers in my ear.
No. You never have, and I never will ask. I mean, so let's give a shout out to good old ABL. Let's play his theme song for him. Oh, no.
I'm sorry about that, Devin.
Hopefully this is coming through. Thank you for cutting the video, ABL. I appreciate you.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that.
Can't understand my views are falling so far. Watch my
hold on. Let me fix that, because that is a mess. We'll reset it. Let's get a good video going for ABL here. If I can actually get, I don't know why. Did it come back up?
But you got to understand, I'm delayed here.
No, it's not you. There it is. There we go. We're making the ABL video right now for this song.
1 million subs on YouTube, I'm a star. Can't understand my views are falling so far. Watch my commentary, my show is a blast. Old boomers and weirdos, my research half-assed. I'll be late, I'll be great, never great, never great.
Oh yeah, I forgot to smash the like button. I just did.
I eat salmon and rice, drink water with lemon. Salmon burnt black, just like my women. Lost all my guns while sailing at sea. Got married for 6 months, women just ain't for me. I'll be late, I'll be great, never great, never great. It's after 8, after 8, after 8. I'll be late, I'll be late. Yeah. I'll be late. Yeah. I'll be late. Big backs and bull daggers, who else do I see? Less viewers and unsubs except for the elderly. I'll act like I'm smarter, better than you. My OG home was broken, my penis is too. I'm from the street, from the country, I guess. Whatever I can grift, I'll just copy the rest. I'll be late, I'll be late, I'll be late. Never great, never great. It's after 8, after 8, after 8. I'll be late, I'll be late. I'll be late, I'll be late, I'll be late. Never great, never great. It's after 8, after 8.
All right, that's enough. No, Devin, I'm actually not happy. I want him to actually have a successful career. I give him a lot of thanks because I never would have met a lot of y'all if it hadn't been for him. Where I'm at with it, though, is he's not fixing what's wrong either. So if you're not going to fix what's wrong, the person who took ABL down was ABL. A real bad take, a double down on it, and he got complacent and he got lazy over time. Just how I see it. And he didn't appreciate his audience. That's why I wrote a whole song called I'll Be Late. Because, well, and I didn't just write that alone. That was everybody that was in the chat that helped me compose those lyrics. You take, it's a perfect storm. You don't want to do the research throughout the week, because where he said he spends, well, I spend 6 hours on a show. Okay, so 3 hours of research, 3 hours of show. Tim Pool has talked about it before. He spends from the time he wakes up till after he's done his show researching everything going on. And I hate Tim Pool, but he actually does his research, so this way he doesn't seem like an idiot when he's speaking. What's up, Rab? But yeah, I'm not happy. I don't want to see him go the way of the dodo. I don't want to see him quit. I don't want to see him tap out or all this other stuff. And him going to other platforms, like, the whole thing is you're seeking out a new audience, but you don't sacrifice your old audience for the new audience. You add to your old audience. You know, we'll pick up people, and not everybody we pick up, you guys will like, you know. Some people will fit, some people aren't going to, and they're going to go their own way. The people are going to stick are going to stick. Go ahead, Bob. I'm sorry.
Hey, Gam, Beans actually asked a question here, and I think it's an important question.
It's not even bashing ABL. I'm just telling you guys what I've seen for a while now, and it's all come to fruition. And I give him a lot of credit, but yeah, game over.
Beans, I'll tell you now, because I was going to tell Gam this in a little bit. The reason I unsubbed from ABL today, and I just did it today, was not because, you know, I didn't like his content. His content is his content. He's had the same content forever. The reason I did it is because he thinks so less of me, and I'm just Bob Schmuckatelli from Chesapeake, but he thinks so less of me that on Wednesdays and Saturday nights when I would listen to him, that for the last 3 weeks, almost 4, he didn't even bother to come on and say, hey, look, guys, I'm going to take some time off. You know, I'm going to go water skiing. I'm going to go snow shoveling. I'm going to do this, that. I'll be back in a couple of weeks. Y'all be good. Nothing. Not a peep. He dropped me, Bob, like a hot potato, like I was a nobody. And I'll be honest with you. Okay, it's a good thing I stopped drinking because it kind of ticked me off. And I'm not a nobody. Okay, I'm just an old man sitting alone in the dark. We all got that.
Yep.
But I was a loyal listener to him for 7 years. And for him to just drop off the radar like Casper the Friendly Ghost, what is that? Obviously, what do I mean to him? Nothing. That's what pissed me off. So, Beans, that's my... I'm going to calm down here and take a break. You go ahead, Ken.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's just it. My big thing was that I want to see him get better again. I want to see ABL that I saw, like, when I first started watching him in, like, 2017, 2018. I want to see the guy who actually is researched on point, using logic to defeat people, is smart because I know he's better than that. And again, with my streams, I look at myself constantly and I'm like, man, has this shit run its course? Have I said everything on my mind that I've got to say? Like, am I just boring people and just painting stuff? And, like, does anybody even care? Do they? Or are they just subbed because, it's a nice thing to do? And it's like, but then I look at it and I'm like, you have an audience of 1 million. If I had an audience of 1 million, I would be putting in, like, I would actually treat it like it's a job at that point. Hell, with even an audience of 100, 200, I'm putting it in every time and trying to come up with stuff and coming up with stuff to talk about and everything else. I want to see him get better. I don't want to see him downfall. But I'm also going to break his balls every step of the way because maybe it'll piss him off and ignite something in him to rock and roll. Because sometimes you need to punch somebody in the mouth. And then what ends up happening is they start fighting back and they fight back hard. And that's who I want to see. I want to see the fire come out of him again. I want to see where he like just tears somebody apart, not through ego in himself, but through facts, logic, and reasoning. I want to see a good content creator from him again because he was one at one point. What's going on, Biggie? How are you? Good to see you. And yes, I remember the raid. I know you're going to ask me. But
Well,
yeah,
I mean, he could bring up like a topic he could cover that he's not covering. I don't think many people are covering. Why have we not struck Iran in the last 2 days?
because
And it's
we're
not because Trump. It's not because Trump says, "Oh, we're in talks. We're in talks."
no, because we don't have the munitions to keep bombing the way we're bombing. That's why we have to get him over there.
We're running out of bullets. You're exactly correct.
Yeah, that's why. That's why we're not striking Iran right now.
Nobody on the internet. I see it a little bit on the mainstream media, a little bit, but nobody on the internet's even questioning that. How long can we keep this up? Guess what? There's an end to the how many bullets I can put in the clip. We're almost there.
Right. We are almost there. You're right, Bob. Those missiles take time to build. Now you can make smart dumb bombs. Like you could take a GPS, put it on a normal ass rocket, and kind of use it that way, and it'll work. But you're not going to have precision strikes. What's going to end up happening is you're going to start hitting places by accident. So we could do that, and we could keep hitting them, or we could drop Moabs on them and really start killing civilians.
Right, and that's not going to happen.
But they're
Anyhow,
trying to
my
hit.
whole point, my
Right.
whole point here was there are other subjects that he could be covering. When I say he, I mean ABL. He could be covering that other people aren't covering 100% or not at all. He's just not looking, in my opinion, Bob's opinion. He's not looking for. Okay, I got 5 YouTubers covering that same subject. I got B. Tatum on site down there in Mississippi. Okay, that's pretty well covered. What can I cover that nobody's listening to? That's
Right.
my point.
Right. Well, and I mean, my thing is right, and you got it. Like B. Tatum's already covering that to a T. So why you got to go follow through? And that's my other point is, why are you so worried about race? Race, like all you're doing is you're putting division into shit that you don't need to put. Stop focusing on race and start focusing on the important shit. You know, gas getting to work, food on the table, housing costs, like the important stuff. The stuff that you said that, this is what the Democrats are all screwing up. Okay, they are. They definitely put a bullet in it. But, and this is where we'll transition, Bob, right into the Congress thing so that you understand where I'm coming from with it. So Congress Congress itself has passed it. They passed a bill for $1.5 trillion for our military added onto our budget.
That's in addition.
Right. In addition to what it already is. So it was like 600,000, I want to say, and it went to 1.5 trillion, right? It's still got to pass the Senate. It's still got to pass Trump's desk. This is where I say the treason part comes in. Not on the upgrade.
Okay, this is something we might disagree with. Go
Right.
ahead.
This is where I want your input, Bob, because you were a service member. Okay. If it was just, hey, we need more bombs, we need more money for the war. Okay, that's kind of understandable, even if it's a war of choice. That's one thing. There's a provision in there. Our intelligence agencies merge with Mossad. Israeli military holds the same rank as our guys. Meaning that Israeli military can command our forces overseas.
Negative.
And that is the provision. Everybody's focused on the damn price tag. Nobody's focused on that part of the provision in that bill. That's written in that bill.
Are you telling me they passed a bill that says somebody from the Mossad or somebody from the IDF
Correct.
holds rank over me? That's not going to fly.
Right.
I don't care if
not
they
just
pass
that,
it in
they
the
can use our
freaking bill or
military
not.
assets. Fox News even tried to downplay this as, well, you don't understand, the intelligence agencies would just be sharing more data with each other. That is incorrect. You need to read the bill. What's actually in there would allow, like, say, Bob, you were stationed off the Strait of Hormuz. You're on a boat. You're on, I'm sorry, a ship. Okay? Israeli intelligence comes to your commanding officer and says, they have chemical weapons right there on the beach at this point. You are to go strike it. Those are your walking orders.
No, they're not.
Right. And listen, it's not just about Israel. If this were the UK, if this were France, if this were Scotland, Norway, Sweden, name it, Ukraine, Russia, China, I don't give a shit who it is. Our military should never answer to anybody outside of our government. Ever,
don't.
period, end of sentence. Surrendering our force to an inferior force under their command, basically, that's treason. You're sacrificing our troops, our military troops, to another country and letting them run them? No. Fuck that. And yes, Congress passed that bill because they, like I said, everybody's looking at the price tag on it. Nobody's looking at what that shit actually says. The other point to this is this. How much money do we give to Israel every month or every year for military?
A shit ton.
3.8 billion, I think it is. And that deal's running out soon. The whole thing is, if you incorporate the two militaries and say they act together at all times, then you don't have to justify ever the funding for it. So when you say, well, how much money is being sent to Israel for their defense, for their military, everything else? Don't know. That all goes to the Pentagon. Well, the Pentagon has oversight. Yeah, the Pentagon's failed. Out of 7 of their audits, they've failed all 7 of them. Can't account for where money's gone. So you're telling me I'm supposed to just blindly trust this shit?
Well, I mean, they can pass any bill they want in Congress, and it's not going to affect the military chain of command because there is a distinct military chain of command, and nobody in Israel is in that chain of command.
Why is Bean saying something about ABL's face being my thumbnail?
I don't know, but basically,
I didn't make his face my thumbnail. My thumbnail should be Blender, so I don't know what you're talking about, and I don't care about ABL. Like we're past ABL now. That was like, it was a talking point. We discussed it. It's over. I don't care. We're talking about how Congress pretty much just, our elected officials just agreed that a foreign nation's command structure, as far as their military, is equal to ours. That's a problem.
I disagree with your interpretation. Now, I have not read the bill, but I will go find it and read it. But I can tell you right now, the chain of command within the military, at least the military that I was in, would never allow that at all.
That's what I'm saying too. I can't see where our military is going to capitulate.
They're not going to. I can tell you that.
But yeah, this is gone through Congress, and you guys can look the damn bill up and look for the provision yourselves. I'm not making this up, folks. And it's a terrifying, scary fucking thing. Because if we surrender our military and they come around and they say, well, you know what, Turkey's got weapons of mass destruction, and we go and bomb Turkey or Egypt or whoever else, like, what the fuck? We're going to be in wars forever. Not just that, I'm not willing to sacrifice anybody's kids for any kind of war at this point, unless it's a very just war, like we're fighting, the bad guys in World War II again. That's an understandable one. Like, we can't let evil win, right?
I'm going to look into this because
Yeah, look
that
into
is
it, Bob.
that is not something that a military, somebody like me, okay, would ever stand for, because my chain of command is rigid. There's no waffling on the chain of command. It is what it is. And
Yep.
nobody outside the United States military is in that chain of command other than the commander in chief, which is the president of the United States. It goes from him to the Secretary of Defense, now the Secretary of War, to the Secretary of the particular service, the Army, the Air Force, the Navy, and then it goes down to the chiefs.
Right.
And that's
Yeah,
the
you have a
chain of
chain of
command, and
command.
everybody knows it, and that's where it comes from, and that's where it goes.
So, and this is what I'm saying. Like, Rebel's saying the same thing. I've been saying, or that's what I heard too. They would basically be combined. I haven't read it though. Yeah, like I said, it's something you guys should look into, because when they passed it, I was just like, really? Did you
Oh, I'm
guys?
definitely going to look into it. Do you,
Did,
by happenstance, know the bill that they're proposing, or is it just
um,
the supplemental
I,
uh, financial package?
I think it's just a supplemental financial package. I have to look. I'm looking up my thing because his face should not be my damn thumbnail. And so I don't want his face being my. It shouldn't have been his thumbnail. It could be. No, right now, if I look, my thumbnail is the is Blender, and then it's got my file system up on screen right now. So yeah,
Okay.
I don't know why Bean said that, but no, I
I,
wouldn't
I,
have put his face as my. I don't want. Why the hell would I put another content creator's face as my thumbnail?
all right. Well, give me a minute. I'm gonna step away for a second.
And yeah, it's the internet. Nobody owes anybody anything. You're right on that one. But yeah, I just like I said, I want to see him better. And he's not like, I'm not seeing it. We'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he will turn everything around. Why the hell do I keep losing my mouse on my keyboard too? It's because I had to unplug the microphone from the one slot because of the power that's getting pulled, because that's an 8 terabyte drive. So I have to keep like unjacking it and rejacking my shit. Yeah, it's not. Thank you, Reb. Yeah, Trump needs to tell him we're not sending him any more money, but that's just it. So the other part of this would be, if forces are combined, it means that the Pentagon can funnel whatever money they want and not have any kind of oversight to it. You basically open a pipeline to give a foreign country as much money for defense as possible. It's just not fucking good.
All right, I'm back.
All right, cool.
I
Yeah.
had to step away and get something to drink and calm down because y'all pissing me off.
I'm
Not y'all,
sorry.
you,
No,
you again. No, it's okay. I haven't been pissed off all. Well, it's not true.
well,
I've
I've
been
been,
pissed off all day.
bro, they destroyed my entirety of my front yard with cutting everything down. I had three pit bulls come running into the yard today, and I set up like temporary my dog run fence out around my porch. One of the dogs got in through the little side gate for the cats and got trapped in it. And like I kind of felt bad for the dog because it was yelping and crying and everything else, like smashing off the gate trying to get out and couldn't figure it out. But you know, this irresponsible pet owners. Part of the reason why I'm going to be spending like around $20,000 soon, and all this week I'm going to be out there with a chainsaw cutting out branches, trees, and everything else, squaring up the corners of my yard so I can do a full privacy fence around it. Fucking expensive that I shouldn't have to do, all because some dipshit decided that they wanted to cut down a tree that was 8 foot, 10 foot tall and wasn't even close to the power line. So it pissed
On
me
your
off.
yard?
Yes, because they come in, the electric company called it an easement, and they're like, oh no, well, it's got to be 15 feet back so we can get to the line. I'm like, bro, the line's running over it. It's not like it's grown into the pole or hitting anything. All you had to do is clip the top of the tree and it would stop growing because it was an evergreen. So if you clip the top of it, it stops growing. But instead, they went and cut the entire thing out and then two bushes out in the front yard that were creating a natural fence line. I'm pissed.
Well, did you know about the easement when you bought the house?
Yes. But,
Well, then that's on you.
well, no, the whole thing is, I went and looked. So this is coming soon, and you guys probably won't follow me on Twitter or Facebook when I create the two accounts, because Gam Catches Up is going to be an X account and it's going to be a Facebook account. And the reason why is because I'm going to be going off about different stuff that they've done to the environment here, and they're putting a data center. I guess it's about 40 miles away, but the same water source that flows through. And you got idiots online talking about like, well, I don't understand how that's going to affect the water. Like, you sons of bitches, all you got to do is go into the AI that's already exists and ask the AI, what's the problem with an AI data center and the water source that it uses? They think like they're just running tap water through computers and stuff. And it's like, no, they have to put mixed coolant into it. It flushes on a consistent basis and uses like, I think it's like 5 million gallons of water a day, enough for a community of 50,000 on a daily basis. Where do you think that wastewater is leaching to? It's leaching into the swamps. It's leaching into the streams. It's leaching into the plant life. You're killing everything the hell that it's around it. And because you're building this thing in the south, instead of somewhere like, I don't know, Alaska, which would be bad enough because you're harming nature there, but at least Alaska is cold for the most part all year round. You're building it in a hot, humid place means your computers are going to require more cooling than normal. And so you're going to have more water flow than normal. It's just, the whole thing has me like gut sick, where I'm going to go on and just start going off on this stuff.
Yeah, we're having a big argument here in Virginia about that same thing, but they're so smart here. They elected that stupid woman, and she's approving all that crap. And so now they're building data centers all over the place, and we've got the same problem in Virginia too.
Oh, they're doing the same in Alabama as well.
What's up, Rogue?
Hello, sir.
Hey, Rogue, how you doing?
I am tired, but I'm here, sir. How you doing, Bob?
I'm calmer now that I'm over my rant.
Yeah.
I hear you.
Yeah, like I said, I knew it was going to be an ugly one tonight.
They're trying to put in like 2 or 3 different data centers down this way.
Yeah, dude.
Like right by our lower river deltas that are like one of, if not the most biodiverse areas in the country. They're trying to take up 400,000 acres and put a solar farm down there for this crap.
Yeah.
A solar farm?
Yep, and the power is going to go not even anywhere near here. It's going to go all the way to halfway up the state to power their data center up there.
So, the big problem with that is solar power is basically useless for those things. You really need many nuclear plants.
Yeah, but that's what they're doing.
Like if you're doing solar power, that's stupid. It's just,
Yep.
I don't know who's come up with that idea, but they're retarded. Flat out retarded.
Yeah, it's rained
And
here all this week. They wouldn't have gotten any power at all.
Yeah.
and we're also screwed in terms of which is not quite is a little bit related to the data centers because we have two bad choices for our governor this year. One is Doug Jones, who was a horrible, very far left leaning Democrat. And then the other option is a former football coach who was saying, "Oh yeah, we need all the data centers. That's the future for Alabama." So we have two crap options.
So what's going on really is the AI companies are coming in with billions of dollars in donor funds,
Oh yeah, it
and
paid off.
then paying off the politicians just passing it right on to you. It's really going to come down to the citizenry to fight back and like go to the meetings, all that stuff, and fight it out.
We have a lot of commissioners who are saying, "Oh,
And
well, we
I
have
have
no."
not heard about
no
the AI robot teacher. What's up with that?
Hmm?
What's up with the AI robot teacher? Damn it. Let me check the dog.
Is that a question someone asked? Because I have no idea.
Yeah, Stranded asked about it.
Gotcha.
I've seen the AI robot maids, that are folding the little clothes and stuff like that, but I haven't seen the teachers. But hey, you never know. Uh,
I wouldn't be
once,
surprised at this point.
well, my concern would be who's programming the damn teachers.
Well,
Well, I
to be
mean,
fair, that's the question for actual teachers nowadays as well.
all right.
I'm sure that it's being programmed by that really, what's that really masculine woman who's in charge of the teachers union?
I can't remember her
I can see
name.
her face, and she looks
I
just
mean,
like me.
currently they're slowly dismantling the Board of Education, though.
What is that girl's name? Hate it when I can't remember something.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
like Bobby for the rest of
wait for this bad boy to transfer over. There's 2.21 gigs coming across. I
Why do
really,
I want to say Weingarner?
I think that's it. Tammy Weingartner or something like that.
Yeah, she's about the butt ugliest woman I've ever seen in my
I
life.
mean, I don't care how good or ugly she is, does she get the job done is the important part. And with looking at
Nothing against ugly women for those
watching,
in the chat.
have you guys seen these videos where you got people and I'm going to say they're like 18 to 20 and they have them read off like three sentences and they can't
Oh,
read the
it's
sentence
terrible.
correctly?
It's terrible.
I haven't seen it.
Like
Uh,
they can't or gauche or anything like that. They're
the water will
gouache.
be recycled and reused. That would be a good start. Yeah, that's a good start, Bubs. I mean, you need like a contained system. Like the whole thing is, what do we need all this stuff for? What are we really doing with it? I can make fun internet videos. All right, so Man of Steel was number one. Let me see if I can actually get my mouse to stay on long enough. I hate. I really should have gotten a docking station for this thing so I have more ports. So this is the one of the first sculpture I'm moving over. I don't even know if you guys can see that or not. Probably not. God damn
I
it.
got you. I can't see right now.
Fucking thing's starting to piss me off. It's not getting enough voltage to it. Hopefully they won't sleep with the students. I mean, it'd be real interesting if they did, Reb. Tell you that much. Here, hold on. Let me bring this in. Where the hell's the image? Add a new image. Warehouse. Fuck. That didn't work well. There we go. All right. Let's see. If I can actually get my mouse to stay on long enough. Probably not. God damn it. All right. So this is the one of the first sculpture I'm moving over. I don't even know if you guys can see that or not. Probably not. God damn it. All right. So this is the one of the first sculpture I'm moving over. I don't even know if you guys can see that or not. Probably not. think it's this. Yep. So the first file I'm bringing over is this one because I promised to cut it down now forever. I tried before and it failed. So this guy right here will be one of the ones I'm cutting down. Yeah, the black screen and text is the file system. But yeah, this is an image of the file I'll be doing. So this is one of them. And now I got to start looking through files for the Christmas presents and writing down people's names. Also, since I got Rogue in here, that's a good thing.
What's up?
Yeah, this one is actually, well, the one I've got on screen right now was requested a while ago. And this one will actually be getting sent to one of my reviewers once it gets painted. Let me get rid of that. Bam. Get rid of this too. I can't believe I did that. Let's remove that. All right. Since I got you in here, Rogue. Let's see. Patreons. So just to give you guys an idea, this 3-month, 4-month, 5-month, 6-month, all the way up to 12-month, I actually can delete 12-month. Let me see. 12-month, as soon as it loads, if it loads. Such a pain in my ass. This mouse is I'm gonna kill it. These were all the files I got yesterday. Where the hell did my mouse go? There it goes. All this was all yesterday. I got all this crap down. Rogan leaps in here. So, sir, I had told you before I got Darth Revan, right? I have. I don't know if you can read the text on the screen. Actually, you know what? Let me see if I can just bring up the guy's work. And then we can go from there. Go onto my Gumroad. So you can actually kind of look through them and see if there's one you want instead of Revan.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Who did you want, Stranded? Yeah, you should get one too. I was going to send Bob this. Let me bring that shit up. Let's here it is. All right. Got to reframe this because I had it set for YouTube. So the latest prints that have come out, these are the latest ones that had come out that I downloaded. Like Lone Wolf McQuaid, Elvis, there's Man of Steel, Trigon, all this stuff. But the ones that I think Rogue would be interested in are these. So hopefully you can see them on screen, Rogue. We got an XR Kun model. We've got Stormtrooper, Wampa, Ewok, Padme Classic, Gamorrean Guard, Admiral Akbar, Jawas, Flame Trooper from, the trilogy we will not talk about, Anakin Skywalker, Plo Koon, Mandalorian bust, Ahsoka sculpture, Anakin, another Anakin, Rex. I don't have much on Star Wars, but these were all freebies. Anakin bust, the Armorer, Jango Fett, Clone Trooper, Combat Droid 1, Dengar, Jango Fett, the Westar Blaster, Bosk, Qui-Gon Jinn with Mace Windu, it looks like. Well, it might just be him by himself. They might have like a combination that I didn't get the other half of. Yoda, Anakin. We got Cad Bane. We got Darth Vader. I also got a Samurai Darth Vader the other day. He was pretty badass. There's the Darth Revan. The Ebon Hawk ship, Han Solo's blaster, Darth Malak. He's pretty badass looking. You want the NX-01, really? For some reason, I'll look through the files I've got downloaded. I might actually have that stranded. We'll take a look. That's going to be rough. How big did you want it? Did you want like a little guy? Did you want like a medium size? Do you want it like a decent size?
He wants it life size.
Well, it's for stranded. So, but yeah, Rogue, are you looking through these?
Yeah, I'm looking as I'm trying to pack more stuff up. Did something happen with the Revan one, or you just
No,
found
no,
more
no, no,
options?
no. I have so many options. Well, I've got 45 models. So I was
Gotcha.
like, I'm not going to pigeonhole you because the Revan one's pretty cool.
Yeah,
But
because I'm the Revan one.
you think the Revan one?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, if that's the case, well, you know what? I might even be able to get away from. So let's see. Those are his actual lightsabers. Darth Revan sculpture. Copy. And let's move that to. Damn it. If I can actually get there. Shit. I'm going to have to go back into my main files. Stream prints. Darth Revan. He's copying now. He's only 677 megabytes. 32 centimeters. I don't think he'll be that tall when it's complete, but yeah. I got to
I'll speaking
sit down on
freedom
that.
unit, sir. How many
You want
centimeters?
one Elliot Page? Which version? You want Sinon from the Odyssey? I don't think anybody's. I haven't seen anybody even attempt that model yet.
I wonder why.
Yeah. Let's see. All right, so that's two out of there. Those are printed. This is all my Patreon. I might have to go up a notch. Go into my print 3D. Okay. Oh, dear Lord. I have not gone into these files in so long since I've gotten my Patreons. If I can just get my mouse to cooperate here. Rick and Morty. Okay, so not much in this. This was a short drop. Angela Croak of Fogwood. I'm looking for an Enterprise one, or it'll say Star Trek. Let's see, 825, Colossus, Batman statues. Yeah, nothing superiorly amazing in there. Actually, I found where I put some of the ones I had already broken down. All right, let's see, new. Oh God, here we go.
I see David popped in the chat. How you doing, David?
We're all right. What's up, Gimpy?
I'll be back in a little while. I gotta call my wife about something.
All right, well, we got yours knocked out anyway, Rogie.
I'll be back in a little while.
I thought I heard that whip crack.
I am not seeing an NX. I swear to God, I did something where I got all the Star Trek ships. The Boy, Wife, Fishman, Cartoon, Rushes, Busts, Anime. The WTF file is shit that like I downloaded and I was like, what the fuck is this? Way of the Warrior, He-Man Minis, Future maybe? Nope. That was a Smurf that I was going to turn into our friend Smurf. Shout out to him. Let me see, anything under 3D new? Cammy.
David's in England, right?
Yes. I am not hearing David, though. I'm
I
not.
heard him for a second,
Hmm. Yeah, I'm not seeing
or
an
maybe I didn't.
Enterprise. I'm not seeing anything under Star Trek either. I don't know where it is stranded. Let me see here. What are you guys even looking at? Oh, you're still looking at the Star Wars play. Oh, I saw the Odyssey. Yeah. I want one of Paul and Vane. Dear Lord. Yeah, you just want Vane. All right. I'm going to have to search Stranded. I'll have to search the. Well, let me see. Well, no, I'll do that in a minute. Then pull something up. Let's see. This all prints. I need to go to my Patreons. All right. So here's where shit gets tricky. Because now I am selecting. I got to grab my actual pad and paper as soon as I find the damn things. And I've got to select what I'm going to be doing for each family member for Christmas. So there'll be upcoming prints, and some of them I can already cross off because I've already printed them. And I have to be careful too, because if the wife's walking around and I mention one that I already printed for her, she'll hear me and be like, I knew I was getting that. All right, so let me see. The wife, boy. I was going to make Bob one of a midget.
You don't
But,
need to. You
yeah.
don't need to make Bob one. Bob's good.
All right, then I got my daughter-in-law, Ledoux. I got the child. I got the boy. And then I got my daughter who's out west, kiddo. All right, so the wife is already getting Etrigan. That's already established. Ledoux is getting Jason Voorhees. That one's already printed. So that's two down that I don't have to cut and get ready to print and all that other stuff. The child is big on Super Mario Brothers, Sonic, all that. And I just got a print the other day. And I got to look see if I want to do this one. I'll bring that one up on screen for you guys. It was under, I think it was under Wicked. Wicked's got a lot of cool stuff, but it was a Sonic the Hedgehog one. So I've got three options here, guys. I can go with a simple Sonic standing with the hand up, Sonic doing a kick, or I can go with this bad boy, which is this Sonic doing the kick, but then everything to go with it is actually this one. It's Dr. Eggman with him. Don't say midget. Why can't I say midget? Is midget against the rules? What if I'm eating a very small candy bar? They call them midgets.
All I know is I can't say my favorite word.
No, well, actually, to tell you the truth, maybe eventually I'll abandon YouTube and we'll go to Rumble and you can say whatever the hell you want there, Bob. You can drop in
Uh,
bombs if you want. Shit.
oh, I don't never say that. Actually, that's one word I don't think I've ever
Yeah,
said.
I've said it. I say it usually in anger, but I don't. It's not part of my normal vocabulary. You know what I mean? I don't walk around just saying it every day. Nobody calls what midgets midgets.
No, she's talking about my word.
Oh, Devin was talking about your words. Well, no,
The
I
ma-
mean,
the maggots.
yeah, there you go. That's a good way of putting it. I mean, I definitely, that word will fly out of my mouth on a regular basis, but I mean it in exactly the way the word.
I hadn't said it in like 30 years, but maybe back in high school. That's the last time I think I actually
Right. Yeah, yeah. I
said
don't
it.
use it to describe like, gay men just for the sake of it because I hate them or something. I use it on people like, like David. I'll call him that. You know what I mean? He's not has nothing, no
I told you the
connotation
story
to.
about I told you the story about a buddy of mine, Ray Cheeks, right?
Rebel says he doesn't say it; he just writes it down. Yes, you did.
Yeah, I mean Ray was my best friend. I didn't have a problem with it as long as he wasn't hitting on me. That was his business.
Yeah.
But our boss had an issue with it,
Oh yeah,
and
dude. Well, I mean, you get people that are bigoted like that. You know what I mean? I hate the word homophobic because it means you're scared of gay people.
I ain't scared of nobody.
Right. That's what I'm saying. You know, it's like phobia is a fear. It's like I'm not afraid of gay people. You know, being bigoted towards gay people and using that word, that's one thing. But I don't care if you're gay, straight, whatever, as long as you're not an asshole. And even then, it depends on the severity of the level of assholedom. You know. Um, yeah, I got
Somebody
900.
just pop in the chat.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, Rogue came
I'm
back.
back.
I thought I heard the
So
little bing.
You
I,
did.
I was showing you this, Rogue. I'm
Huh?
debating. Do I go with the Sonic just standing by himself, or do I go with this full ass model with him fighting Eggman?
Let me pull the string back up. I'm grabbing stuff that we haven't gotten out of the mobile apartment yet. We
Well,
gotta get it
Devin,
out by
that's
the porch.
correct. Either a meatball or a cigarette. Yeah, because that's what they call meatballs over there too. Which reality is, they used to equate. I think I've told this story about it, right? Where the origin of the word, like words have origins. The only word that I can't find an origin for is the F word. Like a true origin of the F word. But for that word,
Application.
for the F slur, it's actually an interesting story. So the story goes that back in the day they would burn witches, right? And if they had no witches to burn, they would also do the same thing to homosexual people. And so they would say, what else burns? A bundle of sticks. So they would say, like, go get that bundle of sticks to burn them at the stake. And that's where the
There's
origin.
something.
That's messed up, but that's the way. That's the origin of the word.
You know, it
You're
wasn't
saying
on
the
your list
Eggman?
of topics. It wasn't on your list of topics to talk about today. But did you see overseas where that Muslim took the van and drove it through a parade of alternative lifestyle people?
No.
See, ABO could have talked about that.
Wait. And where at overseas?
I thought it
France,
was in
England,
Germany.
Germany?
Yeah,
And ran over a bunch of LGBT community people?
and it was a Muslim.
A Muslim.
Let's see.
Damn, brother. Really? How many? Everybody live? Just
I think
injuries,
one
or?
person died and
Oh my
four people
God!
are hurt.
I know that
And guess
that.
what? It wasn't even the people in the parade that he ended up running over. It was just a bunch of other people standing around watching the parade.
Wow.
See, listen to Bob. I'll give you the news.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'll take it. Rebel gives me news all the time too. He'll be like, "Yo, did you see this?" And like
Ooh.
Rebel's real subtle. I have to pay attention when Rebel speaks, especially Bob, because like he goes, "Oh, chick was stabbed on a subway. A Ukrainian chick was stabbed on a subway by a black dude that was crazy." And I was just like, "All right, whatever, Reb." Dude, it was the biggest news story for the next like 3 weeks. I was like,
Oh
damn
yeah,
it.
I
I
saw
should
that.
have investigated this immediately. So I listen to Rebel anytime he tells me something because
Yeah, that was a big story.
he's usually ahead of time on stuff. All right, so the Eggman one is the one we're talking about, the one with Eggman.
I like the one with like just Sonic with the kick. The one with Eggman might be a bit overkill.
Um, yeah, I mean there is an Eggman by himself sculpt too. Let me pull that up. Like, yeah, he's holding like one of the gems or whatever. Um, all right, well, I'll let you guys. A Muslim would never do that. Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Check it out, Rebel. See if I'm
Dude,
wrong. See if I'm
Rebels.
lying.
He's joking, Bob. He's joking. Um,
I
Puppy,
know
lay
he is.
down, dude.
I just busting his chops.
All right, guys. Eggman and Sonic, or where they're battling, or Eggman Sonic where they're standing together. I'll do two figures then in that case. I'll let
Who
you
the hell is the
guys.
Eggman?
He's the villain from Sonic the Hedgehog, which is a video game, Bob.
Oh, okay. That's probably why I'm in the dark.
Yeah, it's fine. But yeah, I'll let you guys call it. Do I want them solo or battling? Let me see. It won't let me pull up both at the same time. So we have the one that I've got the cursor on right now, moving around. Right. You were thinking Eggman because it's Sonic's enemy. Well, I'm going to do Eggman either way. But do I want to do them when they're standing, like the one you see here? Or do I want to do this one here where they're battling? And then if I do the standing one, I'll do this Sonic. Give me 1 minute. Dog's got to go out. David says battle.
Why does I think that this one on the left looks oddly like the old timer? Uh, who was the guy driving the boat with the big wheel on it?
Bluto? From
Not
Popeye?
Pluto.
Well, there's Bluto and Pluto. There's two different versions of the character.
Let me think.
Give me 1 minute. Let me walk this dog. He's got pee. All right.
It was Steamboat Willie. That's
It's
who I was
it's
thinking of.
not Steamboat Willie. It's not exactly. No, it's actually video game version, not the Jim Carrey version. Battle. Okay. All right. So we'll get the battle one down. Let me move that over from the hard drive. Let's see. That would have been Wicked video games. The hard ones are going to be when I get to the wife's, because it's going to be a lot of cryptid. Let's see. What the fudge? Where the hell is it? Video games. There we go. I got to go to the new folder that came in. All right, Sonic Diorama should be it. As soon as I get the damn mouse working again. I really should have gotten a, an expansion base.
Hey, I'm going to go ahead and drop off. I'll be listening, and if you say something that pisses me off, then I'll come back on. All right.
Fair enough, Bob. Fair enough. I mean, even if I don't, you got something you want to add, you know, you're always welcome.
All right. Talk to y'all later.
All right, brother. Let's see. We'll get that one over. Okay. Oof. That one's 3.45 gigabyte compressed, so we're probably looking at like 6 to 7 gigs when it expands. All right, so she's getting that. She's getting Sonic. All right. The only thing I have with the Star Trek ones, I don't know how that's going to come off. You still there, Brogy?
Yeah, I'm here.
In other words,
Let me know
probably
if
been.
there's any background noise. Huh?
Nah, you're fine. You're fine.
Well, I'm saying that because I'm driving now, leaving this apartment, headed across to our current one.
Gotcha. How's married life going anyway, bud? Going good or what?
Well, it's good. She's kind of struggling right now. She hurt her back at work back in February, and it got better, but she tore the muscles between her shoulder blades and back. Well, at this point,
Yo,
a
Rogue.
week from
I
yesterday
listen,
back.
Rogue. I know you just got married. You got to stop blowing the wife's back out, though.
Ha ha ha. A week from this past Saturday back, she was putting some stuff up in the cabinet, crouched down or sitting down. I'm not sure exactly. I wasn't at home. But she twisted and her back popped, and it pretty much re-aggravated the injury where it's worse than it was back in February. And she can't get into a specialist orthopedic until
Oh God.
the 5th, so like a week and a half.
Oh God.
And we've been to the ER twice because the pain's been so bad.
Oh Jesus.
So
Poor
pretty
thing.
much she has been unable to do any physical lifting at all. She's had to call out for a whole week of work. Lots of issues.
Good Lord. Yeah, when it rains, it
So
pours.
I've been, and we still have stuff in the old apartment that I'm trying to move across by myself. It's not furniture stuff, so we're not doing a U-Haul or anything. But it's enough where it's going to take several more trips, and I've got till the 1st to get, well, till the end of the month, so the 31st to get everything out.
Gotcha.
And she's unable to help.
Rebel.
That and our current apartment's also on the 3rd floor, so a lot of up
yeah.
and down, 2 flights of stairs.
Well, good. You work some of that fat off your ass, son.
Right?
Especially in this heat.
Yeah, we're under an extreme heat warning down here.
Yeah.
Heat index has been hitting 108, 110.
Yeah, we've been right there with you. It just rained tonight, and I was afraid it might knock out power or something. Rebel, you asked for Ed 209, so I've got him coming down right now. I don't know if I'll do the rockets launching off him, but he will be I'll cut him down and make him a future project too. There is a method for doing chrome that I've been wanting to try anyway with this powder and actually nail polish. So that could be an interesting one to test that out on. Where's the next Bob song? I'd have to write it. Yeah, I have to switch gears in my brain to do a Bob song. Bob songs are not easy because there's a lot to work with, and you've got to really nail it down to a section at a time. Like when I did Bob's Nut Kick, and it was just everything thrown in there like kitchen sink. The song's funny and everything. The only issue I have with everything with it is that it's too much. You know what I mean? Like maybe if I do a song called Lonely Bob where he's in a bar drinking and he's picking up girls and then he gets in the fight with the 3 guys and thrown through the window on his bar stool, that could be like a whole song on its own. But it's just like 3 lines in one song. Although, oh my God. Well, Bob's going to be jumping back in the chat in a minute. You guys are evil. I'm just going to let you guys know that now, that you're evil, because, you know, you had to bring that up. I gotta show these. Oh my God, do I have to show these? So I was telling everybody I'm gonna cut together a music video for Bob, right? For the Bob song for Bob's Nut Kick or whatever. Man, Bob's gonna kill me. Well, I don't know. He's gonna kill me. He might laugh because none of these look like Bob. But AI determined what Bob looked like. And yeah. Let me see. I got to get into. I got to go to where they're at on the hard drive. But I actually have them on this computer. Nope, that's the David and Danny. Let me see. Image. Let me see. Bob's Nut Kick.
You're still not getting background noise from me, are you?
No.
It's showing that it's picking something up on my mic, but all right.
Shit, this won't resize to the output. So the first image from Bob's Nut Kick, right? Because we know how the song goes. As a matter of fact, I thought this said like what the lyrics were down at the bottom of it, but I'm not seeing it. Do I want to show the images or do I actually want to play the video? Let's play the video. Let me see. I should have the video. It's just a raw video. I'm going to have to mute the video. Because it like the AI just talks. Right? Like, let me see. Where the hell did that video go? Damn, really? Stupid thing. Media. I may have to do the... But yeah, you guys will get a kick out of the actual video. All right. If I can get the video to open on here and actually like let it go for stream. See if I can't just do a window capture with it. Damn it, you guys are derailing me from picking out the models.
A song about a very short man named Bob.
Okay, yeah, here it is. Oh, shit, Bob's going to kill me. Bob's going to kill me. So, again, I didn't put anything in this other than the... Holy shit. It's Bob's Nut Kick. There it is. Okay. I didn't put anything in other than the lyrics to Bob's Nut Kick. And then I told AI to generate a video from it. And yeah, this was the cover songs. Or this was the cover, folks. This was the cover to it. Hopefully you guys can see it now. Rebels dying. Now, the AI is just going to talk, right? Okay, it was created with crreo.ai. Shout out to them. Not stealing your stuff, guys. Just showing it off. But I put in just the lyrics from the song. So I'm going to tell you guys this now. I did no prompting. I didn't say, hey, do this, do that. But it took the lyrics from the song and broke down and made a video. And here's the video, guys. And it's going to read the lyrics from the song as it goes. So this way, the AI is basically telling you what it made. My favorite is in this picture, right? In this part of it right here. Look at the girl in the background, just like horrified, because Bob's like picking her. He's swiping right on her. I know, Bob. Like I said, I did not tell the AI what you look like or any of this stuff. It's just what the AI generated from the lyrics of the song. So here we go.
Song about a very short man named Bob who is in a bar trying to pick up girls and failing. Then 3 big men walk up to Bob and ask him to leave, and he kicks them in the nuts. Kicks them until they vomit. Power of Bob. The three men then threw Bob, who is sitting in a bar stool, through the front window, and Bob ends up going home with a Taiwanese female that is
I'm just dead. Oh my god. Holy shit. Again, this is AI reading the lyrics and putting stuff towards them.
really romantic. And he doesn't care, so he goes in the wrong end anyway. The next day, Bob goes to the drive-in with his buddy and watches an adult film.
Now, the only problem with that, they never show, like, you know, the adult film apparently is a horror movie. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. To Danny DeVito, I was like, what the fuck? It picked up, like, you know, Always Sunny or whatever. But yeah, then he ends up joining the Navy and becomes a fireman that handles hose, right? So
He ends up joining the Navy and becomes a fireman that handles hose. He fills up his commanding officer's office with sewage because he cut into the wrong pipe. Bob really loves the wrong pipe. Behold the power of Bob the Powerful, Bob the Horny, Bob the Swipe Right, Bob the Power Bottom. All hail Bob. All hail the power of Bob.
So yeah, that's Bob's video for the song, but I'm gonna have to space out the imagery in the song. Sora doesn't exist anymore, I don't think. I think they shut Sora down. The whole thing was everybody was using Sora to do stuff, and they made no money on it, and they ended up going belly up. Yeah, I know. Well, that's why I'm saying, Bob, each story needs its own little breakdown, right? Yeah, here we go. Let's.
Very short man
Here you
named
go.
Bob, who is in a bar trying to pick up girls and failing. Then three big men walk up to Bob and ask him to leave.
So if we cut the video together, let's see if I can't do this. This is going to be interesting. This is where I've got to be on. I need to turn this all the way off. Oh, shit, come on. Fucking mouse cut out again. If I go find Bob's Nut Kick and play it while the video, while hitting play and pause. All right, let's see. Yeah, I also got Bob Goes Down, that song. I did a video for that too, and that one, like, it actually is like a sailor out at sea and going below decks and scrubbing the deck and all kinds of stuff. It was interesting the way it decrypted it. Let's see, AI music. Where Smurf Stingus, Haters Eat These Nuts, Bob's Nut Kick. Is this the right song? Shit. No. That's the dancing one. Here it is. Okay, this is the power of Bob. But then I need to go back. I gotta open the other one in a new window. That's all. Dear Lord. Man. Let me see. Can I use Clipchamp for this? Will it actually go? Because I'm going to need two different programs. Otherwise, they're not going to layer over. Let me see. Yeah, I think I can do it this way. So if let me hide that window. doing another window capture. We might actually be able to do the video right here. I just got to get this all set up. All right. Let's see if this works the way I think it's going to. All right, here we go.
Song about a very short man named Bob who is
Song about a very short man named Bob who was in a bar, trying to pick up girls and failing.
All right. All right, I gotta figure out how to turn off the voice on this. There we go. Volume all the way off. So if we do this right, if I do this right, it'll go along with the music. Here we go, guys. Let's see if we can't do this in real time.
Song about a very short man named Bob who was in a bar, trying to pick up girls and failing. Then three big men walk up to Bob and ask him to leave, and he kicks them in the nuts. He kicks them until they vomit! Power of Bob! The three men then threw Bob, who is sitting in a bar stool, through the front window. And Bob ends up going home with a Taiwanese female that is really a man. Bob is drunk and he doesn't care, so he goes in the wrong end anyway. The next day, Bob goes to the drive-in with his buddy and watches an adult film. He ends up joining the Navy, becomes a fireman that handles hose. He fills up his commanding officer's office with sewage because he cut into the wrong pipe. Bob really loves the wrong pipe.
There we go.
Behold the power of Bob, the powerful Bob, the horny Bob, the swipe right Bob, the power button. All hail Bob, Bob. All hail the power of Bob.
All right, yeah, there we go. What do you guys think? You think that's the video right there? I think that'll make a good like little TikTok type video. Good Lord, Bob's gonna fucking kill me. Surprised Bob's not already. I'm in the chat. Bring me in. I'm gonna kill you.
Gracious, is it that bad?
No, it's actually like really funny because for whatever reason, he said you suck. I think you suck. I think you suck, you jackass. It's actually not terrible. There's just one part where it's like, and then he takes home a what you gonna call it? What's the line? Bob ends up going home with the Taiwanese female that is really a man. And like that part, like I can't believe the AI did it. Like it did it, and I was like, oh my God. It's like the funniest part in the whole thing. All right, back on task. Okay. So I still need a second one for Ledoux, a second one for Child. The wife's going to have a shit ton. The boy. The boy, I'm going to have to. Let's see what we got. I tried this before, and I'm thinking that I'm going to have to go. I think I'm going to go with this one. I think I'm going to go with the full body sculpture of Gandalf. You can kind of see the full body sculpture right here fighting the Balrog. Because I did a different Balrog for him before. And I would like to do this diorama. This diorama stands about 3.5 foot tall, 4 foot tall. So it's way too big. He didn't look Taiwanese though. Well, I told you when I did so the two Britons, so David and Danny Boss, the song about them, and like Danny gets in a fight with a Muslim man, right, while walking down the street, while walking his dog or whatever. When that came up, it would not let me generate the imagery, and I had to change the word Muslim to what did I say? Arabian Sheik. And then it changed it over to like a Muslim man, basically. It was fucking weird. Like, but it would not, it said you can't do that. It's racist. I was like, really? That's where we're at now. You're programming AI where you can't say the word Muslim to it? That's a problem. Yeah, I tried like 3 or 4 times. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with the full body of Gandalf, which is going to be a pain in the ass. But yeah, I'll just have to. That's going to, when I do Gandalf, I'm going to have to put myself in a certain frame of mind and not be angry when I paint him. Like at all. Like maybe we'll write a song about Bob right before I go and do that print. Like actually like start painting it. Because I want that one to have kind of happiness in it. Because Gandalf is probably my favorite character from Lord of the Rings. I've always had a soft spot for him. Who's the damn... Oh my god. I am going to kill this fucking thing. I cannot get my mouse and keyboard to work for a shit when this backup drive is hooked. You know what? I'm going to do this. I'm just going to kill my file system. And I will just pull them down raw right from the internet. I'll just re-download them. I don't have enough juice running off my controller for the... I need to either boost the signal on that, all because it's USB-A instead of USB-C. Let's see, we got... So I'm going to need to download that. I'm going to have to get the head with the beard. Now, you can get these... what the fuck? So there is an error apparently in the original coding with the right hand, and the sword is thicker. So the sword must have been too thin and shattering when it was printing. But yeah, what a pain in my ass. All right, that takes care of the boy. Gandalf's a rough one. Get some rest, Stranded. We won't get the cops called on us. We've already done the angry segment, so I'm kind of more in the chill, relax. Let's get focused. Let's get printing. Talk smack to one another. Any like fun stories? Anything crazy going on? The only issue with downloading everything, and I was afraid of this, because I'm streaming out, my internet download speed has got to be poo-poo. So I got 3 files coming down. All right, one drop down, no problem. Other one drop down, no problem. Now I just got to hope this third one kicks in a little bit quicker. All right. At 209. Let's see. Okay, so boys getting Gandalf. All right. I still got more for the wife. Still got more for the child. My daughter-in-law. She's getting Jason Voorhees because I get her a serial killer, at least one every time I do Christmas stuff and all that. And then, of course, there's birthdays, all this. So our next one that I want to do for her, well, if I could actually spell, she loves this movie. I showed this to David. David's like, yeah, that's epic. You should do it for her. I'm not sure how big this fucking thing's going to be. But it's got the mayor, it's got Oogie Boogie, it's got Jack and Sally, and then the dog is pulling the sleigh or whatever. It's the actual cover from Nightmare Before Christmas. What's up, Rocco? Good to see you, bud. Bob, I told you I put it into AI and it didn't tell me what was up. So, Nightmare Before Christmas. Non-supported. 5.3 gigabytes. It's going to be a big-ass model. We're probably going to have to shrink it down. Okay, so that takes care of Ledoux. Takes care of the daughter-in-law. Right, Herzen, Nightmare, 4, Xmas. Yeah, no kidding. Being able to sneak into the drive-in definitely would be cool. Some of these, I have to, there's stuff that I want to do for myself too, guys, that I got to hold back on. Let me I'm going to look through. These guys I just got a Patreon to called Tanuki. But they've got some really, really nice models here. They got John Wick. This one I really, really want to do myself, but it's going to have to wait. But Dr. Octopus. Which reminds me, I do have something else to talk about. They did Hall H yesterday at San Diego Comic-Con, which is the Marvel presentation. And I don't know if you guys watched, saw anything to do with it or not. Probably not, because you're not nerds like that. Nothing here I want. But yeah, really, it was a big yawn fest. So they announced that Ryan Gosling will be playing Ghost Rider in a movie coming out in 2028. So, Ghost Rider movie. They announced that the guy who played the android and he was in The Long Walk is going to be T'Challa's son. And they're going to do Black Panther 3 also in 2028. He's going to take over the mantle. And then they showed some of the cast from Doomsday was there, and that was pretty much it. They showed a new trailer with little snippets of stuff that you hadn't seen before, and unfortunately everything sounds like it is basically right in line with what all the spoiler I read out not long ago, it all lines up with it, and I'm just shaking my head. All right, 406 models off of this guy, which I already did this Kingdom Come Superman. He's printed out, ready to roll. He's one to paint. got all the... There's another Henry Cavill that they did that I got in the back stock. I don't like the look of it, though. I think the new one's much, much better, much cleaner. Who am I looking for now? My daughter. Okay. Let's go back to child. So I want to say I'm going to have to go to Wicked again because he does all the video game terms. And it would be Mario. So I've got the Nintendo 64 version. We've got the Super Mario World version where he's riding on Yoshi. We have the one from the movie. We got the one from Super Mario 3. We got old school original Mario. Him and Luigi together. I've already painted this one. They gave this one away free. It's one of the reasons why I found Wicked, why I actually subscribed to their Patreon and started messing with them to begin with, because the model was so nice and so crisp and clean. It made me want to pay them for it. What are we thinking here, guys? The other way I can go with this, I can go with the diorama that has all of them. But it's going to be small. You know what? I'm doing the Sonic diorama. I'm just going to go with a simple one. I'm just going to go with this one. I'll go with the one where he's just hitting the star. That should be easy. Do I want to do the star or do I want to do the Tanuki suit? Or the raccoon ears? We'll download both of them. They're small. So hopefully they're not too terrible. All right. What else do we got? So we're going to do child gets Mario, Sonic, and then... Shit. I need to look at Pokemon. Wonder if this will just switch over. I actually switched the screen over. It did. Let's see if anybody put up free Pokemon models. They have. I may do a Pokemon too. They got a whole Pokemon chess set. That's pretty cool. Let's take it back. All right. Who do I have left? The boy. Actually, there's one I want to do for the boy. Do I have... I'm going to look through all creators now. I don't have an Alice Little. Let me try Wonderland. Not Wonder Woman. Nope, no Wonderland. What about a Mad Hatter? I do have a Mad Hatter. You know what? I'm going to do the Mad Hatter for the boy as well. So you guys might be wondering if you can see the files and all that, how it comes up and it says Mad Hatter Sculpture Non-Supported. Then you have one that's one piece and then one that's pre-supported. And then these have already been hollowed and prepared. The X pose shows you how to put the model together. This is images of the entire model. This tells you the size of the model. The reason I go with the non-supported is because then I can hollow it myself, support it myself, and hide some of the support lines so I don't have to do as much repair work on it after the fact. The one piece, you can print these out. It's legit exactly what it sounds like. It's just one piece, but you can shrink them down and make minifigures with them. So like Dungeons and Dragons mini, you can do that with all these sculptures. They're really awesome like that. You can resize them. It's harder to paint and everything else, but it's pretty neat if you wanted to collect like a whole thing of all the Batman Rogues Gallery, for example. All right, so I'm going to do the Mad Hatter for him. I need a second sculpt for the wife. And then I got to do a bunch of cryptids. But I'll mess with the cryptids later. There's a couple of them I really want to do, but I know they need repair work. Let's see, we got Dead Man or Deadpool. I'm torn on that one. Dead Man. I may do him. This one I got to do for myself eventually. Swamp Thing. So easy to get sidetracked. I'm thinking Dead Man though. Let me see. Who else do we have that's Justice League Dark? Constantine. Two different Constantines. I don't really like the face on them though. Trying to think who else, like, I'm thinking of peripheral characters that would be cool because the Etrigan's pretty big. That's going to be one of the bigger ones. That base is complicated as shit. Like Bob said when I showed Bob the base for that, he's like, "Oh, you're going to have fun painting that one." He's not wrong. The more I look at it, the more I'm like, "Damn, I can't believe I'm going to do this shit." Yeah, maybe Dead Man. You know what? Let me just look through Berserk. I'm just gonna look through his reasons and see what we got. No, Vampirella would be a cool one. We got Hellboy. There's if I painted this one, my wife would throw me out of the house. This James Gunn Superman, she would divorce me and throw me out of my home. It's a pretty good Guy Gardner. Let's take a look. Harley Quinn that laughs, no. Robin King. Dawnbreaker. He did all the Batman medals, which that's where the Batman Who Laughs comes from. He also used to do a lot of Spawn models. The Bat and the Cat. Huntress. No. I may have to go way far back. Here's the Riddler model I did. That's what the original base looks like too, by the way, guys, right here. See all the TVs and dynamite and everything. I just went with the simplified base because I wasn't too worried about it. It was more about the figure. The one guy with the Tommy gun, that's, I can just search it real quick. This one, it's the ventriloquist. So it's like his dummy is actually the one. Dummy's name is Scarface. And, yeah. Yeah, like, it's basically like he never says a word. The dummy does all the talking, and he carries him around. The dummy's actually a mob boss, Batman villain. It's actually a pretty cool one. He's sitting on a bar stool and everything, getting ready to be thrown through a front window like Bob. Yeah, I'm thinking this is another one. I may do this one. The Spectre. He would be brutal. The hardest part is going to be getting all the shadowing in because his skin is basically pale white. And the stained glass window behind him. Mandrake's another one. Actually, you know what? Now I'm thinking of it. The Phantom. Not really one of her favorites, but the only other one is Zan. Really? There we go. Oh, did I put an N in there? Yeah, it should just be Zatanna. And the only thing is, I don't like her face. But I think somebody else did this one. Um, and did it better. Let me look. Shit, I can't go there. Because there's the models the one guy gives, some of them are topless and stuff, so. But I'm trying to think. I need like an obscure character, kind of like Etrigan. Let me see. Let's see who's in Justice League Dark. I thought I covered all the bigger names, but there might be somebody I'm overlooking. Although I'm thinking Dead Man at this point might be the best one to go with. Let me see. I should have typed in Justice League Dark members. There we go. Alright, so Constantine Deadman, Madame Xanadu, Shade the Changing Man, Swamp Thing, Detective Chimp, Man Bat, Dr. Fate. She doesn't like Dr. Fate though. Wonder Woman, Etrigan. She loves Constantine. Actually, you know what? I know who. Guy had a Tommy gun hat, smoking a cigar. Hold on, we'll go through them. Because we were only like 8 pages in or whatever. Flash Gordon. Let's see. Aquaman. This right here, is this what you were talking about? That one, Ian?
Jam, you'll appreciate how I'm becoming more of an ornery individual from this.
An
I've been
honorary individual.
increasingly agitated. Yeah, you know, I drive for a living, right?
Right.
Well, on top of, well, aside from the buyout and everything that's changing and everybody being pissed off, um, I don't know if I've told you about all that, but that's a whole nother crap show. I've become increasingly agitated with how many people from out of state have been clogging up our roads
Oh,
and
God.
have very agitated here lately because people don't know how to drive through a tunnel without stopping like there's a stop sign or a traffic light in the middle of it.
Oh, I got you. This one, Ian? Yeah, well, bro, you should try being like just outside a resort town and having to go shopping towards said resort town. You would find it disgusting. And like the worst part is, even on its worst day down here, it's not even close to what just average traffic was when I lived in New Jersey. It was
Sir, you
terrible.
don't realize I'm on a main route for the majority of states to go to any of the beaches in Florida and Alabama.
He's in Alabama.
And
Dog, really? What? Ian, that's the puppet without the ventriloquist behind him. Let me see what the hell is setting this dog off. Sorry, Rogue. Fucking dogs like barking at nothing. Like not. I figured like maybe the cats are fighting something. I go out, nothing. But yeah, Alabama's crazy like that. How many people are going to the
Well,
beach anyway?
man, it's everyone. I've seen Minnesota tags. I've seen Utah tags. Crap ton of Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Idaho, Montana,
Idaho?
Minnesota,
No, the hell with that. Idaho.
New Jersey,
Yeah.
both of the Carolinas,
I,
Georgia.
I'm gonna say
I've
this.
seen
I'm gonna
most,
get. I'm gonna
probably
get pushback, and somebody's gonna tell me I'm wrong. I will tell you
you're wrong.
now. Well, yeah, fair enough. The worst drivers, in my opinion, in the entirety of the United States are Ohio. The New York drivers are very aggressive, but they know what they're doing. Like they drive like assholes, but they actually can drive. New Jersey drivers pretty damn bad, but nowhere near as
Mm.
bad as Pennsylvania drivers. Ohio drivers, like I used to think it was Pennsylvania drivers that were pretty terrible, and then I moved down here. The Ohio drivers, I swear, cause more accidents than anybody else. Like no turn signals, just dead stop in front of you. Like you're like, what are you doing? You smoking crack?
Well, take all those states and smash them into one interstate with two lanes.
Yeah.
That also goes down into a tunnel that people don't know how to drive into.
Get your gun. Dogs always know when someone's around. Well, that's just it. Like he does let me know. Although, oh my god, I don't know if you heard that story, Rogue.
What's that?
So they had come. I was out cold, I guess, when they did it. I woke up like probably about 11:30 in the morning. Like I woke up late, and my wife's like, "I don't want you to panic, but they butchered the tree." And I went out and they had cut down the tree and all this.
Mm-hmm.
I went out,
Yeah, I've heard.
figured out immediately it was the electric company or whatever. The next day, I got up like 7 in the morning, and like I never get up early. Like I'm lazy as shit. Like I sleep till late day and then do all the yard work, all that kind of stuff. Man, bad
Oh, I
sounds
know.
pretty cool. And I hear the machines going, stuff getting cut, and all this. I look outside and I'm like, oh hell no, bro. They took out it's when they cut the two bushes. I grabbed the old 22 rifle and friggin' went out fucking because we're in South Carolina, so constitutional carry is legal. So I'm like, I'm not letting somebody get in a draw down on me. I'm going to draw down on him. Man, I went out there pointing that fucking thing. I didn't point it directly at him, but I pointed in his direction. Was just like, nudge the barrel down, like get the fuck out of your vehicle.
Yeah.
And he got out, and yeah, we had a whole conversation. But yeah, I was fucking flipped. Like I was like, I have not drawn down on somebody in years.
I haven't had to yet, but I've had some times where it came close to it.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is you got to really discern the situation. You know, sometimes you don't want to go out and draw down. Other times it's like, yeah, I'm going to go out there. This asshole's in a vehicle that could pretty much just run me over. I need something that can at least penetrate the glass if need be.
The great equalizer.
Yep. Or because normally I'd go out there with my gloves on, or the old blade, and I was just like, yeah, I better take the gun because there's no way I can get through that glass. Like I'm not getting to him before he gets me. But yeah, nobody here, Bob. And like like I said, the cats out front, they fight from time to time. I think I'm gonna do this dead man for the wife is her second big model. I've already got one that I had painted on the side for her, which is Fisto from He-Man, which is running joke between us. I don't know what to do for my kid, for kiddo. But I think we should have enough where I can start knocking these things and getting them into shape. Let me see. Bob. It comes up with Bob's nut kick. That's fucking crazy. Alright, so I've got everything from Ed 209 up to the Dead Man sculpture. And I do have recent downloads, so I guess I can look at them too. Alright. Now for the funnest part of the funnest part. Oof. That's a lot of shit. I'm going to look through my downloads real quick. Let's see. Runebound Portal, Robbie. Fuck it. Alright, there's 2 cryptids. Actually, that's 3 cryptids. It's just a matter if I can get them to fit on the plate. I'm going to get these 3 in, and let's start making some sausage. So, let's see, minimize. So, I see Devon's in the chat. What has been up, Devon? How are you? Everybody give Devon some popcorn. She's been quietly in the background, just getting ready to munch, hanging out with Bob. Power of Bob. All hail the power of Bob and his nut kick. No, I don't need that one. I need that one. Nice, Rogue. You gave her the big ones too. Nice. She's trying to watch her weight, damn it.
And popcorn is empty calories.
Yeah, well, hey, you know what? You're not wrong. All right. Who do we start with? Which one? I guess we'll unpack Darth Revan first. All right, Rogue, let's see what kind of pain in the ass you're going to be, buddy.
A huge one, sir. Okay, the seedlings are coming along good.
Okay, Darth Revan.
Some tree seeds planted. I'm going to try my hand at barns.
This is going to be interesting. All right, I'm going to pull everything in all in one shot, and then we're going to figure out what needs to go into FDM. What we're going to be doing in here. New fix helmet, new fix torso, new fix upper body. Torso, okay, so I guess I can skip that. What the, oh shit, there's also a one piece base. Alright, it's going to take a minute for it to load in. Had a murder trial about a month ago. Carmela 2.0 featuring a stalking love triangle. Old boyfriend stabs new boyfriend in front of girl and claims self-defense when the police show up. So he got convicted of manslaughter? Well, does it meet? Was it so it wasn't premeditated, heat of the moment. Okay. What was the sentence? Did they sentence him yet? Just because a woman's only a 5 doesn't mean there isn't a man willing to kill for her. Like, you know, sometimes it's not about how attractive you are. God damn it, Rogue. 20 objects. You're killing me, buddy.
Oh, that's all.
Well, I need to see what's going on with this. So the new fixed torso, everything else. First things first, I'm going to see how big this cape is. So this is at 100%. Oh, he did this fucking thick. That is a very thick, flowy cape. All right, so that's easy enough. I just got to determine. Let me look at the base. The base is going to be one of the other things because if I don't need to. Yep. All right. The base almost fits on the plate at 100%. I'm probably going to be able to do this model actually at 100%, so no resize to it. That's good news. The big problem is going to be I can get this cape out of here. Let's delete that out because these are going into, and I'll have to load up the window for it, but another slicing program. This is where the problem is going to be. The length on these lightsabers are going to take like 7 hours to fucking print.
Gracious, that long?
Well, the whole problem is look how long this thing is in the box. Just to give you an idea, if I go stand her up straight and we'll go into the scaling for it. Right now it's in millimeters, which only David would understand. So the lightsaber is 6.11 inches.
Gracious.
So
How tall is the model? In inches.
I don't know. I mean, I can reduce it down if you want. Let me see. If I did it like 80%, usually I print it right around 80%. I don't want to go to 800. Yeah, by the way, guys, if something's like 1/6 scale or whatever, you can do math, and then this thing will allow you to blow it up to life size. So if you actually wanted to say like, Doctor Doom's helmet or something, I wanted to print one, I could blow it up to life size. 80%, it comes down to just under 5 inches. That's not bad. Let me see. The boot. All right, we got the arm. So he's got multiple cuts in him. What's this droid? The part of the problem here is I've got to look at the base and see what goes into this base. So like, see how this droid is actually part of this base right there?
Mm-hmm.
Boom, it's gone. I don't need to print that. And the reason I don't need to print that is because I can do the base in one piece in the FDM and do it as big as I need to. Which that looks like an Imperial probe droid for some reason. It's weird.
That wouldn't fit the era at all.
Yeah, that wouldn't fit the era at all. The logo can go bye-bye. Let me see what the front skirt is. Okay, that's a loincloth for him. I think we're going to want that to cover his nuts, sir. Right leg. We got a lower body. Oh, shit. This could be a problem. Now I've got a debate. Let me see. Didn't I see like, oh, there's torso. Okay, that is just a torso. Let me look at the helmet. Helmet looks good too. Yeah, the helmet's pretty cool. It's got the cloak on and everything else. So I have to make a choice here. Because I could print this entire lower half all in one piece. Should I do that or should I do it as a bunch of parts? That means I got to go back into the files again. Let me go look through files real quick. Base cape, left. All right, so I've got lower body, torso, One piece base, one piece revenue. If you want to see what the entirety of the model looks like altogether, I'll load that in right now. Let me see. So dumb, ain't nobody worth going to jail over. I mean, there are, yeah. With me personally, my wife, I always say it's worth going to jail over her. Then again, it's my wife. I wouldn't expect somebody else to go to jail over her. But I mean, it could also be because I'm married and all that stuff. So here you go, Rogue. I'll actually. This is not going to be the size of the model, but just so we can see it clearly, let's take her down to 50. This is what your model's going to look like. He's going to be back further because this peg goes right there into the base. But yeah, that's pretty much what Darth Revan's looking like.
It looks just like a probe droid, which would not fit at all. I wonder what that's
No.
about.
Wow. It does look like a probe droid. I don't know why.
It would make more sense to have like a Mandalorian skull there or something.
Yeah, I agree.
Not skull.
Yeah. I mean, he reminds me of Doctor Doom, to be honest with you, with a battle droid helmet on or something. But yeah, this is the full model altogether. And that's I've got him shrunk down to 50%, so he's only 6 inches tall. So he's about a foot tall if I do him at 100% at that point. Let me see. Yeah, he's about a foot tall. So 80% of a foot is what it would end up at. I'm just debating if I want to do this bottom. If I do the bottom half, let me see. Let's delete him out. Hide this. So let's see. There's one leg. I want to see how complicated the geometry is on all of this. So it looks like the legs are actually his waist. Move that into place. So the legs are actually the waistline, it looks like. That's exactly what it is. Like they're the skirting. So if this is off at all, I'm kind of screwed. Move all that back real quick so you can get a good look. But then I could do it like this. Then I print out this foot going back. This foot comes down. Then I print out the crotch cover. I mean, he's basically just black, correct?
Yeah, aside from the mask and then the sabers, I think it's mostly black.
Right, like his cloak and everything flowing off him is basically black. So I'm debating if I just want to do.
There's like some maybe leather brown mixed in, and maybe some silver on the straps, but by and large,
No,
it's
no,
main.
no. I'm talking about just for like this lower half.
Gotcha.
Because here's the thing, right? Let me hide those legs out. So here's the lower body, all in one piece. So the way I'm looking at this, and the way you got to look at it when you're breaking it down, when this prints out, because I can make this fit in my printer and get it in one shot. It looks like, especially if this is scaled at 100% right now, when I take it down to 80, it should fit real nice in there, and it does. So I got plenty of room to print. And then, if everything here is basically just black, except for the straps, am I losing anything from the model is the question. You get this piece right here is one piece. I don't know. Well, it'll come up in you know how it goes, delay stream, right? But you'll see it. So this is squared out and perfect.
Yeah.
When I print, let me see, left leg, right leg. If these interlocking pieces in the middle here don't line up perfect, like this is off by a little bit, then this key piece right here where the torso fits in isn't going to fit in either. So you have to let me move it right into like exact position. So it should line up like pretty much this when it lines up. You still got like this little cut line or whatever that goes through it, but it's for the most part, it's all one piece. Damn, why isn't that picking both of them up? There you go. So it's basically like one piece. But I can go that route with it and do a bunch of smaller pieces. Or I can go into it like this, where it's already perfect and squared off and all that. It's just a bigger volume and a bigger headache actually to print. I think I'm going to go with I think I'm going to do it in one piece, and that'll let me eliminate, let me see, right leg, left boot, right boot. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, we're going with the one piece on this one. I just noticed something. Well, let me delete. Let me get rid of the legs. So I don't know why whoever cut this model did this. They made the legs flat. They just did the cut through on the leg. And okay, so let me point this out. Sorry guys, again, making sausage. So this right here is called a key. This piece coming down from the torso. That key fits into the keyhole, of course. The keyhole being this piece right here, this keyhole. So that when they line up and you print them out, you pop the model together. And it links up and then you get one piece out of it. So it becomes one statue. For whatever reason, when this guy did it, and I don't know why he did this, if I'm looking at the top of this boot, right here where the leg connects, there's no keyhole. And then I'm guessing, what is that, the right boot? So let me look at the right leg. Or did I already delete it? I already deleted it. The right leg is going to have a smooth spot too. So there's no key. In other words, it's just going to slide on there and pray that I glue it straight. Bob says one piece, save the fit trouble. I agree, Bob. I think that's the way I'm going to go with it. Give me women with money. Surprised to find out in North Carolina the prosecution has to prove it was not self-defense. Yeah, you know what? How does that make sense, Devin? Does that make sense to you, Rogue?
That the state has to prove self-defense?
No, that it wasn't self-defense.
Oh.
Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. No, actually, that sounds right. Like the prosecution had.
Yeah, that sounds right. That they would have to prove that you were doing it
right, intentionally.
Defending yourself.
Right, like you weren't in fear for your life.
Yeah.
I mean, there's certain words you can say if somebody's coming up and assaulting you or whatever, you're going to get into it. You know what I mean? There's
Yeah.
certain things, key things that you want to try doing. So this way, if you do end up, unfortunately in a scrap, or that scrap goes to a point where somebody ends up unfortunately losing their life, there are certain things that you want to say and do so that you don't go to jail because you're proving your self defense. Such as
Mhm.
before you even throw hands, you kind of want to walk away from the situation or try to
Oh, yeah.
and have the other person stop you from doing it. Taking a defensive posture and walking backwards from them. That's one of those things. It's like, look, I was trying to retreat. I wasn't trying to start trouble, and he came at me. He attacked me. Make them. It's Sofa King. Nice. I'm gonna have to prove it was not self-defense. They just have to prove that it could not be self-defense. Yeah, there you go, Bob. That's Bob just said that in a pretty good way. I mean, Bob, Devin, both of you guys are welcome in if you guys want to come in and chit chat. You know, just Bob, if you start heavy breathing and I hear a box of Kleenex next to you while you're talking to Devin online, then yeah,
Oh, Lord.
it's not that kind of stream, bud. So just keep that in mind.
Well, don't mind me if I start heavy breathing because I got to go down these 2 flights of stairs to walk the dog. So I might
Yeah,
mute myself.
it's not exactly like you're the smallest guy either.
Nah, and I can't just take him to the dog run area because he's 2 weeks into his 6 week quarantine after having his last shots for heartworms to hopefully clear them out.
Um, Actually, I can.
So
This just got real simple. I think I just simplified this shit.
that's good.
Well, I mean, I'm taking it from like 20 pieces down to six, seven, six, seven.
Oh,
Because I can do the body. This dude actually cut it together where the arms are attached to the torso. And it's actually a much cleaner look. So yeah, we're gonna go with that piece. Means I can throw that out. I can get rid of this left arm. I can get rid of the right arm. What's up with these different? What the fuck? Does he have two? I'm confused. Let me look at the file names because something's not right here. Shit. Okay. Yeah, sorry, Rogue. We've been buddies for a long time. I consider you a pretty damn good friend. Um, I am not doing clear resin and then running electrics through this to put an LED in the lightsaber. Apparently, this
yeah.
one, this
Print for an LED.
yeah. So that's the difference between these two. This one actually has a. If you look at the lightsaber hilt, it's got a hollow point in it, where the other one's done, and it's so you can put an LED in it. So
Huh.
the lightsaber lights up,
Yeah,
which is
I
cool, but
It's
yeah,
neat, but I don't really.
that's a
need
lot of
something like
work. Matter of fact, I pulled
I
in.
mean, you're the one who insisted on doing one for me to begin with, so
Right.
I'm not
Well,
trying to make it any trouble.
yeah,
It's got to be.
no worries. Let me just make sure there's not no heads or anything else. What the hell is this? Put this one in. Yeah, see? Like, this motherfucker did it again. There's a keyhole in the side of this. There's one with the helmet on. The only problem is this other arm. Why's he got to connect in? That is the weirdest connection point, is going into the cape. Actually, that might be cleaner. Let me look at the torso with the arms. So there's the torso with the arms. Shit, I should probably combine them together. Turn off the torso with the arms. I'm trying to figure out if it's cleaner letting the arm go under the cape, or is it cleaner with the helmet already attached? I think it's cleaner with the helmet attached. Let me look at the helmet. Can I hide the lines better? Alright, let's see. Sorry guys, like I said, making the sausage sucks. That's lower body. I need upper. Let me see how this fits in there. Alright, yeah, I think it may be easier to do this. Yep, that's easier. Okay, so we can get rid of this one. Beat that out. Alright. First things first. Everything's going to 80%. Oh, what the fuck? Was the lower body already at 80? Okay, that's all right at 80. I just got to go through each piece now, verify it's at 80. 80, 80, 80, 80, and 80. All right, cool. All right, start creating plates. No. Dude, Bob, why would I take offense to that? That's absolutely 110,000. We've all been nice to you, Bob. It's only a gam. I mean, Bob's not wrong. You're just some asshole I listen to on the internet. Yeah, there's a lot of assholes on the internet. I mean, one day, maybe there won't be a game to listen to. Maybe I'll be like, yeah, I fucking had enough, or get pissed off and be done. That day ain't today, and, hopefully it won't be anytime soon. But, the good thing is, at least I'd say goodbye to everybody before I leave. I wouldn't just like one day there's no GAM. Like, what the fuck happened? Unless I die, in which case my wife would have control of everything. And even though she's been given specific orders that there are certain people to contact in case of my untimely death and dismemberment and possibly execution, I'm pretty sure she would execute it and tell everybody, like, yeah, this is what happened. Because it would come down to, I think David's on the notification list, and David has control of the Discord as an admin, so he would be able to put out a blaster there. The wife has every last one of my passwords to the internet, every account, everything else. So this way, in case of my untimely passing, she can get into all my social media, shut the shit down, whole 9 yards. I've taken steps where, well, fortunately, I believe you guys aren't even going to believe this one. I don't even go to the naughty adult sites. So I don't have to worry about that kind of shit coming off my computer. Like, it's all just like modeling files and video games, But yeah, it would come down to the wife would tell David. I'm trying to remember. David, Smurf, Twisted, those three David would be able to enact things to basically Discord, twisted setup for Facebook, and in a whole neighborhood of stuff. And in real life, people, it's Bubba and my old roommate Eddie. He would disseminate it to a whole arm of friends. Bubba would tell it to all the old school friends if something happened. And then my family, well, I don't think my family would really care if I died, except for my children and my wife. So, fuck them.
Gracious. All right, Pup, time to eat.
All right, let's hollow this bitch out. Let's see what we're looking like as far as the Halloween went. Oh boy, that's gonna be fun. Any place where resin can get trapped is what I'm looking for right now, guys. We're looking not bad. Actually, I'm just gonna put a couple holes in it. Oh God, is it bad that I kind of laugh at death? Like, I don't take death that serious. Just means you have to find something different to watch on a Sunday night. Oh my God, this thing's not going to let me get that hole in there. I'm going to have to get clever with this. Let's blow through. Let's blow through the side of this. Should create a drain hole. Let me see. Yeah, there we go. Good old pagan life right there. Gracious. Yeah, there we go. 7.4 should do it. If I do a hole only through it. What do you mean non-exportable, you fucking piece of shit? I mean, so, Devin, that's a question for you. Do the murder trials, when you're doing them, do they get to you? Like, do they bother you? I mean, I can see with adult people, like, it being a little upsetting. I'm sure, like, if it's a child that has lost its life, that would be seriously upsetting. But does that stuff, like, get to you? I mean, you get to see what kind of scum humanity is and why certain cops are certain ways, you know? Like some of the shit they've got to deal with. Damn it, it will not let me blow a hole through this. Why won't you let me blow the hole through? Alright. Damn. I may have to cut this down into multi-piece, but if this doesn't let me put a hole through the side of it. Let's try this one. Nope. It's not going to let me. Okay, fine. Wait, what? Why the hell did that blow half a hole in there? Yep, get that shit out of there. Alright, fuck. Did the lower body lose stability? What the fuck is going on here? It did. It destroyed structural integrity somewhere.
All right, sir. I got to get on off of here.
That's
Gotta
all
get a
right.
shower.
I'm just riddling this shit out in my head anyway, because
I got to get up in 6 hours for work.
well, good news is by the time I'm done this, you're The model will be hollowed out and all ready to print. The next one is Man of Steel.
Home times. Well, you have yourself a good evening, sir.
You have one of them there good uns, Rogue. It's always a pleasure, my friend.
Always, sir. We'll catch up sometime whenever there's not a game or stream involved.
Yeah, I mean, that's coming soon. There's always time. Yeah, that is not
Y'all
good.
all have a good evening.
Have
I'm
one
gonna
of them
hit the
there
hay.
good uns. Good night, Rogie.
Good night, sir. Y'all have a good one.
I know I did have a question for Devin. Actually, it was about something I watched on Joe Rogan, of all things. It was the one guy, Beans had pointed him out, but I watched the entirety of the episode. It's a pretty good episode. Damn, this guy's going to have one drain hole in him. It's going to be right here. Let's get this model where I can work on it. Don't do it, Bob. Life's too precious. Jesus Christ. Wow. The creep bothered you because you baited him back? Bob's like, Bob, are you having a, what's up, Francois? Bob, are you having an existential crisis, my guy? You are, right? You need to hop back in here and talk? I mean, we can get it philosophical with that shit. Am I really here? That's craziness. Yeah, I mean, that's not a good train of, well, I mean, it is kind of an interesting train of thought, good thought experiment. Laying there like, is all this real? Is it simulation? Next thing I know, you're going to start singing Bohemian Rhapsody, Bob. Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? Alright, something is fucking wrong here. Every one of my drain holes is coming up failing. This low body, something failed on it miserably. That's broken. Let me try bringing that back in. God, I really hope I don't have to do this in pieces. Alright, we're going to go from 100%. Halloween. We will go to a 2 point on it. Let's get rid of all the excess. I disagree. I'll disagree with you till the dogs come, or till the day, as long as the day is. That's not a psyop. That's a guy just realizing everything's bullshit. Everything he did was bullshit. The thing I don't like about Sean Ryan is, like, he said he's moving away from stuff and getting way more into the religious. Not a big fan of that. I want him to have interesting talks with different people. You know, when you're interviewing somebody, like you're interviewing a Hunter Biden, J.D. Vance, a Trump, or whatever, you can push back on them and challenge them on points, but really it's to let them talk and tell their story and let the audience determine whether or not they're lying. It's not really for you, and he just felt like he's lied to a lot. Sean Ryan is absolutely, like, can't fucking blame him. In remembrance of you're out and peace. Oh God, Bob. No, I mean AVL's not dead, and he'll be doing live streams again, like you heard him, man. And I hope he comes back with that edge he had when he first started. I would like him to. I want to be able to sit in the show with him and enjoy everybody and have fun again. But yeah, I don't know. He's got to stop focusing on race bait. Like start talking about the real things and all that. I don't think he's ever, even if I don't agree with his opinions on stuff, he's always been honest as far as I can tell, and I'm not going to call him a grifter either. It's just a shame. Like, kind of breaks my heart. I mean, Bean said it pretty succinctly, though. It's just somebody on the internet. They don't know you anything. She's not wrong. I mean, he doesn't know us anything. I never spent a dime on super chats or, like, I think all the memberships I ever had to his show were gifted. So if he wants, other people are willing to send him money, hey, good on them. You can do whatever the hell you want with your hard-earned dollar. It's not for me to tell you. People can enjoy what they want to enjoy. Let them enjoy it. More voices, not less. He's not done. He's not cooked. He's just not doing as many long form videos. He's gone more to a TikTok format, and he said he wants to start doing interviews. Is basically the way. Like he's going to start interviewing people. He's going to the Tim Pool style of doing things, which we'll see. We'll see. I don't think shit'll work out for him, but I don't think it's going to work the way he thinks it's going to work. I think he's discounting. So there's variables involved. That I see where his logic's at, and it's sound logic to an extent, except for he missed a variable. The variable is who the other person in the scene with him is. You know what I mean? So if you can get compelling guests on, Tim Pool, I fucking hate Tim Pool. But his guests that he gets some really interesting guests. You got to give him credit for that. He'll get topical, interesting guests. If ABL can get those topical, interesting guests, who knows? Maybe he's onto something. If he's got one or two up his sleeve, that's going to go real quick. It's going to be like a 1-2 and done. Like, you're not looking at like he's going to get JD Vance or Trump or something on there like he's Rogan, but he'll get, he'll probably get Tatum. He'll probably get Jericho Green, probably get the Hodge twins. I doubt he'll get Candace Owens. He may. I would like to see him talk to Nick Fuentes and see how that goes. Yes. You know what? Francois, you're right about Tim Pool. So Tim Pool in the beginning, Tim Pool made a couple very big mistakes. But as far as like me personally, number one being when he first moved to West Virginia from New Jersey. What Tim Pool doesn't realize is, like, as far as I'm concerned, he doesn't give a shit about me. Like, I'm nobody to him, right? But as somebody who's watching him, and it was before when he was first doing the Timcast IRL or whatever. Because I was watching him before that. I would just watch his videos every day for news. And then he started doing Timcast, but he had moved to West Virginia. And he told the story because it was during COVID about all the riots and all this other kind of crap that were going on. And that's why he moved out of where he was in New Jersey, because it was right across the bridge from Philly and all this stuff. Yeah. I lived right near where he was. And when he was talking about all these riots happening and all this kind of shit, and oh, you could hear the police cars and the shootings and all this shit, I called my buddy. He walked outside. Nothing. Nothing. No gunshots, no riots. I'm like, dude, are you all right? Like, he's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, brother, I heard there's like riots and are they coming down the street at you? Like, what the fuck's going on here? And he's just like, yo, there's none of that. What are you talking about? Like, it is quiet as shit here. What do you Tim Pool just, because the news story was there, if you didn't live in the same area as him or didn't know anybody from that area, you would have to believe what he's telling you. He was full of shit. That stuff was going on like 20 miles, 30 miles away from where he was at, across the bridge. So it was like, what the fuck? And then with West Virginia, the town didn't want him there. Flat out, the town did not like Tim Pool. And I know because I know people who live in the town. Yeah, I mean, hey, look, best of luck to ABL2 on that change of format. I hope it works for him. I honestly do. I don't want to see him disappear from the internet. I don't want to see Tim Pool disappear from the internet. Jeremy from the Quartering, I don't want to see him disappear from the internet. I actually like watching him get filleted every week on Kino Casino. Like, he just, man, that guy. You want to talk about somebody that has no, I don't want to even say set morals. Somebody that is, I don't even know who Jeremy from the Quartering actually is as a person. He's, at least with Tim Pool, I kind of understand who he is. Jeremy from the Quartering has said shit like, I'm not a conservative, now I'm a Catholic because of Charlie, or not a Catholic, a Christian because of Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to church and all that. And then just watching as Kino Casino shreds him week in and week out. It's like they do it like it's a sport, and it's fucking crazy to find out just how much that motherfucker was lying the whole time about everything. He legit has no identity. His identity is whatever will make him $1. That is no way to be in this life. It's weakness. Shitty, shitty weakness. But yeah, I mean, dude, are you serious? Of course the CIA can run psyops over YouTube. Sean Ryan ain't a psyop though. That's not a psyop because there's no gain in it. It's nothing to even be disinformation or anything. It just doesn't line up. It doesn't check the psyop checkboard. There's actually a way you can check what's a psyop and what's not. I recommend looking up the chart. But yeah, there's a way you can actually tell what's a psyop and what isn't. I mean, he's not going with whatever the news tells him. He's acting against it. If anything, I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't get demonetized or shut down soon, if I'm to be honest. Usually you can tell the ones that are telling the truth by how much the government takes away from them. Like, takes their shit out. Like, if their voice is too big, they silence it. If they're not on board with the plan. And if they're big enough, then they can challenge, because then that's where your legions of fans come in. and you can sway things politically, and people don't want to rock that fucking boat. All right. This one's ready to go, it looks like. Let me see what it's saying with 16 supports too close to one another. Yeah, we're good. All right. Nope. That was for the Jason statue. We need to go to stream prints. And let's get a new folder in here so I can throw my parts in. Print 80. And everything is 80 scale. Make sure that's named 80. And that's one part away. A couple more to go. The world is changing, and in some ways good, and in some ways very, very drastically bad. But I think one of the issues right now, Devin, is some of the ways everything is changing, we need to hit the brakes a little bit. We're going all gas, no brakes. And if we're not careful, that's how you lose control and hit a tree or hit a wall. Like, somebody's got to, like, I don't know. I don't even know. You can't stop progress. You can delay it sometimes. But the way that everything is pushing right now, like, we are dangerously close as a nation, as an overall nation, of not being the world superpower anymore. Dangerously close. I think the only thing that might be saving our asses, because the person that, or the country that would replace us now as the world superpower would probably be China, debatably. And the only thing saving us from that is that their economy is all about exporting. They don't have a consumer economy. They have a manufacturing economy that they sell to consumers. So if we go tits up as an economy, China goes tits up too, because who you sending all that shit to if nobody can afford it? I mean, why don't you like it that ABL is changing though? Yes, I agree, Francois. That's exactly what I just said. We're a consumer economy. They're a manufacturing economy. If we're not buying their stuff, then it collapses their economy too. So but at the same point in time, you know, I mean, Britain used to be the world. They were the world superpower at one point. We've held that title for a long time. The big problem is our federal deficit at this point. Our federal deficit and not manufacturing a fucking thing here. If those two industries don't change, and AI is not the way to fix it. I don't know why everybody thinks AI is the way to fix it. It's a giant ass bubble, and that bubble is going to pop. And when it does, you're going to see it's going to free fall a lot of things. And everybody, well, it's too big to fail, or, you know, all that stuff. Bro, we've already lived through the dot-com bubble. We've lived through the housing bubble. The hell, we're in another housing bubble where they're like, oh, well, there's not enough homes. And it's like, okay, well, that should go towards immigration even more then. Because if there's not enough homes for Americans and they're not affordable anymore. I mean, there are steps. You got to give Trump, you got to give the wins where there's wins too. He did sign off on a bill. I believe it passed Congress, and I'm pretty sure he signed it into law, where it's either that or else it's an executive order, where corporations aren't allowed to go in and buy up just housing blocks anymore. Because that's kind of what was fucking the whole housing market to begin with. I can't remember if he signed that bill. I know it passed, but I can't remember if Congress passed it through because he was trying to get the SAVE Act passed. I can't remember. But I know that bill passed where it's like giant ass companies like BlackRock can't come in and buy up like a neighborhood on the cheap while still outbidding the average American consumer trying to buy that property. Yes, Ian, that's the other part of it. So because we're in a debt economy, like we're running all these deficits, we're about to hit 40 trillion. We're going to see it, and you're looking at what, 40 trillion? We're in the hole for. If we default on that debt, you're going to send a lot of stuff tits up. In a way, I don't even want to say this fucking shit, but I don't even like thinking about this, if I'm to be honest with you. But in a way, everything going on with the war with Iran, with the oil and all that, and spiking the gas prices, all this other stuff, it almost feels, and I'm not saying it's this way because I don't believe in this shit, but it almost feels like they're trying to stack that in with housing crises and other shit in the economy and all the economic stuff, where they're trying to crash the world economy. Like, not just the dollar, the petrodollar, the yuan. They're trying to crash the euro. They're trying to crash all of it so they can reset all the money somehow and redistribute it, but not redistribute it. Like, just turn it where we're all on one currency for some reason. Because it's weird if you look at it. Like, it's coincidental, I think. And I mean, I have a hard time believing in coincidences a lot of times. But it really does feel like something's fucked up. Like, they're trying to reset stuff. I think everybody that keeps talking about like how Iran is going to be is now going to be a superpower and all this, I think we'll end up nuking them before they ever become a superpower, if I'm to be honest too. I think that's definitely a possibility. All right, let's see. How did this one hollow out? Did it come out good, bad, indifferent? Oh yeah, we got clean hollowing. All right, let's look at our bottom points. I can definitely get some drain holes in there. Maybe not the hands and the arms, but this bottom piece at least. Let's expand. I'm going to get right about 7.5 should do it there. I just, we're living through a time in history that I don't know how this is going to work out, and it's going to be very interesting. But then again, we've already lived through so many times in history that I didn't know how it was going to work out, and it was all interesting. Oh, there we go. But I also think that we have a bright future. I think that everything will actually work out, but it's going to take everybody to make that future. Like, it's not going to be as easy as it once was. And it's going digital, right or wrong, and I don't want to be right, but crypto is going to be the currency. Ian, that could be. You could be 1,000% right with that. It could be the currency coming up. Like maybe everything does go to a global cryptocurrency or something like this, which is going to be interesting to see. And the only way you're really going to know is to watch the millionaires and the billionaires and see what they start buying into. Like right now, people are shoveling a lot of money to AI, right? Data centers, all this kind of crap. The thing is, and I say this all the time. So some of it, yes, AI makes a lot of sense. But there's other stuff where I don't understand how it's really going to make you money. It's absolutely not. It's going to cost you way more for what you're getting out of it. So I don't know how they're going to justify costs versus what you're getting for your production values. You know, like having a small AI that's designing, like, I don't know, a progress report and showing you negative trends in something, so that this way you know how to bet better on how to manage your business, makes sense. You don't need 5 billion AI data centers for it, though. So I can see where it's a positive and a negative. Entertainment maybe, but even then, like, it's not there yet. All right, let's let this auto orient. I want to see which way it puts it in. Okay, I could live with that. I can live with the way it's doing it. And Francois said they can't be a superpower as specific requirements. I mean, you can say that all you want. Here's the thing: if I control all the flow of oil and energy in the world, then what are you going to call them? Like a supervillain? Because like, it doesn't matter really what you want to call them. And you can bomb them as much as you want. One of the biggest problem is, let's say we do drop a few radioactive nukes over there, just wipe out an entire civilization of 93,000 people. How the fuck are you going to get the oil out after that? You basically tainted the land for the next however many thousands of years. You're fucked, because the half-life on a uranium isotope, just science, you're fucked. You're done. I mean, as it sits right now, there's a reason we don't just go blowing up Karg Island. And a lot of the strikes they did, that they've already done, there's a reason why they're not hitting the oil infrastructure. They're avoiding all of it. And I mean, let's pray they keep avoiding all of it. They're even looking at it like we could blow up your entire, like, electrical plant, desalination plant, and all this other stuff. But God, we're not going to hit that oil. Because we hit that oil, and yeah. It's not going to matter how much you think we don't get oil from them, or diesel, or whatever percentage you want to put on it. That's not going to matter. It wouldn't matter if we manufactured things in America. But the reality of it is, everything costs energy to get from point A to point B. If we could figure out how to do like interdimensional portals that allowed you to just step through them, and from manufacturing plant directly to store, okay. But, you know, instead we're too busy arguing over, you know, can guys be girls and girls be guys, and silly shit like this. Like, can a guy compete in women's sports? Like, I don't give a shit about that. Start solving for fucking real problems, you know? I still think a lot of stuff we should just... I think space is kind of the answer. And I'm not talking about going to other planets either. You want to build AI data centers where you're not corrupting the environment? Put them in outer space. You barely even need to, like, you keep your cooling fluid in a single loop, and you don't need that space. Matter of fact, you can even make that space a vacuum, and it's going to run a little quicker. What the fuck? Yeah, we learned why it's bad to hit the oil in the first Iraq War. Yes, you're correct. Yeah, that's correct. Um, him and his brother, Mister. Jesus. I'm fairly certain Andrew Tate is secretly an AI data center. Dude, Mister, I've missed you, brother. I really, really hope, Mister, everything's been going all right. Like, I don't know. When you're talking, you're a little bit more insightful than normal, which always worries me because you weren't hitting as many puns. That always worries me. So hopefully everything's been going good, and I am very happy to see you. It's not the same when I don't have Mister around. They didn't light their own oil on fire. No. Um, they said they did, but I think, as Francois would say, that was a psyop because pretty sure it was the Israelis that hit the one field, and then Trump, because Trump came down on the Israelis for doing it, if I remember correctly, like really chewed them the fuck out over that. Like, yo, what are you doing? You lost your fucking mind. Are you out of your Vulcan minds? He was kind of pissed off. Let's see if I can't get both of these where we can get the print real easy. So just double checking scale. All right, this one's got to come forward a little. And this one's just got to straighten out and get moved back a little. And then these guys can get supported, and that's the lightsabers done. Which, that's still going to be like a 6.5 hour print right here. Blowing up the pressure releases the pressure, meaning you might not be able to put those right. Yep. Not just that, the one field, part of it is Iranian, and then the other part is either United Arab Emirates or Saudi. I can't remember who owns the other half of the field. It's like a huge field, and it's like you're basically going to screw your allies too. I mean, blacking out well, now I don't even know that smoke would matter as much. I don't know. Like back then, we didn't have, our tech has definitely improved since Iraq. Some stuff, though, you can just go old school ways with some stuff, and it's actually better, believe it or not. Matter of fact, some of it, you're like, that's one of the issues everybody's running into now. When you're looking at like the drones and all that stuff, they have these highly sophisticated drones that can drop a smart missile, put it through a window, and hit somebody in the mole on their left butt cheek. And those missiles cost X amount and all this kind of stuff. Or you can just have it where it just basically like is a little one with some C4 attached to it, and it does pretty much the same thing. Call them L savers, and 80% these. God, yeah. 3.5 hours, so, and that's on fast print. So yeah, these will take right around 6 hours, 20 minutes. Take a minute to build them out. Yeah, there's no, well, the whole thing is the fact that they got Yemen to start hitting the other side of the, like the waterway, that's a problem. The only thing is with Yemen, like the Houthis, I can see them getting wiped out in this. Like if they're not careful. Like Iran's one thing, they've got a military, they've got numbers, they've got, the drone factories, ballistic missiles, all this stuff. Yemen, people are starving. They're not doing, they weren't doing well to begin with, to a point where I think Trump hit them like once or twice at one point for something, and they immediately came to a peace table like, yo, we can't sustain this fight. So even if Iran's shipping weapons to them or whatever, should be interesting. I don't think they could. I don't think the Yemen. I don't think Yemen could sustain. I don't think the Houthis can sustain. So, I think the other waterway is going to be open. The bigger problem would be if Iran starts sending swarms of drones and just has them hovering. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, mister. That wet heat, that'll definitely take you right out of the picture. Like, you don't mind the starvation as much when when it's the dry heat. If it was the wet heat, they'd definitely be in some serious shit, brother. Yeah. Oh boy. Oh dear Lord. Why can't we just everybody just sing Kumbaya and be at peace? Why the fuck does everybody got to fight? Good Lord. I mean, talk about stuff like why the next Avengers movie is going to suck and things like this. I mean, are they actually pretending it's not a holy war, though? Like, I just always assumed that everybody knew it was a holy war, if I'm to be honest. Like, it's always been a holy war. We're at 80. Alright. This one, do I even need to hollow this head? This doesn't even need to get hollowed. I can just turn on auto orient and let it do its thing. Oh God. Alright. Oh shit. Alright, yeah, that's gonna be a pain in the ass getting those supports out in the face line. But shouldn't be too bad. Let's get this one out of here. Boom. Helmet 80. That'll be the fastest out of these. I mean, just because psychopaths and narcissists exist, as long as you're not giving them the ability to blow people up, you'd be fine. But yeah, I think Mister's right too when he says, it's a holy war. But what can you do? You can't abolish religion. That would be a neat trick, but yeah, I don't think it works. All right, let's delete that, and then I have to set up the window for the other In fact, I'll set the window up proactively. Let's get rid of this window. Yeah, I'll remove that one. And let me open the program and then lock the window to it. Damn, I gotta minimize everything to get to that shit too. What a pain in my dick. It's my fault for not doing this on my old PC. But I figured I was going to be using the backup models, and I'm not. This window, you are going to be, son of a bitch. Maybe you're not going to be. Let's try that again, this time with feeling. Shit. There it is. What the fuck? Of course you won't resize it to the output, you bastard. That'd have just been too easy. Can actually resize the window down. And of course it doesn't fit perfect, so that'll work. All right, let me see. Did that work? It did. All right, new project. Actually, let me just do it this way. Resize this. There's my one-piece base. All right. Scaling, and I had it at 80%. So that the auto orientate, so this way it doesn't fuck up. And set, everything else should be set on this program, so it should just generate. I mean, you got shrinkage. I mean, that's maybe that's why you get those ads for like Blue Chew Gold on YouTube, mister? Because that would explain, you know, they're trying to fight your shrinkage for you, brother. Nobody likes shrinkage. Your nuts turn into, your nutsack turns into a sack of dimes. Like, call it a pill case. Francois, you're kind of right, in that, you know, there's ways of winning and annihilating everybody. The only problem is, then what's left? You know, you annihilate everybody, okay, then what? You move over and annihilate everybody else. Eventually, you're going to depopulate the world till it's down to just one faction, and that's boring. But you're right, like, well, you're right to an extent. People can be redeemed. Oh shit. Why is that? Oh, because I forgot this is playing off a different rule code. I gotta get out of that and get back to this. Alright, Mr. Rogue. That's exported. That means that, yeah, Rogues is done. Alright, let's see who's next on deck to get cut down. Oh my god. Shit. Um. All right, I did promise this one out, so I'm gonna do Man of Steel. Let's get Man of Steel extracted. Let's see. I know I messed with this one before, and it was not coming out the way I wanted to. So maybe if I fuck with it again, I can get this to come out the way it should be. All right. Back into Lychee. Let's get off Elegoo, go back to Lychee. Let's see. All right. This was the problem I was running into. Two logos, full base. Well, you can believe in your Bible, but prove your Bible. You'd have to prove the Bible. I believe the Bible's probably accurate in a lot of parts, but what about the parts they cut out? Those were the best parts, like the Book of Enoch. I mean, everybody believes in something. Nobody believes in all of it as a whole, though. You would have to have one world religion for that to actually occur. So, I mean, it is what it is. Because, I mean, I've had this debate with a lot of different people. But everybody's entitled to believe whatever they want. Damn it. Yeah, this was the issue I was running into. This structural support fail. Fuck me. Alright, that's the S for the front. Let's look at the back logo. A little S on the back. That one's good. And then the rock base. That's for his feet. Why didn't they do this where it was one piece? I don't want to open Blender and have to fucking slice this all together. This was the issue I ran into last time. Fucking bases. Why can't you just do fucking simple bases? Why can't it just all be one thing? Make it easy. Actually, you know what? Maybe it is easy. Maybe I'm being an asshole. Let me see if there's a simplified base. No. It's as simplified as this base gets. Let me look at the medium cuts in the base. Yep, same fucking difference. You bastard. Cape for slice. That's no big deal. That cape comes in. Let's bring the rest of this shit in. Look. No amount of prison time would ever beat Jeffrey Dahmer, but, you know, leaving him to his own devices with a bunch of other cellmates and then breaking a broomstick off at his ass, I think worked out well for everybody, don't you? Yeah, you're talking about, like, that's pretty much what the fucking Nazis did, dude. You end up killing people, like massive amount of people for no fucking reason. Because you're cutting out the innocent along with the guilty. That's not cosmic justice. That's just mass murder and genocide. Oh, fuck. Fuck me, fuck me, fuck me. All right. Oh boy. Not one piece of this model does not have some kind of structural failure with it. 227 holes. Yeah, this one's been a problem, child. Let's see if I can fix them. Give me a restructure on that. And fixed. This one. I may actually do this one all in big pieces too. I may not even cut this one down. I may not have to. Simple hollowing might just do this. This print may be good. Wait, where the fuck's his S? I thought he had the S on there. Oh, it is. It's just ingrained. Dear Lord, is that ingrained? Alright. Give me a resize on this. Let's see where we're going to want this. Go to 80. 80's not bad. Cape can go bye-bye. This is worthless. This rock piece. Fuck, I'm gonna have to go into Blender and see if I can't combine this rock base and the regular base into one piece, remesh it and everything else, and pray I don't run out of memory because I'm running the stream too. That's a lot of faces. The weather definitely shapes the red rocket unless the heat is on. Exactly why. That's why there are no Eskimo nudists. Holy shit. No Eskimo cream pies either. Jesus Christ, guys. Yeah, mister. You were definitely missed, bud. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. God damn. Alright, let's look at the head. Is Bean still in here or even listening or anything else? I need to know what she thinks about this face here. She's alright with this face. I don't know if she's floating in the background or not. Because, yeah, that's an important one. I've had fights with this head. I have a different version of this head on the backup drive and tried swapping in the face, and it did not work very well because of the hairline. He looked like Sinestro, not Cavill. It does look static, right? Well, if you're talking about like the legs, They're going to, because this is your patterning in the fabric of his boots and his suit. So it's going to look static. The face, if you look, like I zoom in on it, it's because there's actual pores, imperfections like moles and stuff on it. Actually, tell you the truth, he went into some. The modeler, Berserk, shout out to him. That is severe detail because he even has the pupils of the eyes inlaid. Most times you got to put all this in here, and he actually modeled it into Henry Cavill's face. Same thing for his fucking, like, each strand of hair is done out. Every pore in his skin. Hey, where's his mustache? Didn't Henry Cavill have a mustache? But yeah, he really did. The modeler, like I said, that this is the level of artistry where it's unbelievable attention to detail on it. I don't know. The face looks like a little off to me for some reason, but I'm not sure because I don't stare at Henry Cavill all day. I think that's a pretty good representation. And like the suit, you can see he actually did, and you can see all the different, because when I break this down, you'll see when I redo the base, the meshing triangles on it to get the patterning for the fabric feel to it. That's a whole different level of artistry right there. So the suit, like especially in the chest and stuff, you can tell how it goes from one level of cross stitch, almost chainmail like patterning, over to a rubberized feel of pattern into a rough edge where the outline around that S, you've got that little bar, and then of course the break bars across it and everything else. Yeah, it's highly detailed model. There's a reason, and I've noticed this. So their older models, like if I go in, I'll just read them off real quick. Let me see. So the total model here compressed was 2.3 gigabytes. But if I go to like the Gandalf statue, which is an older model and has a pretty high level of detail to it, but you'll see when I'm cutting it apart, it's not as detailed as that. Is, yeah, 1 gigabyte. And the model's bigger with more stuff to it than just these pieces. It's fucking his level of artistry, but this one's a 2026 model. The Gandalf model, I think, is 2022, so 4 years ago. The level of artistry's just come up on his models. I agree. This, like him with that, like, I'm gonna whoop that ass look to his face. Would the other one, the other head was him smiling, but he doesn't have his hair slicked back. It's all curly. So in order to get the head on there, because I can rekey the head and everything, the problem, the inherent problem with it is that meshing the forehead in with this artist's forehead is rough. Like cutting it off and overlaying it like a mask and then reforming it, it's too many pixels. The pixel, the level of artistry just doesn't match. All right, are we at 80 across the board here? Let me look. Scaling 80%. I think 80% is right where I'm at with this model. The logos also, I can bring them in because they've got to get done. They're going to 80% as well. I think these are just base logos, but see. Yeah, they're just base logos. So I'll do the two logos, and the head is one plate. Legs will be one plate. The upper body will be one plate. And then all I got to do is the full base. But I'm going to import that into the other slicer and do that in FDM, I think. I think that's the way I'm going to work this one, make it look slick. I'm allowed to do Cabal Superman, Kingdom Come Superman, and any other Superman outside of James Gunn's. James Gunn Superman, the wife will divorce me. She calls him the fat ass Superman. He's got a fat ass, she said. I love it. Let's get this hollow. Yeah, I mean, it's going to look like that. It's going to look like a plaster death mask of him, but that's the whole. That's where you, as the painter, have to fix that. Everything just looks like, because all it is resin. It's just gray resin that I'm using. I mean, some people use skin tones so that it's easier when they're actually doing their skin tones. I use gray resin, and then usually either a gray coat or a white coat when I'm doing the skin. And that's kind of the key, is how good can you get with your paints to make something that looks dead look like the skin's living, or the face is living, the eyes are moving, stuff like this. Actually, that's kind of one of the reasons why this shit's so much fun, is because it's difficult. Like, I know you do Warhammer or whatever, so you're painting stuff that's like mechs and stuff like that. I don't know if you do the soldiers and what have you, which they had a badass. Actually, let me see. Can I bring that up? Let me see if I can bring that up. Go back into my library real quick on Gumroad, and I'll show you. They did have one that was pretty fucking cool. Although I know nothing about Warhammer. That's Warcraft. I swear I downloaded a Warhammer last night when a guy got Old Buddy's full collection. Let's see. Alright, nobody's in Discord, nobody's jumping in. I can exit out of that. Let me shut this down. Don't want it memory hogging. Okay. Damn, that thing switched right over, huh? Go into it. Let me see. It should be this tab. Search products. War. Yeah, there it is right there. Titus from Warhammer. It's like the Marine or whatever, crushing like a bug. I don't know what the fuck it is. Like I said, I don't play Warhammer, but it was a cool looking model. I've definitely seen this shit with the banner in the background and everything else. It's a cool model. His Warhammer ones are pretty neat too. I may actually, this is one I need to go for. I need to do the Four Horsemen of Apocalypse, the entire diorama. This one is a 6-month project right here, because each one of them is a full-size model, and then the diorama by itself is enormous. But it's epic, because you got Archangel, War, Pestilence, and Famine, along with Apocalypse standing over all of them. Just a badass model. That's a lot of resin, a lot of time. Gonna be brutal. Yeah, it can be fixed with paint. Some of it could just be the eyebrows. You can fix it. There's always a way to fix everything. Nothing's ever truly broken until you break it completely. But then again, I'm also not doing that one for me. That's not a model for me. But if Beans isn't here to see the model, then that's on her. She'd need to look at the face and tell me, like, yeah, I don't like that face, and then I wouldn't even do this model, or I would keep messing with the face till the other face till I get it perfected, because the other face is pretty damn awesome. Like the smile he's got going and everything else, it actually fits the character. But that head is just, it's legit just a Henry Cavill head. Like, it's definitely Henry Cavill. I don't know. The other part is I got to go back and look at that head again. And that's not, there it goes. It took a while to get that hole in there. Shit. How big is this hole? 5 millimeter. Those are kind of big. Biggest problem's going to be not having a big enough support hole to pull all the supports out of and breaking them free. I don't want resin trapped in there. Let me look at something. Go to layout. Let me look at that head again. Okay, so it is actually, these are those things you got to look at. Oh. Yeah, upper body. I need to make sure that when I'm doing this key, make sure this key is okay. Yeah, so I'm not even worried about I am not worried about that part of the model at all. Make sure that's good. All right, so that is all flesh. So the head has the neck flesh. Means all this can get knocked out too. I can drill holes in that. More drain holes you got, the better off you are in a lot of cases, as long as you're not destroying structure on a 3D model. Nope. That one is going underneath of another or another layer. That wouldn't work. The reasoning behind putting holes in this stuff, by the way, for those that don't know. So when you hollow out a model, like as I pull this down, I can see through the model. Everything in there is hollowed. If you do not put these drain holes in a hollowed out model, what will happen is it'll get to about here. Yeah, probably about here where it's starting to do the arms. But this little chamber is going to keep filling up with resin, and the suction from the resin going in and it pulling up and off of the film that's between the light and the resin, it's going to create such a suction that this breaks free from the supports, and then your model's ruined. So you have to put in relief holes. Plus, you don't want all your resin trapped inside your model either. Then it's just, you get a small crack in it from exposure to extreme heat, extreme cold, and the model just shatters. I've had to redo, I think it was Pyramid Head, because when I did them, I thought, I can put 2 drain holes in him, he'll be all right. And he printed fine. And about 6 months later, my daughter-in-law was just like, his entire back, this is what happened to him, and sent me the picture. And like his entire back just shattered out of him. She's like, yeah, I didn't drop him or anything. That happened. And I was like, shit. So I had to re-examine all this. It's just one of those follies you make when you're first doing 3D printing that you don't think about. Especially if you're doing your own Halloween and restructuring and everything else. The other face, I have to load up the hard drive for it. Besides, I'm not going to fucking reblend that damn thing. I could reblend it. I'm not going to do it on stream is the best way I could say that. Because of the amount of resources, it's going to take all 64 gig of my computer RAM to redo that face on there. It's too many connection points. I'm actually worried because I'm about to put that base, I'm going to have to remesh it and turn it into one shell so I can just one print it instead of having to print those rocks where his feet go off of the base as a separate piece, glue that in. I can just do the base as one base, print it out, one shot FDM, one solid piece, no errors. Man, I'm just hoping it doesn't crash my system because there's a good chance it's going to crash the system. Depending on how many facets and how many millions of triangles are in there. And then when you do the remesh, one of the biggest problems that you run into is each little dot here, you don't think too much of it when you're looking at it. Because you're like, it's one piece. It's actually like millions of, actually millions. It's like usually about 52 million triangles to each piece. So when it recalibrates for the mathematics on the mesh, it'll crash. It just starts eating resources. Like, I'll probably end up having to shut down the Elegoo slicer and the Lychee slicer when I go for it and pray that it doesn't just crash the whole stream. But it's got to happen. Because that base, doing that base as two separate pieces is going to be a mess. All right. Let's see what kind of orientation this thing's coming up with on its own. Sometimes you need to reorientate it and lock it in so this way you're not getting support layover on your model or damaging the suit. Let me see, is that too close to the key? No, that's actually not bad. It's a big fucking piece. Not bad at all. I can live with that. Make sure yep. Alright. And we got drains there. So when this prints, it's actually upside down. Like, it's not going to print bottom side up. It's actually, this is the top of the print. So when it's hanging down, you're going to have a drain hole here that's going to run to there, and then you're good. What is this one straggler, though? Actually, there's two of them. Make sure that's not impeding the mesh. It's not. It's just weird it did that. Extra little support there. All right, and that was 80%. All right, Mr. Cavill. Let's get your dumbass exported. And this one's at 80. Yeah, making a sausage is kind of fucking boring. Tedious. And then if something fails and I got to reprint it, it's even more tedious and more boring. I mean, that's a good call, mister. Possibly. The only thing is, I don't know how Blender would react to it. If I'm to be honest with you. I didn't even think about running it in a virtual machine. That's damn, dude. Where the fuck you been for like 2 months, 3 months? It's possible that could work because then you're locking in just how much you're giving it. But I don't know, brother. Like it's really when I'm gonna have to when I bring the base in the blender and I bring the rock in, I'm gonna look at it and I'm gonna try and decimate them as far down as I can. So I'm gonna collapse like the triangles in and try and simplify the mesh as much as humanly possible before going to hit print or going to link them together. And depending on how many facings I have, like if that base comes in and that shit's already like 1 gig, I know I'm kind of screwed and I'm just gonna have to bite the bullet, take the rock, do it in resin. I could do it in FDM, but might as well do it in resin at that point, and then do the base. The base has to be done in FDM because of the size of it and the scope of it. Like it's really going to depend on how many facings I'm dealing with when I get it in there. But running in a virtual machine, it could take like 5-6 hours at that point to get the remesh done on it. Even running like maxed out capacity, like dropping like 16 gig towards it, maybe. It'd be rough. Like it'll definitely chunk. I mean, worst case, I can talk shit and make jokes with you in that time. I mean, the slicers themselves, they're not bad. They're not the issue. The issue is going to be Blender. And I mean, like I said, it's the remeshing. Like the slicer is a simple program, so it doesn't eat actually that much. It's really the models important to men. The slice files are pretty, like I could set this on fast. So that upper body says it's going to take about 3 hours. So that means it's about, I'm going to say height and width and everything of that one. We're looking at, that's about 5 hours, 20 minutes. I'm going to say 5.5 hours to print that model that I just did. But the slicing isn't the problem. It's the structural rework for a remesh. I'm actually shocked that they didn't just incorporate the rocks and the base all in one piece. Because they even have that one set aside for the big printers. Like, that's for big printers. Which these guys, I believe, are running off my printer, which is Elegoo Saturn 4 Ultra. Or maybe because I got the 16K, I think the build plate might be a little smaller by, I don't know, X amount of millimeters. Ah, shit, brother. Is that what's been going on? I kind of thought it was something like that, mister. I'm sorry to hear the passing of your relative. And, yeah, man. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, brother. I mean, that's cool you got some guns and all that stuff, but I'm sure you would rather have the relative back. I'm sorry to hear that, and I'm sorry for your loss. And I hope it goes easy for you. And they don't give you too much static. I know you're... Shit, are you taking all those guns to home in Chicago? Because are you going to have them, like, changed out or anything? Make them compliant with state law and all that? I think that's bullshit, but, you know, I do know Smurf has told me stuff like that. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, brother. And I am definitely sorry for your loss. And I kind of figured you were dealing with something. I know we haven't seen you much and all that, but even when you're working a lot, you usually bop in and travel and all that. And I haven't seen you for a minute, so I kind of figured some shit was going on. Awesome, mister. Awesome. Passing wasn't a surprise. I'm still sorry for your loss, brother. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you on that end of things, too. Wait a minute, what the fuck's going on? Ah, shit. Holy fuck. Tomorrow is going to be 109 degrees. Oh, man. I got so much shit to chainsaw out. I'm going to be beat to hell. Oh, it's going to be a rough one. Definitely going to be a fucking rough one. Oh. Alright, I need to see, before I do any more work on you. Okay, so both of these feet are hitting that rock. Damn, he's going to be doing the balancing act. The good part is, that means I can put drain holes in there. Oh, fuck. Fuck. The fuck did I just hear? Wonder if that was fucking thunder. It's alright, Popper. I heard it too. Well, no. Don't get angry. I don't know what the fuck it was. I know I'm not nuts. Oh, I'm nuts, but not that kind of nuts. I definitely heard something. Next thing I know, the Wendigo breaks through the window and eats me. Ah! Come on, pop the hole through. Cool. One drain hole. Let's get to the next. Holy. I would so much rather be painting right now. Holy. Oh, God. Oh, 5 hours of fucking digging through this shit. Are we looking? We're good. I think I'm gonna go into that too. It's so quiet. I need something to listen to or something. Alright, let's flip Mr. Cavill over. And let's take a look. Alright. 7 mil ain't too bad to work with. God, he doesn't have changeable heads. This would be a fucking nightmare. I swear to God, I keep hearing something move the fuck around. Everything in this room's out cold. Dog ain't freaking out, so that's a good sign. No alarm bells ringing anywhere. Another good sign. Hole. Come on. Cut another hole. And one more, this time with feeling. Make sure I'm not losing integrity. Nope. This is fun. Wow, this is exciting. Where's Art when I need him? There we go. Ghost to ghost. Yep, that sounds good.
People inside. Did you hear last hour the Bigfoot
Cool.
sound I
Now I
played?
can just listen.
Oh yeah.
You did, huh? All right.
My dog.
Uh-huh. Well, I've got something else I want. If there's anything that'll keep the people in Detroit inside, try and imagine this outside. Listen carefully now.
What the fuck is that? All right, what you got going on here, buddy?
How'd you like to meet something like that out in the middle of the street in the middle of the night?
Well, I think I just heard that a few minutes ago. My wife's 8 3/4 months pregnant.
Oh. Well, I hope she stays that way.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, we were almost going to have the baby today, being Halloween, but we're going to have it tomorrow.
Well, I hope I didn't bring anything premature, so.
Oh no.
Anyway, have you ever seen anything you could not explain?
Well, yeah, I
We
had
need more Bill in this world.
probably about 20 years ago. Me and my brother and sister got together, and we decided we were going to get out the old Ouija board and have a séance.
Yes.
And of course, first person you call up from the dead is George Washington, and nothing seemed to happen, and all the lights were out in the house. And then my brother decided that he was going to call Satan. And
oh, really poor idea.
Son of a bitch.
And next thing you know, we heard a gust of wind, and the front door, we had a vestibule at the front of the house, and just a flimsy door, and that
caused fucking instability in the fucking build.
So it would have taken an action of somebody pulling it or suction. A really strong breeze or something to shut the door.
Sure.
And
nope,
we got startled, and we ran over there and didn't see anything. And we flicked on the light, and the light didn't work. So we went to get a light bulb. We put it in, and we had like a 2x4 carpet in the vestibule, and the impression left on the carpet was the trident, the devil's spear. The pitchfork.
Yes. Oh, yes. I know.
And nobody would have had the opportunity to do it, and they would have had to do it in the dark.
I'll tell you something, and I'll tell everybody else a brief story, which I sort of said I was never going to tell again. But that's a good one, sir. Thank you. And we shall always remember you, by the way, as caller number 1 from Detroit. What is your first name again?
My name is KC.
KC. KC from Detroit. Brother, thank you.
Well, it's good listening to you, Art, and I'm sure you're going to get a lot more listeners from Detroit.
All right, thank you. Good to be on the air there. Well, when I worked in Las Vegas, and for a number of years I did the program in Las Vegas.
It's going to be rough.
From the Union Plaza Hotel, it was called at that time. And one night when I was doing a show, this very night, as a matter of fact,
lower body,
a lady called up and claimed to be a witch. She gave me some very, very disconcerting information, personal knowledge, which I actually bleeped off the air. It was so personal, I couldn't believe that she could possibly
you missed Mr. Leaving.
Know these things about me.
I was afraid of that, Ian. He had a passing
toward the end of the call,
family.
she said she was going to come and leave something for me. Well, she left me a Ouija board. An ancient
I agree.
Ouija board.
So, Ian, the thing is, he said he's inheriting the guns or whatever. The problem is that I don't know where the relative passed away is. And Chicago, if it's anything like how New Jersey is, there's certain things with different types of guns. Say like an AR-15, for example. Let's say he inherited one of those. They have to do certain stuff to the barrel, to the stock, to all kinds of different things to make it legal in that state. So he in certain cases, he might even be better inheriting it and then immediately selling it to somebody. You know what I mean? Instead of trying to move it to Chicago. Just because the hassle it'll take them like six months to a year to get it. Famously, Tim Pool, his first gun was a gift from Steven Crowder, of all people. And Tim Pool was still in New Jersey at that time. He had to have Steven Crowder ship the gun. Steven Crowder bought him a brand new AR-15, had it shipped, and had to ship it to a gun shop. And then the gun shop had to mod the gun. It's fucked up. But yeah, that's just like one of them examples. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab something to drink.
I have never, nor will I to this day, tell you what has happened to that Ouija board. But when you call upon spirits, when you call upon the dark side, and you do it with something, an instrument, it does not matter, you'd better be damn careful what you're doing. Ouija boards are an opening. They're an opening into a world where there are things that you may not really wish to meet. So my advice to you, without telling you the detailed story of this board, which is frightening, my advice to you is do not play with Ouija boards. It's like opening a door, and you just don't know what's going to walk through. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Art.
Yes.
Hello. How you doing?
Okay, you're going to have to get into that phone and yell at us.
All right. How's this?
Much better.
All right. Thanks.
Where are you?
I'm in Spokane.
Spokane, Washington. KGA.
Mighty KGA.
You bet.
I have a story for you.
All right, go ahead.
It's a doozy. About a year ago, I was staying at a friend's house up in Newport, and we were sitting down in the basement, right?
Yes.
And we were sitting there smoking cigarettes and talking back and forth.
Doing guy stuff.
Yeah. And I was sitting there and I was watching my smoke from my cigarette go up, and all of a sudden I seen a face kind of appear into it, you know, the smoke going up into the air. And I asked my friend, you know, do you see it? And he's like, yeah. And it smiled kind of, and then...
It smiled?
Yeah, it just smiled. And
now, I could understand people blow smoke rings.
Yeah.
I could even understand blowing a face, but I can't understand it smiling.
Yeah, it just kind of formed into a face. It was the strangest thing I've ever... I still get shivers now.
And it smiled at you?
Yes.
Well, it's better than a frown.
Yeah.
And what happened to it then? Did it...
It just kind of dissipated really slowly.
Sorry, Ian, I'm back.
About seeing things in his house before, too.
I grabbed my fucking game controller like I'm going to play a video game.
I have a photograph. Thank you very much.
So, question for you, Ian. How's everything going with the fam, all that stuff? Why is that artifacting like that? Hopefully this does not shit the bed when it prints. What's been up? You've been in and out here and there. How's everything been going with you? Everything cool, or? I mean, I've just been angry all the fucking time. Ooh. He's only going to have one pock mark on his cheek, it looks like. That's not bad for support right there. Logo back. It's magic. Actually, you know what? These are just getting printed like this. I'm going to rotate it so it's pretty much flat. Dog, go lay down. You already went out. It's not that time yet. I'm not done yet. I'm still working on shit. You're good, brother. I'm still trying to figure out earlier. It was like ABL is your thumbnail. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, I definitely did not set ABL as my thumbnail. I figured I'd address it and just be done with it. I wish him the best. I hope it works out. But no, I mean, with you, like, how's everything been? I've been here, there, everywhere. I have been pissed off a lot lately. I think today I was sitting there because, one, dropping 20 grand all in one shot for a fucking fence sucks ass to begin with. I mean, it's kind of cool because I'm going to Mr. Miyagi the shit out of my yard, once that fence line goes in. But I was looking at it and I'm like, man, I go out there, I look at nature, and it's nice having the open woods right there and all this other stuff. And then those dogs came in today, and I was like, yeah, these motherfuckers letting their dogs run around, they need to go straight to Hades. They need to go straight to hell. And I was like, yep. Told the wife, I'm just like, yeah, that fence, they can't get it in here soon enough. Because I don't need my wife getting mauled by a pit bull, my dog getting mauled by a pit bull. I just don't need that bullshit. And I don't want to kill someone's dog. I would break my heart if I have to put an animal down like that. Alright. This is... Yep. That's the head and logos. And those are off. Now, you didn't say that about my thumbnail. Beans had said it when she first came in, and I looked. I was like, wait, what? She's like, why would you have his face as your thumbnail? I'm like, wait, why am I getting read to riot act for something I didn't even fucking do? I didn't do it. I swear I didn't do it. I didn't tell YouTube to do it either. And yeah, it's jacked. So the shittiest part is that they didn't need to do it. So that was something I started to get into, and I was saying, like, because it's still kind of ranting and raving at that point. I was reading in the newspaper, like the online, the local newspaper, everything's now online. You still get printed paper, but barely. So I went online and I was looking through different fucking articles, and one of the articles was like they cut all these trees like lopsided and all fucked up and all this other stuff, and just cut stuff that they're not even. They cut this one angel oak. You're not supposed to cut an angel oak. You're supposed to be an arborist to cut an angel oak. It's against the law. And they went in and like cut the whole side of this one tree down and shit in somebody's yard. And like the newspaper had a whole article like residents, it's not just me. There's a lot of people that are pissed off right now because they're going in just cutting stuff willy-nilly. And every comment on the article was the same thing. How come we're not just running the shit underground? Why are you still running telephone poles for power lines anywhere? Are you retarded? Like, because, there was a point in time where it was very expensive to run the shit underground. It's not expensive anymore. It's not hard anymore to even just drop the lines down, and because of machinery advancements for that shit. And they're just being lazy with stuff. And they're destroying, here's where I'm at with it. It feels like man, in general, I'm not just saying my property and my yard, my state, or anything else. It feels like, and I like to consider myself a high-tech redneck, right? Not redneck like I'm racist and all that shit, but redneck like I live out in the middle of the fucking woods and I'm missing my upper teeth, right? Like that kind of redneck. All right, that's fucked up. Give me 1 minute, dude. I definitely heard that shit. All right, I feel better now. It was just the wife. It scared the shit out of you. Like, I know I heard something. Like somebody moving in the house. I figured my wife was already out cold because it's 1 in the morning. Dude, even then, right? Like, the whole thing is with those shrubs, you're right about that. You don't even hurt the root ball of the tree. But not just that. When it came to the shrubs in particular, Ian, the roots don't go that fucking deep. You didn't need to cut them out. And, like, you know, when I was talking to one of the guys who came out looking at the stuff for the fence, I was talking to him about it. I was like, I don't like having my bushes up like 8 foot in the air, you know, 7, 8 feet in the air. I don't like it. Looks like shit on the front of my property. However, it's a natural fence line, so it's blocking out everything from the road, people walking down the road. Like, you know, you get every now and again we'll get a ghetto son of a bitch who walks down that road, looks over at the house, and you're just like, yeah, I might have to, you know, that guy might come back later, and some things are going to have to happen. That kind of thing. And it's like, you know, you took out the security for my dog. You took it out for my household and my family. And yeah, I mean, right now there's a whole argument going on, especially with the wife, where she's just like, yeah, you know, you guys owe us some money because the tree you cut down, one, you weren't supposed to cut down, and two, it's called tree rustling of all things. It is a crime, and you can, so we've been lining everything up for a small claims court argument. I have before and after pictures. I don't know that they do. So it's going to be real interesting. Next thing you know, I'm going to be sitting here like sweating my ass off because I don't have power. Oh, shit. I almost forgot. Sorry, I left you on this screen. I meant to bring you guys over to this screen. Dude, it's not even... Sorry. It's not even just that it looks like shit. Everything around me right now is green and lush. All except for where they cut, and it's all brown and dead. It's like, if that was the only part of it where it just looked like shit, I'd be upset. It's the, you know, like, I'd be a little upset, but it's the fact that you clearly, like, when I went out there and I drew down on dude, he got out of the machine, and then we had a whole conversation, and he stepped over where I was, and he looked, and I was like, yeah, it was my natural fence line you just took out. He looked from where I was standing. I was like, look right across the fucking street. I was like, these assholes don't even have their fucking dogs on, like, leashes, chained up in their yard, nothing. They're just running around all over the place. I was like, you just took out basically my natural fence line. He's like, brother, I am so sorry. He's like, he goes, I can see why you're pissed. I didn't even think of it like that. He's like, I was just doing my job. I was like, look, I know you were just doing your job. He's like, yeah, if it was my yard, I'd be just as pissed as you are. So I was happy he, you know, like, the guy at least looked at it and wasn't like, well, I don't understand. Are you a tree hugger or something? Or, you know, some dumb shit like this. He understood why I was pissed. Nothing he could do, though, because, you know, it's not like you can uncut the tree. It's already gone. Like, you can't go back and do God's work over again unless you're like poison ivy or some shit. All right. Let's see if we can get this thing to go. I'm going to bring both pieces in at the same time. Oh, yeah, this one's going to be a monster. Although, the good news is, it looks like when they did the cut in Blender. And it was in the same place. They never moved the model, which means I should be able to. Give me a Z-axis. Let's get this up natural. And bring this bad boy in. Let's see what we're looking at here. Oh my God. These little terrain pieces, this is going to be a fucking nightmare to sew together. Alright. Shit. First things first. I need to see. Let's see how many facings we've got. We've got a 3 million count on that piece. That's actually not terrible. And let's see what we've got for this piece. We got a 1.1, so that gives us just under 5 million on the face counting. Yeah, I mean, yeah, well, you got it. Protected species of tree. And that's just it. That tree was, according to the wife, that tree is a protected species. I don't know. If I'm to be honest with you, the wife is the one who got everything established as like nature preserve, all that kind of stuff. Because we had shit. We had animals on this land that are endangered, like gopher tortoise, where you can't fuck with it. Or we had an American bald eagle that used to come into the backyard all the time when we had this one really, really giant-ass pine tree out in the back. It got taken out during one of the hurricanes. But we had this pine tree, and I mean, this thing was a monster, and that bald eagle used to roost in it. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I can understand, I can appreciate dude doing his job. Like, I had, God, 7, 8 years ago. It's got to be now, maybe longer. I'm off, and it was when I was still doing the comic books. So yeah, it was a while ago, and I went to the comic book store, and they had marked a bunch of trees because in back of my house, a person owns, I think it's like 20 acres, 15 or 20 acres back there, and it's all pine trees and all this. The land got timbered. They came in and cut out all the pine trees, right, for timbering. And I can't stop that. It's somebody's private property. They can do whatever. But they came onto my property and cut this one tree out just as I was getting home from the comic book store, and my wife is screaming on the top of her lungs on the phone to me, like, "Oh my God, they're taking out the tree! They're taking out the tree!" So, dude, I'm driving like 90 miles an hour because I'm like 5 miles from home. I'm like, pull into the driveway, jumped out, and I had a logging chain. I can't remember what the hell we had. The logging chain was for something. But it was like laying, and my garage was open. It was laying there on the floor of the garage. Man, I grabbed that logging chain. I whipped that son of a bitch around my hand, threw the other end of it over my shoulder, and went, just stomping back to where the machine was. Dude was cutting down about to cut another tree. I walked up, and he looked out the window and shut down his shit immediately. And I was like, "Brother, what the fuck are you doing?" He goes, "Well, I get paid, like it's my job, and I clear all this out for timber and all this other stuff." I'm like, "That's fucking great. That's the property line there, asshole. You just cut my fucking tree down." "Oh my God," I'm like, "Look, you want to make it up to me? Then you need to leave me go about 10 feet from my property line. You can cut all that. I don't give a shit. It's not, but leave me something to protect my backyard, like a natural fence line." And he was like, "All right, man, okay." And then he's like, "What are you going to do with that chain?" I reached down because there was a chunk of that tree left that was on the ground because he had cut once, cut twice. I took the fucking logging chain, wrapped it around the one part of the stump, and drugged the stump onto my property and set it up. I'm like, this is now my target practice stump. And like, but it was crazy because I just took I was like, like, shit, I got to play this off because if I say I was going to beat the shit out of you with the chain, I'm going to jail, right? Like, fucking threw the logging chain around it real quick. And my wife actually has a picture of me with this pissed off look on my face, sweat pouring down, and like me with this logging chain dragging a log behind me. But it was like, like you got to be careful with that kind of shit. Like I was real careful when I went out with the gun because when I got back in the house, the wife's like, yo, you can go to jail for that shit, right? It's like, one, they drove onto my damn property, didn't announce themselves anything else. I was like, two, I was very careful. The safety was never off. I never had my finger on the trigger, and I never directly pointed. I pointed the gun in a direction, but I never pointed it directly at a person and lined him up for the shot. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't threaten him with the gun. I just let him know I had it. And she's like, well, all right. Yeah, that would hold up in court. You got to be careful with these things. That's kind of the fucking point. Because there's a good chance you can go to jail. Shit. I'm going to try this, and I don't think it's going to work. Well, I think it's going to work, but I don't know if it's going to work. We're going to find out. No, I don't want to remesh. I'll remesh after. I need to... Shit. All right, we'll go with this piece first. If this thing will do a union, I'll be all right. Boolean union. And then we just need to do the base full. If I turn off the eye for this rock, then I'm good. And like both pieces are together, if I turn off the piece or the eye for this rock and the other piece disappears, I'm screwed. Shit. I knew that was going to happen. Only way this is going to work is if the mesh is touching the other mesh. And because of the cut line, it's not exactly touching, so I got to be real careful with this. I got to hope he did it with such a slight cut that this is going to fit. Because if this works, then I might not even have to go to a remesh. I can get away with the 5 million. I can import it and call it a day. If not, it means I'm going to have to go through like 10 extra steps and do a full remesh to get rid of internal structure. And that is AIDS. That's when I'm going to have to decimate everything. Had some land timbered, ended up getting my grandma's. Talk about fucked up. Oh, that's messed up, dude. Oh, I got it. I got it. Let me see. Can I delete this? You son of a bitch. Come on, undo it. Shit, I thought we got lucky for a minute there. Come on. There it is. What the fuck? Seeing the cut. Alright, well there's only one way we'll find out. Let's export this. We're going to call this, we'll call this base 2. Let's see if this worked. I may have been able to get around doing a remesh. And we'll just delete everything. And bring in base 2. Let's see if this comes in with the full base. I'm in business. Come on, come on, come on. Yeah, all right. One solid base. Was able to get away with a union on it. No remesh necessary. Cool. All right. I gotta. It's so much fun. I love having to do this bullshit. Let's turn off Blender. And let's move you in. I can close Blender. And we can go into this new project. No, I would not like to save that one. Boom. Wait a minute. How come that was really fucking weird? I'm not hooked to... Am I still on Discord? I'm not on Discord. How the hell do I have any kind of voice coming into my headset? Wait, we had quite a bit of land, but that's the kind of shit that splits families. That's what I was talking to Eugene like I was when he was talking like he was. I mean, I'm not gonna talk about Eugene, brother. I'm just not. He's not here to intercede or defend himself or anything else. I don't know. I feel a certain way and have certain opinions on different things that he said over time. And like I said, I'm not going to talk out of school. He's not really a public figure like, like I'll talk shit all day on AVL because he's a public figure. But Eugene's more of a private person, even though he is technically a YouTuber. But yeah, I'm just going to leave him alone. Wait, what the fuck did I just do wrong? Oh, I grabbed the wrong base. I'm like, wait, where's the rest of it? Why is it just the nub? No, it's all right, Ian. I mean, you were 1,000% spot on, though, with when we were talking the one time and you were like, oh, yeah, I was over at Endy's and all that. I think I told you that. But, yeah, I don't know. I'm not subscribed to him. None of that stuff. I just wash my hands of them. I'm like grateful to him. Thanks for viewing me, all that stuff, and supporting me when you did. But yeah, I'm good. I did kind of talk to SE. He's doing a lot of stuff out in nature. SE is really like he's having fun, brother. You know what I mean? There's an error somewhere in here. I'm guessing it's internal structure error from what I did. So I'm gonna see if I can't let Windows do the repair. Dog, what? What do you want? Come here. You got crap in your eyes. Let's wipe that out. Let's give you a love. I see what happened. The cats stole your fucking blanket, huh? Poor dog. And he's too nice to them cats. Oh, you guys can't even see what's going on with this while it's repairing. But yeah, it's nice to see. I'm glad to see SE back in nature. He loves his nature. I thought about taking video of the front corner of my yard because I have another video that I did. I was going to cut into a short because, tell me if this is cool or whatnot, Ian, but here it started raining and it was sunshine and there was just rain falling down and I had done like a quick skid around with my camera, or well, with my phone, and looked up for the rain falling down on it and all that stuff. And I was going to put Creedence Clearwater Revival, Have You Ever Seen the Rain? Like, just do it as a short real quick. So I actually filmed that corner of the yard. And when I filmed that corner of the, taking a picture from now and showing the picture from then, like, and you can see what they cut out. It's like, you'll be like, what the fuck, bro? I see what's going on, dog. I mean, in a way, I kind of wish I had the camera hooked up right now. I would show you what's going on. So the one cat. Oh my God! So the dog drug a blanket and put it on the floor next to his dog bed. The one cat sat directly on the blanket. The other cat's sitting on the dog bed, and he's over there and he wants to lay down, but like the one cat just like hissed at him when he got close to her, and then the other cat like threatened to scratch his fucking face off. Like they're just beating the shit out of him. Come here, you poor pupper. Daddy got your back. I got you. All right, cats. You guys got to fuck off. Leave my dog alone. You guys can't be ganging up just because there's two of you. I'll have to get another pit bull puppy, and then you guys can fuck with him. How about that? There you go, dog. Now you can lay down. The CCR thing, I didn't make it. Bruh, I've, like, I was showing tonight, like, the Bob video. Did you see the Bob video for the Bob song, for Bob's Nut Kick? And I used AI and made a video real quick. And, like, the video is ridiculous. There you go. Get on your blanket, dog. I won't let them cats get you. The video is ridiculous. But I was going to cut all that together and just been busy. Like, ever since they fucked up the corner of my yard, I've had to do so much shit. And I was already pressure washing, like, the house and the driveway, all that kind of stuff. And it's like, now I have to go out tomorrow in the heat, fire up the chainsaw, and I have to cut like 2 feet where the people are going to be laying the fence in. So I'm going to have to cut down a whole bunch of branches and a bush out of my backyard and all kinds of stuff. So I've been kind of like running myself a little ragged. And then I got Wicked and Berserk. Shout out to both of them. They're amazing. But their loyalty program. And their loyalty program dropped. And my 8 terabyte drive is now at 3 terabytes. Like, I've used 5 terabytes worth of space on my external drive. And it was legit for like a day and a half. Nothing but me downloading all their backstock, all their models, and boxing them off on my backup drive. So I've just been busy as shit. Yeah, I mean, SE works his ass off too, you know. I'm just happy because the entirety of the time I've known SE, and we talk on stream, right? But SE and I have had conversations off stream that I'll never share. Smurf's had conversations with SE offline too, and Smurf will never share those. You know what I mean? It's like, it's one of those behind the scenes things, because with SE, I had a lot of questions when it came to streaming. He's got 2,000 subs. He's got a big channel. And I'm like, brother, why aren't you live streaming? He explained everything to me and all this, and how he got to those 2,000 subs, because he was trying to help me grow my channel. And I appreciate him, because when I didn't even have 100 subs, he's like, brother, you'll get over 100 subs. Just trust me on this. You'll get over 200 subs. You'll get over 500, and eventually you'll be over 1,000. But you just got to keep being you, keep being unapologetic, keep being honest, you know, and keep being true to your audience, to the people that are listening. And I try to do that with you guys. Like, I come on here and try to be unapologetic myself and everything else. Sometimes I'm going to piss people off. But, you know, there's not much I can do about it. I can't change who I am. I'm fucking 51 years old. Been through enough shit in my life where I shouldn't even be alive, and you can't apologize. If you apologize to somebody when you're not sorry, then you're just a fucking liar. And as Roga the Leaf will tell you, I suffer no fools, no cowards, and no liars, because I'm none of these damn things. You know? Okay, yeah, 4.2 million. I need to look at the structure just to make sure we're looking good. Looks like we're looking good. Let's preview it, and then I'll go down the cut lines. We'll see what's going on with internal structuring. And if so, then Henry Cavill Superman is ready for offload and print. That's 2 done out of like 10 fucking models. He's a nurse. He's not an EMT, he's a nurse. He takes care of sick people. I mean, I'm not talking out of school when I say this. He's it's what he's always done. Yeah, I'll tell you. Here's one for you, Ian. I don't know if you saw it. Perry weighed in on something the other day. I think it was the trees in my yard or whatever. All right. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I'll go back to that thought. 1 day, 13 hours. So this base is going to take 37 hours to print out. 1 day, 2 hours. Let's see what we got. Inlay looks good. Oh, what's that right there? I just saw like a little error. Okay, now it's just the infill of the land and that rock. Okay, cool. So I was able to repair it. All right, awesome. Well, that one's ready for export. Export the G code. And we're going to call that base 80, but it's just going up into the Henry Cavill folder. And we're saved. I just want to make sure I did scale this right. Yes, I did, 80%. Cool. We're on to the next one. Well, yeah, you do weed out the strong and the weak fairly quickly. You're not wrong. It's not that. I mean, I do piss people off because you get people that, like, for example, whenever I criticize ABL, I actually give a shout out to Devin because Devin stuck around even though I criticized ABL, right? I hope everything works out for that dude and what he plans on doing and restructuring and changing and all that, and people don't like change, and hopefully it works out for him. I don't know that it's going to. It's just my opinion. But, you know, you get people that'll get upset because they're attached to a content creator. They're attached to an idea, a conspiracy theory. They're attached to a religion. They're attached to whatever ideology they have in life. And just because you're attached to it and I'm not going to acquiesce to it. I'll recognize it, I'll appreciate it, and respect it. But I'm not going to just, you know what I mean? Lie to you and tell you my worldviews are changed because you feel a different way. That's not how this works. If that's the case and everything else, and people feel that vehemently or that strongly about something, then, well, you got a microphone, you have a cell phone, you can just set up your own live stream and talk shit for like 5 hours at a time, 6 hours at a time, you know? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for Perry, that's just it. I appreciate Perry. Perry definitely just rubbed people the wrong way at times. Okay, I'm cool with that. You know, like, all right, so I don't agree with him. Doesn't mean I don't value him. It's usually the people that I don't agree with that I value the most. You know, in a lot of cases, I always value the ones I agree with, but you don't want to be in a fucking echo chamber where everybody's like, oh yeah, this is super cool. Like, get out of here. You know, I just some people get knickers in the twist, and it's like, sorry, pissed you off this time. Try next time. Maybe you'll have better luck. Your princess is in another castle, my friend. All right. Hopefully this one goes a lot easier. We are going to do Dead Man. We'll get this one done for the wife. Oh, no, no, no. Okay, there we go. Looks like I got a choice of bases here, too. Looks like I've got a simple base and a big base, so I didn't have that with the last one. It's actually a very positive thing. But let's bring in what we got. Let's see. All right, base is in its own thing. So we got a big base. Oh my God. Fire, ghosts, tombstones. What's the simple base look like? Oh, are you going to tell me there's... Oh, there we go. Full piece. All right. Base full. We're going to bring in... I'm going to bring in each of the bases. I want to see what the difference is and what I'm losing by going from base full. All right. It'll take a minute for it to load up. Yeah, that's just it. I wish everybody well, no matter what. Even people I really don't fucking like, I wish them well. It's like, hey, you know, you do you. All right, so we got this. Good Lord, look at this base. Jesus, like, what is it with these guys and like making the base like 12 miles high? And I get it, like it's neat, right? So I've got a ton of shit on this base. And then there's actually accoutrements that go here as well as the figure standing. So I'm guessing this is where the figure's legs go. That is big. All right, let's see what the simple base looks like. Or I can do this one. Holy shit. Look at this, Ian. I can do this base. Right? Like 2 miles up. You got like holes going through it and all this crazy grass and shit. Or I can just do this. Dude, I'm hoping he's doing his boxing career. That man, he could snap a punch. Like, he could actually be... I see a contender within him. And, you know, he's talked... So I'm not talking out of school here. He's talked a bit about his life and some of the hardship in it. I can see him being hungry to win a fight. You know what I mean? Like, I could see him busting somebody's ass really, really bad. So this is the simple one. Wow, talk about it like. So this is the simple base, huh? Let me see. Fuck, I might just turn this all into one piece on its own. My only problem with this is, where the hell does Dead Man go on it? Does he go on the Ghost? I think he's like coming off this Ghost here. Let's take a look. Good fucking God, bruh. Yeah, the big base, there's like 4 things of fire, that ghost, that skull, and then 6 different tombstones on top of everything else. I want to just look and see how he looks. Let's see what we got. And it looks like he's got 2 sets of arms too. So, changeable arm. Yeah, you're laughing. I'm telling you, like, my whole thing is, when it comes to bases and stuff, like the Evil Lyn I did, there was actually a second choice for the base that had Panther, like Skeletor's purple giant ass cat that fights Battle Cat and He-Man, and she's got like her hand on it like she's petting him. And I looked at that base and I'm like, yeah, I really don't give a fuck about that. What's my other option? It looked like just like a rock. And I'm like, fuck it, I'm going with the rock. The minimalist base, I'm like, always give the choice of a simple base and a complicated base for people. Because 90% of the time, unless it's something that you're super excited about and really, really into, you're always going to go with the simple base because you're wasting a lot less material. Like, you don't have to go stupid crazy with it. I mean, it's great if you're selling it. So I'm lazy, I see. It ain't about being lazy. It's like, why the fuck would I? That's more it. Tell you that for free, David. For free. Okay, let me see. Looks like he lines up. Alright, yeah, so the ghost is actually what's supporting the figure, which is super odd, and there's an error in the upper part. Holy shit. What's crazy is my kitchen is Justice League Dark. So part of the thought here is that my wife can display the models next to the comic books and everything else, each of the little items for all the different Justice League characters. Like my dining room is really what it is, not my kitchen. Why the fuck I said my kitchen? Be hard to cook. Alright, so now what the fuck is up with this left arm? Kind of looks like David when he's about to fondle your balls, just with less hair. Well, David's in here. You're in here. Somebody else has this on autopilot. Just chilling in the background. I'm not sure, Ian. I have no clue. I have not the clue. All right. Looking at this. Well, let me bring in the left arm real quick. Okay, so I have a left arm and a left arm with the power. Oh, okay. Let's see what we got. Okay, there's your left arm with power, I'm guessing. And then you got the other left arm where you're just making a muscle. That's kind of cool. So if I'm looking at these two left arms, I'm going to have to make a 4.2 millimeter hole right there. And then that means that the torso is also going to have a 4.2 millimeter hole in it right here. How deep does that run? Looks like it runs deep enough where I can do it, so I can set magnets in there and you can change out the arms. Alright, let's take a look at scaling. Make sure I don't fuck this up. Scaling 80. Let's see, not bad. Kind of wish I had David's to do over again, if I'm to be honest with you guys. I would love to redo David's toga. One, because it got damaged in shipping because customs fucked it up. But two, I would like to redo David's because now I have new paints and I hollow things different and all kinds of stuff. So I would do it in a whole different way. Well, actually, it looks like 3 others, Ian. Looks like you got 5 people watching. I don't know who's watching, who's not. You know, I can only go by who's chatting and who isn't, which is why I have conversations with you. You know, not like I wouldn't if there was 3 other people interacting, but I'd, you know, talk to them as well. Ah, dear Lord. All right, so that upper body, looking at it, because of the angle of arm, that's going to print all kinds of fucked up if I do it as one piece. Let me see. Right arm. Wait, what? Right arm, neck, torso. So my alternative are these 3 pieces to doing just the upper body. Actually, I think it's 4 pieces because it doesn't look like there's a head on that neck. Alright. Shut that off. Let's shut everything else off except for the pieces I just brought in. We can get rid of the left arms. Okay, let's take a look. Let's see how you keyed everything, my buddy. Alright, it's pretty clean. There's his neck hole. Okay. So his acrobat's costume, there's got to be a peg for it. There is. Right arm. Okay. Alright, so the torso will be easier to hollow this way. I can do that. I can definitely fuck with that. The only thing missing is the head. Where's this? Where? Heed! Move! No! And then there's the head. Damn, that's a creepy looking motherfucker. Yeah, I think I'm definitely, I think he's going to get pieced out. I think his upper body can be pieced out. The lower body, I can get away with one shot in it. Actually, I might not be able to because, like with Cable Superman, I was able to put those holes in the feet for drainage. Let's see, what do we got? Left foot and right foot. I want to see how these things go together. Okay, so it goes up to a kneecap. Let me look at the other foot. Wait, what the fuck? torso, arms, legs, left foot, right foot. Where's his ass? What the fuck? Hand, head, left foot. Oh, there we go. It's legs. I would have called it waist, but okay. Yeah, man, he's getting full on pieced out. I'm not going to use one solid piece across the board. That sucks. All right, so upper body can go bye-bye. Where's lower body? That can go bye-bye. This piece, though, seems to have some kind of error in it. Let me see what it says. It's a structural error. Let's see if we can't fill those holes. Okay, we're able to fill it. What a weird character. What's up, Melissa? How are you? One is either Beans or Melissa, and there she is. I mean, it might be both of them. Beans listens while she's cleaning stuff at work in a garage or whatever. Does stuff like that, which I did. I cut down Superman. We'll see how he comes out. That one's going to be an interesting one, to say the least. All right. I can get rid of all the base stuff, too, because we will be switching over to Blender. I'm going to see if I can't put that base completely together. Clean that up real quick. Let me see. Bring you guys with me. Blender, by the way, for anybody who ever thought about 3D modeling, I don't know the ins and outs of it, but it's usually what most artists seem to sculpt in. And it is an amazing program. Just fantastic fucking program. Completely free. So, if you ever want to dabble around and all that and you've got time on your hands, check it out. See if you can do 3D modeling. I mean, these guys are making these amazing models, and they're making, like, we'll say, I think Wicked is like $13 a month, Berserk's like $10 a month. But I want you guys to think about that. If you have 1,000 people that are paying you $10 a month for models, that's 10 grand a month you're making in your pocket. So for some, 10 grand just to give nerds their fan service and their characters that they want to see brought to life. So if you got the time, it may be something to learn. I've debated really cracking down and actually taking a college course and learning how to use it. Not even fucking around with YouTube videos or anything. Alright, I went in the wrong folder. Full piece, base, simple, full, ghost, and skull. Hopefully the cuts are as good as the Henry Cavill one, because then I can do this easy. And they're not. Son of a bitch. They're all over the place. That means I gotta do this shit. And that means shit. Let's hope I line this stuff up right. Kind of a nightmare lining up pieces. Like, this one's way too low. Oh, come on. Luckily, there's little indents trying to see where I'm going there. Oh. But if I don't have them precisely in line, then when I go to print it, it's going to be all fucked up. I had to do the same shit with Killer Croc. Actually, with Killer Croc, there's parts that they didn't have in the model that they had in the big model. I was able to incorporate doing this shit. Alright, let me see. Let's see what it looks like interior wise. That's not bad. Alright. Yeah, there's guys whose whole YouTube channel is them doing their, like, making a model from scratch. I don't know if they're printable models, but a lot more talent than I have possessed in my fucking lame ass. Oh, I did not mean to do that. And X. Let's get them there. Everything's just really moving everything by coordinates. Oh shit, I just realized. Is he stepping on this skull? I'm doing okay. You're mad. Why are you mad? What's your beef? Roast or roux? What's going on? Oh, there we go. Look. How are we looking here? Oop, too far. Alright, I am out of bounds a little bit with this skull. The whole problem is I did not realize that the skull was actually sitting where it is. Like that it needs to go under the foot. That's actually a fucking problem. Alright, let's go wise. Oh. And down. Yeah, it looks like I'm touching under the model, so let me look at this. Show me the ghost. He's a little too low. Let's bring him up. I want them breaking the plane. At least I didn't have to rotate them. I hate rotating the pieces into place. Holy shit. You want to talk about a whole nother pain in the ass? Back. That one. Oh shit. I may have to move this down further. Alright, I'm going to look at you from the back. I know this is real exciting shit, guys, but gotta fucking get done. Oh, fuck. I mean, it's always nice. You guys tune in. You just watch me paint these fucking things. You don't see the pain in the ass it takes to fucking get them all lined up and rocking and rolling. Holy shit. And I rarely do these, but the one thing I have learned with this shit is it's been a long, ugly, angry ass fucking week. And you don't paint angry. When you paint angry, it translates right to whatever you're painting. And if it's something that I'm working on. So, for example, Shazam. You know, my wife's like, I actually like it. But what the hell? Your heart wasn't in it? So what do you mean? She goes, I'm looking at this base, and like normally you take your time, everything. I was like, yeah, I was pissed. Your art will reflect your state of mind when you're fucking with something. That's for free, as David would say. Oh, damn. That gig line. Dear Lord. Now I want to go to a Y. Shit. Trying to get it. There we go. It's like playing the fucking claw game. Really is. And of course this is not helping. This thing feels like it's, when they cut it way bigger than it needed to be for some fucking reason. So I'm going under and around it, but I shouldn't be. The fuck? One side is just not lining up. I don't know. I mean, there's points where I'm like, I kind of feel stupid doing streams. I'm gonna be real with you. Like, I think I might be able to paint better if I wasn't streaming while I was trying to paint. But, you know, Mister said this to me. He's like, we don't come in here to watch you paint your dolls, sir. We come in here because we like hanging. And that's just it. God damn. Seen smaller gaps on prostitutes walking around in South Philly. The fuck? There is nothing I can do to get this gap correct. What the fuck is going on with that? Like, it looks like it's overcut for whatever reason. Unless the fucking thing's tilted. This thing better not be fucking tilted. I will be pissed as hell. Fuck that. I need to get out from the line a little bit before I go pulling in. That thing should be square up now. How are we looking at the bottom? All right, let's find out. Ooh. Touching. Looks like we're touching. All right, first things first, let's turn that one off. And let's generate a boolean. See if I can't just do this easy and don't have to remesh it into a solid and erase everything. The ghost. Ghost is first. Once that applies. Dude, coconut cake, nice. I mean, coconut cake's awesome. You know, it's crazy. Damn, you eat that shit right out of the pan? That's awesome. I think we're good. The ghost. Yep. So the ghost is blended. That worked. Now let's make sure, see if I got the skull in. So part of the reason why I don't want to just glue, like I could do these all in resin and glue them in, because it's going to be harder to paint. The reason I'm not doing everything in resin and doing it this way is because the figure itself is going to be, the indents for its feet are right here on the tree. So this ghost, I called it a tree, this ghost is actually the main support for the figure. Not like the base is just to widen it out. This is the actual support. So if I just glue this in, I'm relying on a single glue joint basically to hold up the entirety of the figure. If I turn this into one solid, then the entire base and the ghost become the posting for the figure, and it will hold the weight better. Won't break as easy. Just figured I explained something that nobody gives a fuck about. Except for me. But it's crazy having to come in here and, like, it's nothing against the guys that make this, you know? Yep, that one looks like it attached too. Nice. Got them deep enough in there. It's nothing against the guys that make these either. Just, you know, they're cutting it down so people could print them all in resin. You can also do the one solid one in just FDM or filament. Your filament of choice, ABS, TPU, you know, PLA, whatever. But Space re. Oh no, what did I just fucking do? Idiot. It's an export, not an import. What the fuck was I thinking? Dude, you want to talk about a base retard? I mean, re? That's me. Base re. Export. Alright. Back over here into the Elegoo. I'll drag you guys along. And we're back in Elegoo. Let's get rid of the old project. Good old Superman base. Wait, what the fuck? There it goes. And old piece base, simple base re. think we're going to 80% on this. So we'll go to 80% and then make her look pretty. Here's something. Shout out to fucking Bob, by the way, guys, while I'm at it. He ain't here, and don't you guys ever fucking tell him I said this, but I really like that dude. He's good people. And if you tell him, I'll say that you lied. $4,365,396 fucking facings on this shit. Let's see. The Superman base was, place your guesses, people. Superman base was 37 hours. And how long will it take to make this base? My guess is 22 hours. Let's say this is a 22-hour print. That's my guess before we even get there. It'll show us on the right-hand side exactly how many hours. Place your bets. Place your bets now. 22 hours. Total hours. Actually, it's not. That is a pretty simple base. 10 hours and 44 minutes and 36 seconds. Not bad. And that's going to be base 80. And I will double check that. Let's see. This is Dead Man. Base. Well, shit. I didn't even set up the fucking... I haven't done any of the other cut downs. So we are... And just so you guys know, the reason why I call it print 80 when I'm making the folder to put these in, I don't even know if you guys can see the file system when it comes up to save it off, but I call it print, and that's where I put in all the cut downs, everything else. The reason why I put a number after it, if I had rescaled this model to 60 or 70, or it's at 100% or 120%, I always put in whatever scale I redid it on the folder for all the printing files. And the reason I do this is if a print fails, like say I do the torso here, well actually you guys can't even see it because I got to switch you back over. But if I did like the torso on Dead Man and it prints and something goes wrong in the print and it fails, and it turns out it's because of the way I hollowed it, I oriented it wrong, I fucked up in some way, shape, or form, and I got to go back and bring it back into this lychee slicer software and redo it. I know what the percentage is that I've got to rescale it to, because I actually had I did a print and I had to reprint something on it that failed, and I ended up printing it at 100%. And then it came out, and I'm like, holy shit, his arm's bigger than the rest of them. What the fuck is going on here? And I was 20% over. I was at 80% with the rest of the model and 100% with that piece. That was Mister's take on it. I'm sure we all come in here to see you paint. I appreciate that, Ian. I'm an amateur. I'm a beginner. Right now, the one, they're doing a $1,500 competition right now for the one Patreon I'm on. Whoever has the best model, and they're hammering it out to internet judges, like, you know, people that paint and actually sell their models and all this stuff. And like, I really like the company that's sponsoring it, or like they might actually go in, depending on if they're prints. I got to do one of their prints and see how it comes out. But I'm definitely liking the way their models look, all this stuff. But yeah, I didn't even bother entering anything into the painting contest because I'm going to get blown out by everybody. Because I'm not even on the level of some of these guys. Like I think I'm all right, but these guys are fucking amazing. And it's not like, oh, Cam, you're selling yourself short or some shit. No, it's just honesty. Like there's a difference between somebody who can do this like on a level where they're going to win $1,500 in an art contest, and then what I do, which might net me like 1 millionth place. But I do appreciate it because the painting part's fun too. Like it's a challenge, and again, I say this all the time. It's a journey. You should always be wanting to get better. And where I'm at, that's kind of how I feel. Is like, yeah, I just want to get better and better. Really enjoy it. I have fun doing it. I get to talk to really cool people and hang out and chill. Like I came in here tonight on stream, man, I was full of piss vinegar and fired up. I got the most negative parts of the show out in the beginning, and then this shit, is boring as it is, to sit here and put holes in models, hollow them, cut them down, all that stuff. I also know what the end product's going to look like in the paint job as I'm doing this, and the fun and everything else that goes with it. But I've gotten to talk to Mister, I got to talk to Melissa, I got to talk to Rebel, I got to talk to Bob, Rogue, Yui, and like I got to talk to everybody and hang out. And it's just like, Lynn dropped by. Hell, Levi was in the beginning. It's like my mood went from I'm severely pissed off, and tomorrow when I'm out in the fucking heat and I'm chainsawing down shit and cussing God and cussing the electric company and all pissed off, I'll be thinking back to this, and like I'll get a smile, and just it actually does change my day and changes my outlook on stuff. And yeah, I appreciate you being here too, Melissa. Like I really do. I'm happy that you found me at a point in time when you kind of needed it. You're doing better, and you're doing that one thing that I can appreciate completely. Chips are down on you. Things kind of suck. You didn't just say, fuck it, I'm done, I'm tapping out, I'm going to crawl in a hole, I'm going to blame everybody for my woes and my problems and everything else. You knuckled down and you got up and you kept swinging, and that's awesome. And I was happy that, you stumbled in when you did, because you always bring an air of lightness to this. Same thing for like I'm always appreciative of Stranded, because I stuck that poor girl, and I say poor girl, she's a full grown ass woman, but I stuck that poor woman with here you go, now you're my mod. And she's just like, shit, well I guess I gotta be here for every show. I don't think she said it like that, but you know what I mean. Like, she was like, all right, well, I'm just keeping the seat warm till Sheree gets back. And, yeah, Sheree ain't coming back. I think Beans pointed that out. Yeah, she's gone. She's never coming back. I'm like, okay. Well, I at least got Stranded. And Stranded does keep me in line. Yeah, I mean, not the only person who completely keeps me in line, if we're being really honest here, is my wife. I've said this before, and I'll say it till the day I die. I knew not a stitch of fear in my heart till I got married. Oh no, what the fuck? How? Structural anomaly. Is it right there in the front? Oh, okay, yeah. This hole I try to put in the front, this is not going to work. I must be bumping into something and ripping through the model. Let me see if the side one will let me get it in there. I might need to shrink it down too. Find out. I only have one. Nope. Nope. That's ripping something when I do that. Alright, I'm going to have to just go with one major hole then. Work from there, and then the 2 feet. 2 feet should have holes in them too. Or where the feet attach. Yeah, they do. Alright, cool. Alright, that piece is set. Make sure the scale is set. See, like, I would have fucked it all up. The base is set at 80. The legs are set at 100. And we'll use a little bit of that magic. We'll let it auto-orientate. I do kind of let it, like, letting it do that. It does seem to find the best configuration where you get the best print. Because the other option is just to support the shit out of the whole thing, and it feels like a waste of resin a lot of times. Look at them butt cheeks. Jesus. He's going to have those 2 little dots on his crotch. The one knee supported. That leg is way over supported, though. I don't know. Fuck it. Worst case, it comes out like shit and I reprint it. Alright, let's see. Feet. Am I gonna... I don't think I don't think I'm gonna hollow the feet out. I think I can get away with solid on those. They're pretty thick. Let's just rescale them. Alright, foot 1. It's the right foot. Go ahead. Do your thing. What's up, D-Lord Meat? Goat. Maybe an old goat, brother. Not the greatest of all time, no. But I appreciate you. I appreciate you just the same. Thank you for dropping in. Shout out to Don Benitez, too. I don't know if I said that. I think I said that at the beginning of the show. Shout out to Don Benitez and Parasocial. He brought me a whole bunch of new viewers, and I'm happy to have each and every last one of them. Good people are awesome. That raid was awesome. Is there a fee to enter or just open to whoever? Oh, the painting competition? I think it's free to enter. But the thing is, and I always say this, you know what, I'm going to turn off this auto orientation. I think I'm going to do this a little different because I kind of want to put the supports where they're not going to be hitting the piece crazy. So I think this might actually be a better angle to get this leg done. Let me look. Yeah, all the support structure will be in back of the leg that's stuck up against the tree and the ghost. So I think I'm going to just auto-orientate these. There's guys like, I know the one year, I think it was Ground Affected. He was one of the judges, and he is that dude's fucking great with his art. Like, he just really is. I'm always impressed. And he gives you some really brilliant ideas on how to layer on skin tones, stuff like this. But he's a professional nerd, so when it comes to this stuff. And I don't mean that in a derogatory way, I just mean it in an honest way. It's good to be a nerd sometimes. Alright, so we will do one plate, will be his feet. And we'll just call that feet. Make it 80. That's the Man of Steel. We need to go to Dead Man. Print 80. Save. Yeah, it's a crazy one, Ian. The paint competition. I mean, let me go look at their page real quick. I may be able to show you what some of the stuff is. It's, by the way, guys, see how it says this number up top, rendering, and then the big number? That's how many layers there are. So each one of those that's incrementing by one is it pushing into the FAP, the light turning on, hardening the resin, pulling it off the FAP, and then, so it's going to do it 14,800 or 1,483 times to make these 2 feet. That's how many times it's got to push resin in, harden it with light, and then pull it off. Crazy. It goes ultra millimeter by ultra millimeter, I want to say it is. I think it's ultra millimeter for some reason. Ultrameter. But yeah, or micron or some shit. I can't remember. Craziness. You watch it with the time-lapse AI cameras that are in the printers when it's printing after the print's done, and it looks like it's just pulling it straight out of the fucking shit, and you're like, yeah, I wish it worked like that. Which Dead Man's going to be crazy. Really should have thought about what I was printing. Because he's going to be red, black, white. It's going to be rough. Painting shadow in that white skin is always interesting. It doesn't show you the end result either, does it? Oh, yeah, it does. So, yeah, it actually tells you how much resin you're using too. The estimated print time, which this you can always add probably about half hour to an hour on top of, and then the estimated price. So if this doesn't fail the first time I print it, it's going to cost me 91 cents in the amount of resin I'm using. Just little factoids for, you know, people that are watching that are nerdy like me, because I always find that shit interesting. Like, how much? You're able to print that whole statue for like $12. Like, no shit. They want 300. Fucking head. He is a creepy looking fuck too. I mean, he is Dead Man, so makes sense. I just don't want to mess up his nice Uncle Fester haircut. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, that works. Pretty damn clean. All right, what do we got? Right arm. Oh, God. See what I mean about, like, the difference between 80% and 100%? The arm's at 100%, that head's at 80. Once you change up the scaling on the arm, though, it doesn't seem so big. Definitely gets smaller. We will let you auto orient because I have no good angle for this one. The other thing is I always watch when it's doing the auto orientation or I'm orientating it for the key and this right here, because if it deforms, it'll throw the whole damn thing off. Oh, the neck. Make sure you're at 80. Okay, let's turn off this right arm. We're just going to try and build the supports around it. Good Lord, yeah. This, I've got no good way of doing it either. So we'll just let the machine do its work. I almost want to flip this on its back end. I have a feeling right here is going to be an issue when this prints out. The interior on this side too, because of how elevated. Let's turn that off. I think I do have a better way of doing this. And that way would be like this. I know it looks all goopy right now. That's okay, because I'm about to fix it. This way, if I got to do sanding on it to smooth it out, it'll be a lot easier to hit these tiny little peaks and sand them down than it would to... Let me look at the... Yeah, it's hitting on the lower ends here and stuff. It's a lot less recovery work than where it was before. All right. What else do I have? 2 arms. Let's move them into the plate. Only thing I got left with this one, I think, is the torso to support and hollow, and then I can cut them all down. I know you're kidding. If I'm to be quite honest with you, all the print sites I go to, you can't find the Glock switch anymore. They used to have them on there. They all took them down. I'm pretty sure the federal government came in and was like, yeah, we got an issue here. Unless you want your entire site ripped down, you better get rid of this. But it's the same thing for... I've seen people that had prints up for ghost guns before. They don't exist anymore. Like, I didn't download them, so I'm safe. Like, I'm good. Because I had my old 3D printer at the time. And it was my resin printer. So I couldn't have printed it anyway. I was like, oh, that's really cool that you're putting ghost guns out there. But, yeah, that site got taken over. And they don't have those prints up anymore. So unfortunately, you would have to search a shady type website in order to find something like that, Ian. And it's fine. I know you're joking. But yeah, that's one I can actually answer, because there's no illegal answer to it, if that makes sense. There's no illegal answer to it, because the government, I believe, went to those sites and said, hey, take that shit down now. And, I can tell you now, it wasn't during the Trump administration. That's what I can tell you. It was definitely during Biden's administration that happened. So they definitely cracked down, and in a way, I can't blame them. I don't want some asshole printing a Glock switch and, fucking themselves up with it. Because there's going to be one person, and it's like they banned the 3D printers. Like, there was already something going on with 3D printers where, I can't remember what state, it was probably California or something, maybe Colorado. One of them was I want to say, I can't remember what the hell, it didn't affect me, so I didn't really pay attention to it all that hard. But it was something like, I believe there was legislation that they could check your print files to make sure you were not printing. Oh, shit. Damn it. I have to hollow these. Fuck. Started talking shit and completely forgot. Sorry. But yeah, they were going to pass some kind of legislation where they were going to be allowed to check your print files because people were printing Glock switches and that kind of shit and selling them. And if I'm to be real, I was like, you can check all my fucking files all you want. I don't do shit illegal on this. I got no need to. By the way, you guys that are watching, do me a favor. Do not let me forget to put a 4.2 millimeter, if you see me doing it, not doing it, in the torso. In the left arm slot. And the reason why is because right here, I've made this hole. It's 4.2 millimeters. My magnets are 4 millimeters wide, so I can put glue on them. I can put the magnet in there. I put the one in the torso, and then I got switchable arms. Yeah, I think everything to do with deregulating guns is just ridiculous to an extent. And I'm not even going to give the constitutional argument here. I'm just going to put it this way. There are household chemicals you can mix together, household items you can use, and inflict way, way more damage than any fucking gun ever would give you. So, like, wait, what are you going to do? You know, as Rogue said earlier, a gun is a great equalizer. I would much rather that everybody was allowed to have a gun and not need it than need it and not have it. Okay, cool. I got at least a second drain port here. I'm not happy I had to hollow these arms, by the way. They're going to be way too heavy. Alright, 4.2 millimeter and boom. So our magnet holes. What the fuck just happened there? Did you guys see that? Did I not hollow the other arm? Let's undo that. Shit. Alright, hold on. I gotta go to the layout. Let me turn off the left arm with power so this way I'm only working on the one. Oh yeah, I never hollowed this. Dear Lord, I'm like, what the fuck? Like the whole thing disappeared. That's the reason I have to hollow it, so I can put the hole in there. Otherwise, I'm going to have to drill a hole in it, and it's a pain in the ass. Like, real pain in the ass. I have it. The wife actually bought me like a professional punch for it, and like the little hand bit drills. So because using a rotary tool, it's real easy to crack the outer shell of your print. But I would rather not have to do any of that crap and just be able to put a simple hole in with the program, and then it just simply does not print that area. Alright, let me see, where am I hitting? We're going to want this in there. Yep. The other thing is when you're doing these, like putting these exportable holes in, you got to make sure you check the model afterwards, because sometimes the hole will break here and then you'll have a hole running through the model. Alright, cool. Let's do this again, this time with feeling. Scale, make sure everything's at 80. Okay, cool. Go ahead, hit it with that magic. I am not liking that orientation at all. Let's change this up. I guess I'm gonna have to do it with support out at the elbow into the bottom of the muscle. So this is the left arm, which means it would be going that way. And then get the supports in there. I should have less supports. Take a look. Bam. Yeah, that cleaned that up quite a bit. I still got a shit ton of supports going down that arm, but it's a lot cleaner going out. And help this son of a bitch was in a jumpsuit, huh? I think I'm going to do this with, no, hold on, go back, Control Z. Control Z, as David would say. David's out there if he's listening right now going, okay, buddy. I mean, it's not amazing how they're still out there. Like, I would like to say it's amazing how they're still out there, but until somebody pulls one out and uses it, how do you know if somebody's got a switch on their Glock, especially when they're carrying an illegal gun most times, you know, or an unlicensed gun? I shouldn't say illegal gun, but an unlicensed gun. You know what I mean, Ian? So, like, if you're not catching a person with an illegal gun and they're clipping someone out with it, like, it's a mess, dude. I don't know why. It's the people taking people out for clout. That's the problem. We'll also include the head on this print plate, so this way it's a lot less. 1385. What are we looking at? Probably about an hour and 40. Well, probably about 2 hours to print them. Yeah, I'm real careful about that shit too. Well, you know, it's funny, in my older age, I don't have to be all that careful about all that much. Like, I can't imagine being a kid nowadays. God, if I were, I'd probably be dead. But if I were a kid now, with all the toys that I have as far as electronics, the internet, you know, all this kind of stuff, having a 3D printer and everything else, and it wasn't all set in my ways and lazy and all that, and I was still energetic, full of piss and vinegar and everything, and the world was my oyster, I would have been a dangerous son of a bitch, because I would have just gotten myself in so much trouble over and over and over again, especially because when you're younger, you don't think 100% through things. Like, even I always considered myself clever, but there's stuff now that you have to be hyper conscious of, and I don't think at a younger age I didn't have that hyper consciousness. We were careful, but I could just see it. Like, I would have half my parties probably posted all over the fucking internet about, you know, like, shit that different people were doing, floating guys' shoes in toilets, and drawing dicks on the passed out dude's face, you know, stuff like this. Because that was always one of our things that we always, There's guys who woke up with Sharpie marker, had to go to a fucking job interview the next day with a big old penis drawn right across their forehead, and or I like balls like written down the side of their cheek because they passed out drunk at one of my parties. It's happened. And like we would have filmed that shit and posted it on the internet for everybody, God and everybody to see. And we definitely, like, I don't know. It's got to be rough to be a kid nowadays. I can see parents being super overprotective, kids being super angry about it. But I mean, I do think it's interesting though, because we grew up in a generation, anybody who's Gen Xers, we grew up in a generation when no street lights came on. Wherever you were playing, you came home, right? And the reason why you came home is because the kids that didn't go home when the street lights came on were usually never seen again. Like, I don't know if a stranger got them into their van or what happened to them, but yeah, you went home and them. And worse would be if your mom whooped your ass when you got home, and then your dad would get home, well, if you had one, and he'd whoop your ass next. All right. Right arm, legs, and 80. Yeah, I mean, again, it's cool. We see kids that come in here and they're here for, like shit. There was one person that came in here, and Sheree and I were like kind of talking back and forth. It was just Sheree and I, and it was real late night. And Sheree was like, just for my own curiosity, how old are you? And they told us, and Sheree and I, like, legit on the side, were messaging on Discord, like, where the fuck is this kid's parents? Like, who lets their kid online? And, well, maybe they're on the East Coast or on the West Coast. And I'm like, Sheree, it's 3:30 in the morning. Like, it means it's 12:30 where they are. Would you let your kids on? She's like, I'd beat the shit out of my kids if they were on the internet at 12:30 in the morning at his age, talking to strangers in the fucking live stream. Like, yeah, you're not wrong. Not wrong at all. Shit. This thing's almost done rendering too. Cancel. Oh my god. I really did do that. Yeah, I can tell I must be getting fucking tired. The reason why is because I just watched that thing go. So can I delete this whole... I may have to reload this arm. Yeah, I gotta reload the arm. I watched that whole thing start rendering, and I'm looking at it, I'm like, something doesn't... It just looks off. And it took a minute, and then it hit me exactly what's off. I didn't hollow it. So I'm watching one go solid and one go hollow. And it's like that thing's going to tear right off the damn plate. It's going to be lopsided when it prints. Too heavy. So you're going to create uneven suction. And this one I do not have to put a 4.2 millimeter hole in. Although that's actually the size hole that fits, so fuck it. do think it's funny though. Anytime it's just me in the stream by myself, I put on Art Bell. I get like maybe one call deep because I'm just like, ah, fuck it. I need something to listen to while I'm doing this shit, right? Or something to interact with. And every damn time, it's like I put on Art Bell. 2 minutes later, hey, what's up, man? Like Art is he's a magic person. He brings people together. All right, I think that looks all right. Let's see. Nope. Damn it. It's hitting somewhere in here. Yeah, it's going to cut right through the outer sleeve of that arm. Now it's too close to the peg. All right, let's shrink you down. Oh, what the fuck? Get that out of here. What do we got going on? I swear, oh my god, am I losing my shit? What the fuck just happened there? I swear it was cutting into the lower arm. Now that hole's fine. What? The software glitch? Or my brain glitch? That one's, yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. You got to be careful. I'm way too close to the sideline. It's going to rip a hole straight through. Let me see if I can. Yeah, actually, to tell you the truth, those two should be good. I don't even need that extra hole. Let's go back in the layout. That should be more than enough. Get that drained out and scraped out. Scale 80. Hit magic. Go auto. Go for it. What do you got for me? Oh my god. I'm definitely becoming an old man who's going to yell at clouds. And you people allow me to be on the internet and talking shit like this? That's not right. It's almost as bad as like teasing Bob when he got drunk. Like, we're all going to hell for that. At least when he's sober, Bob, tells me to go, calls me an asshole and stuff. Which I always love. I always love that shit. Legs, and this is the right arm. They're both at 80. And there we go. We should see this come up hollowed now instead of a solid piece. Yeah, so, I mean, I said this before, but anytime you see the solid white, that's what it's printing at that layer. And then how it goes into the black is because the layer is formed, and that is actually a cavity. That black is the hole in the model. No, it's kind of redundant of me to say that, but I never know who's watching, listening, judging. Look at the baby, look at the baby. Can anybody tell me what that's from? God, you know what's fucked up? Now I'm thinking about it. Because that, by the way, that you're always watching, judging, look at the baby, look at the baby. It's Vince Vaughn in the movie Old School. I used to have this one kid who worked for me, Duran, shout out to Duran. And Duran fucking used to come over and hang out with me and my roommate all the time. Well, so actually, technically, he was the homeowner, and I was his roommate. But he used to come over and hang out, and that's what he used to call us, was old school. And I look back on that shit, and that was back in like 2011, right? So 15 years ago. I'm like, you think I was old school then? Fuck. That was like his big running joke with us. We were like the guys from old school. Had the coolest party house and all that kind of shit. But we were old. It's like, hey, you don't know what old is yet, bud. I think he's a teacher now. Shout out to him. He actually did all right with his life. Matter of fact, good old Duran. See, like, I shouldn't even say this shit. But the fact there's exactly, oh no, there's 5 people watching. I better not say it. It was just me, Ian, and Melissa in here or something like that, or I knew whoever's listening, I would tell them. I'll just say that Duran actually had his own thing and interviewed me on it one time. And yeah, he had like 10 times shit. I think even now, if he fired up his old shit, he'd still be monetized. That little fucker had a lot of subs. He really did. Alright, damn it. I gotta stop fucking around here. Let's get to getting this torso knocked out. 8. That should put a nice hole in it. Be able to dig in there. Come on. Come on. I hit hole only. There you go. Structural integrity still good. It is. Check it. Yep. Should be flat across the board, so I could just drill holes as long as I'm not hitting this little key right here when I'm doing it. Damn, it's so quiet in here. I don't even know. Did Beans ever come back? If not, if she does come back, let her know Henry Cavill is ready to rock and roll. And if his face comes out fucked up, it's her fault. Because when I was cutting him down, I said, "Is this face good?" And she never answered. So, yeah, I can't do nothing about that now. Damn it. I don't know, boys and girls. I think I might have to curb my nicotine habit soon here before I really, all the jokes about me getting lung cancer become reality. As I'm starting to feel it. That would be a shitty way to go. We're good here. Left arm, I got to remember to put a 4.2 millimeter hole in the joint. All right. Let's go into your throat hole there, bud. It's a good place to put a hole. Pain in the ass when you're gluing them when you do this, though. Like the Halloween. The Halloween is awesome. Because it saves so much fucking resin. Actually, to tell you the truth, buying the FDM printer to do the bases with has saved me so much fucking resin. Oh my god. Game changer. I was going through 2 bottles every week and a half, 2 weeks. And since I got the FDM printer and started doing the bases on it, go through 2 bottles like every month, maybe. And granted, you know, you're not getting as much clarity on the base, but you also don't get warping. You can do it all in one shot, make it one solid object, and nobody really gives a shit about the base anyway, unless it's something for a diorama. Then people care about the base. Let's see, can I get that hole in there? Oh. Let's see. That was pretty close. Get you centered out, and I can probably go to a 5.5 mil. Yep, no problem at all there. Let's take a look. Nope, we're not hitting anything. Oh boy. Damn, the neck's just going to be on a plate by itself. That's crazy. Alright, I'm going to flip her around. Because here is the arm that's important. Because this one is not really a drain hole as much as it is a magnet hole. Square it up. Bam. 4.2 millimeter. Perfect for me to put the magnet in, glue it, and we got switchable arms. Cool. I don't even know if I really need to drain hole the sidearm. I can get in. Let me look at the torso again. Yeah, I should be able to get up through that torso and the neck holes. So, torso set. Oh, shit. Unapply hole. And delete this one. So, just so you guys know this part, because I really should have explained this. So I never resized this piece, so it's at 100%. And I've been putting all these drain holes in it and everything else, right? So we'll say this right here, this hole that I'm cursoring over right now, this is a 10 millimeter hole. The moment that I reduce the scale on this to 80%, every one of these holes reduces to the same amount that the overall model did, meaning that this 10 millimeter hole now just became an 8 millimeter hole. If I didn't catch that scaling mistake and I put the 4.2 millimeter hole in this arm, it would have shrunk by 20%. And the magnet, I would have been fighting with it. Like, why? I know I put in a 4.2 in here. How come it's not fitting? So I have to shrink it down, go back in. I had to remove that hole, go back in, and redo it because I would have just been pissed. I would have been like, I know I put the 4.2. I would have gone back to stream, looked at it, and been like, what is going on with this? So that was almost a mistake that I'd have been cussing later. I would have been losing my mind. Like, what happened? All right. Boom. Give me some auto orientation. Let me see what the computer found is the best angles to prop this bad boy up. See if I agree with it. All right. Man, it really does favor that right side, huh? I T-pose them. Let me see. I just want to see if this looks better. Although, I don't know if I want to do it because of the waistline. The only thing is, even if it warps, I should be able to sand that thing down. Yeah, no. No. Back to, go ahead, do your magic mic thing. Oh, God. Stop. No. I don't want it that. Well, looks like it's going to fight for that angle. Apparently that's the best angle to build off of with the least amount of supports needed. Should have supports in the left arm for the little overhang maybe. Yeah, 2 of them. Well, let's hope it comes out and doesn't look like shit, huh? I may end up having to redo this torso. Not sure I like the way that supported it. Or that's the best orientation, so to speak. What else did I need? Just the neck. How big's the neck piece? Oof. Damn it. Alright, fuck it. Let's see if I might be able to get this neck piece on here too, because it's big, but it's very thin. So, whoop, whoop, whoop. Okay, that works. Let's see if we can't get you rotated into place. I also got to, I'm going to check the scaling on the neck piece too. That should do it. It's going to be a little lopsided on that print with weight. Should be alright. 80%, we're good. Final 2 pieces, Dead Man's exporting. I already did the base. Yes. Alright. Neck torso, yeah, that's a good name for that file. 80. Shipping them off. Oh, God. Cutting down models definitely will hurt your head. Alright. What else do I have to cut down? This Dead Man, I can check him off. Got Gandalf, Mad Hatter, Sonic, Mario. I also got to do an Ed 209. I think Rebel wanted to see me paint an Ed 209. That one's going to be a lot of work, but I'm actually looking forward to it because I get to learn how to use the chrome technique. And actually, my wife's like, well, you're retarded. So, what do you mean I'm retarded? She's like, yeah, I'd use this chrome technique because I was explaining to her what I needed for it, and she's just like, yeah, you're retarded. I've been doing chrome for years with nails, fingernails, so. She was doing like Etsy and all that shit with those fingernails too. The fingernail paintings, and for some reason quit doing them. Oh, I know why she quit doing them. I can't even talk about it, but yeah. I'm like, I know she was doing them. Why did she quit? And yeah. Yeah, she quit for a good reason. Oh my God. I think Gandalf should not be that. I think I can cut down Gandalf real quick. I'm going to try. Because the whole thing is, he's got those robes on, so I'm going to say the whole body of the model is just his robes. Probably one cut around the waist, maybe one cut around one or both of the arms, the head maybe, and that's it. If he's like 20 pieces, then fuck him. I'll do him later. But if he's like 5 pieces, I'll hammer Gandalf out fast. Which he'll be a painting redemption, because I hated the bust I did of him. I screwed up the skin tone so bad with it because I was painting with those craft paints, and it just did not come out right. Like anybody that I did with try to do a natural skin tone, outside of Squirrel Girl, came out perfect. But everybody else, skin tone was like fucked. Alright, where's Gandalf? Let's see what you got, Mr. Gandalf statue. Wait, what? Looks like there is multiple Gandalf statue files because there's fixes to the model. Oh, shit. Here we go. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. I fucking cursed myself. I should have known I cursed my damn self, and I cursed myself. I just saw the... Alright, so this is the right-hand fix for him. Alright, let me finish unpacking everything here, and I'll import every... Oh, what the fuck? Did I really just... What the hell did I just do? No, that was it. That was the right one. Man, I'm confusing the shit out of myself now. I swear to God, I just unpacked it twice, like the same file, for some reason. Alright, let's see what we got here. So we got... Yes, I did unpack it twice. I unpacked it within the folder. A folder within a folder, so I can delete that. Oh boy. Wait, that's fucking full pieces? What the fuck? What is this shit? What the hell am I even looking at right now? Okay, there's the upper body. Here's a belt. You can load that up too. Lower body. Something's just fucked here, and I can't figure out what it is. Oh. Yeah, it's exactly what I thought, too, on this one. I'm guessing he comes in a whole bunch of different pieces, but... God damn it. He is going to have to get cut down. I am going to have to go with the cut down version, because that thing takes up, like, the entirety. How come I can see his ass cheeks? Yo, you motherfuckers didn't give him no underwear. Would you give him like a reverse thong? Like what's going on there? You gave him a jock strap. Oh God. Oy vey. The fuck? Alright, I need to look and see what the hell this shit is. This, I might have to wait on this one. So I got the sword, but it's in two pieces. Why isn't the sword just one piece? Let me look. If I go up... That's... Why would you label that shit full piece? Because I've got this shit too. Like in the other folder. I'll bring it in. But this doesn't make sense to me. What is it? Is this his staff? Oh my God. Okay, so there's two different versions of this. Okay, that piece I want up because I need to see. I want to see what the difference is with the top of these two stabs. Like it's like version 1, version 2. One's got his pipe in it, and the other one... Yeah, that's actually his pipe and his staff, which is accurate. What the fuck? Why does his staff look completely different depending? I don't understand. I don't understand this design choice. I do understand this. I'm going to have to do this like I did Riddler's, which means I'm going to have to remix. I'm going to have to oh shit, did not mean to do that. Means that this shit, I'm going to have to put his staff together in Blender, turn it into one thing before I cut it. And I'm going to have to do the same shit with his sword. This is, granted, this is one of the dude's first models, so I'm not entirely mad. But I'm just confused on some of the design choices here. Like some of the stuff they did with it. Like, okay, upper body. So like the upper body, if that's it, is that at 100%? If I cut this down to 80, what I got? Not 800, 80. I mean, that's not terrible. The belt's going to be like that because it's hanging off him, so that makes sense. Like, I can work with this. I could definitely hollow the hell out of this. Probably get it to print in place. What was that? That's upper body. What the fuck? What the hell's the torso then? Just the upper body without the arms on or something? Let me see. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, I'm going to have to fucking cut him into pieces. Yeah, because you got right arm, left arm. Well then, what the fuck? Backpack? What backpack? Gandalf doesn't wear a backpack. What is he, going to fucking college? Like, oh, you gotta be shitting me. It's his little side bag. That's gonna be a pain in the ass. Ooh, I love my son. But this one's gonna make me fucking go cross-eyed and be pissed for a week. I mean, the base, let's see what the base looks like. Okay. Pretty simple base. Gandalf standing over some skeletons. That's pretty cool. I'm just looking more at, okay, so you got head and hat. Let me go back out. Okay, so this says Gandalf right hand fix. Oh, this was done after they upgraded because they actually have a pre-supported hand mixed in here. Oh, now that's much better. This must be what they were talking about with thicker sword, I think. Yeah, that does not look as flimsy. Glamdring. Yeah, there you go. Alright. Okay. I'm digging that. I can work with that. It's one less piece I got to put back together. Let me see what's the deal with the... Let's see what the hell this is. Yep. Man, even back, because this, like I said, one of his earliest models, look at the fucking detail on that. He killed that model. You can completely see his face. You can see the pupils, where the pupils go in the eyes, everything. Like, look. You shall not pass. Bilbo Baggins, you take me as a purveyor of bullshit. He didn't say bullshit, but you know what I meant. Just realized something. Let me go into the actual statue file. Bring that head back in. Tell me this sucker has changeable heads. Okay, so we got that hat. So this was the difference. He originally cut the beard off of the figure when he did the cut. And then as he refined his technique of cutting his models so they fit together better, he must have added the beard. That's why the other head's like, with beard. So that means there's a beard floating around in here, which I'll bring in just so we can look at that. Yeah, look at this. That is just insanity right there. So you would, if you originally got this model, you would have to, in a way, I can't blame them. I get it, like, because I'm an amateur with Blender too. Well, actually, I'm like more of a beginner than an amateur with Blender, but I can understand he made this cut because he thought he needed to. He couldn't get it all off in one piece to get to the lower body for the head. The question I have, though, is what the fuck is this? Oh my God. So I'm going to end up having to print that beard separate anyway, because in order to give good old Gandalf his hat, it's a different head. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm going to do this, and then this is probably after I'm done doing this one thing. Probably where I'll call it. So if we're looking at it this way, then that means that I'm going to have to print this head with a beard in order to put the hat on him. Right? Instead, how this is going to fucking work, or I'm going to at least try to do, and I'll drag you guys with me. Oh, shit's still open in Blender. Let me delete that. Shut down light sheet and get over to Blender. What I'm going to actually do. Why the hell did I go into light sheet? Am I retarded? I must be. Or try to do, because I'm fucking tired. I'm definitely getting tired. I'm definitely old. I'm definitely tired. Get off my fucking lawn. Okay, that's the right hand fix. Head with beard. Bring that in. And I am going to bring that hat in. Okay. So now we have the head and the hat. Let's move them into frame. Good Lord. I hope they're both angled the same way or this is going to be real fucked up. And come on up. I'm going to have to rotate it, aren't I? Dear Lord, exactly what I didn't want to have happen. Bring it down. Bring it back. Try not to jank this up too much. Alright. I'll rotate. I hate rotating objects. It's pretty close. That hat on there. It is. Let's see. Shit. What the fuck? Oh, I know what the fuck. I'm retarded. That's what the fuck. Let's go to the negative Y. It look like it's in place. Or does that look off? I'm asking you guys because, yeah. Yeah, it's going to be a bitch to paint too. I could do this two different ways. Look at you, buddy. And that hat's on there pretty good. I think. All right, there we go. Shit. I went down a little. Not too far. Ah, shit. It's like almost there. I just just got to look at it from the right angle. Rotate it. So it's flat like this. Shit. That's why I said this would probably be the last thing I do tonight. What a pain in the ass. Better not have popped through. It did, you bastard. Alright, let's take a look. Alright. Oh, good lord. Okay, so that should mean I should be able to do this. And it worked. Alright. Nope. Wrong statue. Save off here. I'm gonna call you Head Hat. Save it. Alright, let's go back to Lychee. Let's see if I am not an asshole completely. Alright. Put it here. Wait. What happened to it? Oh my fucking god, I am an asshole completely. Fortunately, I didn't exit out of Blender. I saved that file. I didn't export it like a retard. Alright, let's try that again, this time with feeling. What the fuck? How come that didn't... What is going on with that? Well, that's fucking brilliant. Wow. Export. STL. Yeah, definitely the last thing I'm fucking doing, because I think I saved that file in a completely wrong place for some reason, like a re-re. And if this worked, it should come in, the head with the hat. All one piece. No issues. There you go. So now I have the beard attached and the hat on. Wonder how close I got it to the original. Let's take a look. That's the thing. If you don't like the way something is with 3D printing, and this is where it's kind of disappointing, I'm not better at this, that you can fix that shit yourself if you're good enough with Blender. So this is, and I'm bringing them in now. Here is my original, or no, well, here's what they did originally with it. So you had two pieces, you had to print them out, board. The only problem was it didn't have a beard. So it kind of looks terrible. Looks terrible. It's just awful. It's terrible. Good Lord. This hat would actually rotate that fucker on there. So his version of it was like this. And then you had to add a beard to it. And my version looks like this. My hat's a little bit higher than his is, but I got the full beard on there, space there, everything else. So we add them kind of together. Where he was cutting in, you can still see most of the forehead. The problem I was running into, unless I cut off the top of his head, then put the hat on, my guy's got a little bit more hair showing up there, but you shouldn't notice it when the head's on because the brim is coming down. So when it goes on the actual statue, oh fuck it, let's bring in his torso. I know I got a full piece of that upper body for some reason. Yeah, I do. Let's see if he looks stupid or it looks alright. I'm going to scale him down where I don't have to go crazy with this shit either. Cut it to 50%. So when we do the head on, yeah, it looks correct. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, that'll look alright. And then I'll just have to put a magnet loop in his neck hole and in the back of this head when I actually cut down the model. And that means I should be able to do... No, that's the head with hat. I just want the head with the beard. So I'll be able to do 2 heads for this one. Scale 50. So I'll be able to do that head. Or this head without the hat, depending on how our boy is feeling. Oh, no, not that hat. Where's head hat? There it is. So I'll be able to just, boop. He'll be able to switch them out. And this way he'll have the one with the hat if he wants it. Display it that way. Or you can just go with the head with the beard. Either way, I'm going to be painting his face twice. It's a pain in the ass. The other thing I could have done was if I want the hat free and loose, where I could paint the hat separately and glue it on, which probably would have been the smart way of doing this shit. I could have done the reverse. Instead of doing a union, you do a difference, and then it cuts the top of his head off, basically, and then put a key in there. But I think I'm just going to do it one piece because it looks cleaner. Have a great night, Ian. Thank you for being here, man. Always appreciate you. Please try and take it easy. Have fun with the family, you know. Hang in there, man. I'm close to wrapping it anyway. Fucking tired, and I'm not gonna lie at all. If fucking with all the geometry on this stuff, like trying to line stuff up right and screwing around, putting a hat, just getting somebody's hat on their fucking head and making it into one piece. I'm actually kind of defeated right now too because I'm looking at this Gandalf model, and if I did it at 50%, I could probably do the entirety of the model in one shot, which is cool. It's so many damn little pieces, which I don't have a problem with that. It's just the one that's got me butt hurt is legitimately his hand. There is no full piece for the staff. As a matter of fact, apparently there is a sword. Shit. There's a sword case in here too, and the sword case is in two pieces. So I'm going to have to rejoin everything in Blender. It's just fucking. I hate putting things back together. Cutting them apart, no problem. Having them in physical reality, no problem. But I guarantee you, if I'm to bring any of this stuff, like his staff, for example, into Blender, it's going to be separated into three pieces that are not going to be aligned, because when he cut them apart, he cut it and then saved it off, cut it and then saved it off, so they're no longer in the same 3D space. And because those coordinates are off, kind of hosed. There is a way for me to do this and line it up, but it's painful. Like, it's probably a 2-hour project to do it, because I would need to go in, download the full version of Gandalf here. So like where he's all in one piece and holding the staff and all that, and then take the loose pieces, line them up on the original model, and then do a difference and create a new piece from the difference. I can't do it tonight. I'm just too tired. I'll fuck it all up. I'll start doing stuff out of order, and I'm going to get more and more infuriated with it. And I don't want to get pissed off when I'm doing this. Like, this one, like I said, in a way it's a painting redemption, because I did the bust, and I screwed it up and wasn't able to give it to my son. Which hurt to begin with. But then there's the other part of this where I know messing with it and messing with it and messing with it is going to make me angry. And I don't want anger touching a gift. There was a reason why when I covered all the shit with Congress, all the shit with, ABL's thing, which I'm not even mad about at ABL or anything like that. It's just more, I listened to his words, and, I saw you guys say, well, I don't understand, he didn't know you anything, all this stuff. No, I'm picking apart a person's words because I'm analyzing the person and seeing stuff and seeing somebody that, fuck, I don't even want to get into it, but it just fucking, it annoys me and pisses me off. So I wanted to get all that out of the way so I could have a good stream, kind of kick back, joke with you guys, laugh about stuff, everything else. People, some conversations, to be contrary, just to be contrary, you know what I mean? There's those kind of conversations happening too, where it's like, okay, well, that's great, but it's still not infuriating or angering. It's actually intriguing, because then you have debate and discussion. But like I don't want to ever give a gift when I'm pissed, and I don't want to paint pissed ever again. Because I look at Shazam, and the first part of him, the actual figure of Shazam, I nailed it. Like, I'm looking at it, I'm like, I actually nailed this thing. Then I look at that base, and I was fucking annoyed, and I painted like shit. Like, it still reads like the base should and all that, but all the little cool stuff I could have put into it and the little tricks and stuff I had planned went out the fucking window because I'm not thinking straight. Won't ever, ever paint angry, guys. Don't ever, ever, never, ever, ever, never paint angry. Don't create angry either. One of the worst things you could do, create angry. Not a good thing. Until start closing out programs in the background too. I'll save that. Yeah, that can go away. Shut down my file system. Oh, fucking. I'm definitely going to have to fuck with this. Really going to be messing with me. Huh. Wow, why'd that happen? I guess when I shut them down. Shut down the other stuff, huh? Oh God, why is Discord displaying? I don't need Discord displaying. Alright. Yeah, I'm fucking tired. You can probably hear it in my voice. And, but thank you guys. I do appreciate the hell out of all of you. You guys are amazing. I appreciate every last one of you. I know this is a boring stream, but this is the part of doing this shit that I like to do here and there. And I think I did this probably, almost a year ago, right? I probably did it about a year. Had to be about a year ago. But I like to throw these out there every now and again because it dick punches you and makes you realize what I got to go through on the back end to get that thing on the front end to actually like paint it. So, and it's also a neat little study, you know, breaking down like this is what you have to do this. And maybe somebody who's just introing and just learning how to 3D print and stuff, it'll help them out. Something I did here. I mean, there's people with much better methods than I use and do it in much different ways. The smartest way would probably just to go with the pre-supported print and just throw it in there and be done with it. Unfortunately, I am that guy that's like, nah, I think I'm going to do it this way. Nah, I like this cut better, whatever. But thank you guys. I appreciate everybody who watched, subbed, listened. Whether you agree with me, you don't agree with me. You know, thank you for coming in, hanging out, and having a discussion, having a back and forth. And Melissa, you are always appreciated. You're always awesome. I'm happy to hear your cake came out perfectly too. I appreciate you being here. You're awesome. But yeah, guys, another one in the books. I'll be back on Friday with David. We'll be gaming. I'll actually be painting Sunday and probably showing off some of this stuff that I just cut down will be printed. Good night, David, my good friend. I appreciate the hell out of you. But yeah, I'll be back with David on Friday. And then Sunday, I don't know what I'm going to start working on. Late August is into September is when I'll start doing all the stuff, painting all the stuff I got for Christmas. I know come November or December, I can't remember, is when I'm going to do Doctor Doom. So he's on hold till right before Doomsday comes out. I've got Killer Croc, I know. I've got Superman, not the Henry Cavill one, but the one I'm doing for myself. So anyway, guys, thank you. I'm babbling now like an asshole, and David's going to make fun of me later. Wait, you should note that other figure. Show that other. Oh, you want to see the other toga? The toga I got? Um. Shit, yeah, I think I'm still on that, guys. Give me 1 second, David. I think I can grab it. I think I can download it. Let me see. Wait, I got notifications from who? KWP3D. Yeah, that's exactly who I got to go to. Shout out to MZ42502 too. He's another one. He does D&D minis. Anybody that paints one of his and he shows it off, he blasts them out all across the board. I appreciate him for that. He's awesome. It's only like $5 a month for unlimited fucking minis. He's worth it. Let me see if I can fucking... I may be able to get this. I already canceled my membership to this guy, so I don't know. I didn't cancel him because I hate him or anything, and he sucks. I canceled him because I only let so many run. I'm looking for... I got to look through the post real quick, David. I'll pull it up, though, and show it on screen. Although I am a little pissed because this guy's doing a Monty Burns figure, and he did the Dracula version of Monty Burns, and I'm like, oh, I'm not feeling it. That's Luigi's Mansion. Red Dead Redemption. Let me load more. Yeah, he did this. I think I got the statue. Alright, coming soon, May. There you go, David. Still there, bud? Let me make sure. Let me move the window in so you can see it. There you go, David. Here's the toga this guy did. Let me see. I'll dig through the website. See if I can't find yeah. Yeah, that's it. That's the only picture he has of her, of the statue. But that's what it looks like. Yeah, the background's all blood, like coming up and over. I would paint that figure different. I would paint her like how she's supposed to be painted, because she's not supposed to be all black like that, or navy blue, or whatever the fuck. You know, it's that off-white sweater. You know. But yeah, there you go, David. So that one's for you, brother. I don't know. I'll think about that one. It's a possibility. But all right, guys. I'm going to call it there. I appreciate everybody. Thank you for everything. Putting up my shit. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. No, I do appreciate you guys. Stop that shit, dog. You hear the dog whine at me. I will see you guys on Friday with David. I don't know what we're playing yet. We might even continue Planet Crafters. I think he was having fun with it. I think that's pretty much it. And then Sunday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard, we'll be rocking and rolling with painting. So thank you all again. Everybody have a great night. Always be creative. And most importantly, don't take shit from anybody. Good night, guys. Thank you again. I appreciate you.